scores often flattened or dropped quickly. While centuries of data have shown that Gen Z has fallen off the path of constant human development, Horvath claimed that many teens and young adults were unaware of their struggles and were actually proud of their alleged intelligence. Most of these young people are overconfident about how smart they are. The smarter people think. Let me redo that. Most of these young people are overconfident about how smart they are. The smarter people think they are, the dumber they actually are, he told the Post. He noted that Gen Z has become so comfortable with consuming information outside of class through short, attention-escaping sentences and video clips on platforms such as TikTok. Many schools have given and now teach in this same manner. What do kids do on So rather than determining what do we want our children to do and gearing education towards that, we are redefining education to better suit the tool. That's not progress. That is surrender, Horvath warned. Educational experts at the January hearing recommended imposing delays on giving children smartphones, bringing back flip phones, instead for young children when needed, and taking nationwide action to normalize limits on tech in schools. The group called the issue plaguing Gen Z a societal emergency and urged federal lawmakers to consider models like Scandinavia's ed-tech bans. So there you have it. Gen Z is the first generation ever in 125 years to be dumber and have less of an IQ than their parents. And the link is up top. Good. Oh, good. You filled it. Good.
I'm John Kitover.
Hello, JCC. And hello, Violet. Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Good morning. We have our first non-mod that wants to come up. Cool, good, I'm glad. Let's say hello to Drills. Hi, Drills. What's going on? Just reading the top Jumbotron article.
That's the article you put in our group chat.
That is the article that I put in our group chat last night. And the reason why I said, Alfonso, here's something for you, is because Alfonso is our mod squad expert in neurology, neuroscience, yes. But of course, it's for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a really interesting article. My own personal experience, we limited our children's, they did not have their own iPads until they were about 12. And then they had a lot of parental restrictions. My oldest daughter didn't get her cell phone until she was 14 when she started high school. We did try to limit devices for them, just, trying to interact with them instead. That was our plan.
Well, my kids are millennials. They were born in 89 and 92. So, they're the generation just before the Gen Z.
Yeah, I'm technically a millennial too. I'm at the very top end of the start of the spectrum. I feel more like a Gen Z, but maybe not, because I'm a smart lady. No, I'm just kidding.
And I'm a baby boomer, tail end of the baby boomer, but I'm a baby boomer.
I'm a baby boomer, 64.
Yeah, I think baby boomer is like 1950 to 1965. I think. I'm not certain of that.
What about kids that were born in the 40s? I always heard they were called war babies.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, baby boomer started in 45, 46, because it was like right when everybody got drafted, you saw a massive influx of births that started the baby boomer generation, and that lasted until I think Steve, you're about right, 65-ish.
Yeah,
I think it's about that 20-year span. Yeah.
The generation before that's called the silent generation. That's my generation.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was born in 64 because in the 70s I was like old enough to know the music. And so, like, I grew up in the 70s and early 80s when the music was the bomb. Google just told me that the boomer generation is 1946 to 1964.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
I have a theory that whatever music was around when you reach puberty, that's like 13, that kind of imprints what music you like.
Yeah, I would say that's very close, if not accurate. I find it the music you listen to in high school is what imprints you the most, but that's pretty close.
I listened to The Doors a lot. I don't know if many people here did, but I remember I knew every word to every Doors song.
Yeah, I listen to classic rock. I listen to classic rock and the beginning of rock in the 1950s.
Yeah, I do too, but not really classical rock. My main scheme is like glam metal or like the hair metal rock in the 80s. That's about my region of interest.
Absolutely. Yeah. And did you listen to that in high school?
Actually, my father introduced it to me when I was 6. So I mean, I've been listening to it for quite a big portion of my life. But when I was in high school, I also started to expand into like EDM or like
grunge. No.
Not really grunge. No, I was never really big into grunge, but more like EDM stuff. Yeah, that was more like high school. But that's more, Gen Z, because I was born in 2002, so I'm a bit of a young compared to you guys, I imagine. So.
Well, compared to most people on Clubhouse, I'm an old fart.
I got you beat.
Hi guys.
Hi.
I think you're right that most people kind of stays with their highs, the music that they're listening to in high school.
Yeah.
No. But exactly because not me, because I was totally into electronic music back then. It was Depeche Mode, Alphaville, a lot of German bands from 242, EBM music even. That's different from EDM. EBM. But then I went back to the 60s, so I went totally Beatles, David Bowie, and that's kind of where I'm still at. Huge Paul Simon fan, played, so kind of backtracked.
Paul Simon is a solo artist, or?
I actually like him better than.
Oh, okay. See, I'm the reverse. I appreciate Paul Simon's talent, but I like Simon and Garfunkel better than I like him by himself mostly.
Good morning. Atheists. I mean, I came to this room, whatever. I see a listening wake up. I want to see how atheists wake up. Like, I was like, good morning. I see y'all got good energy. You and whoever said that people be stuck on their music they heard in high school, because I know that when I got married and stuff like that, whatever. Like 10 years later, whatever, I ended up, a wedding, playing like jams. My time, like, it's hard basically to listen to like some newer music, I guess. I mean, we get that we do kind of like stick to like our stomping grounds to I don't know the highlight, like time snap highlight of our lives. We like, yeah, everything about it was cool, but if for some reason we kind of sway to whatever genre or just that it is, unless you have some kind of religious experience or something, where you just start to hate your own music. But however, somebody else to say music.
Well, that sounds pretty real. Good morning.
It's also kind of sad people can't appreciate any new music at all.
Well, who said people can't appreciate new music? Who said that?
Something that I did, but
Okay, all right, okay.
I'm just saying something.
I didn't think you were talking about me, but when you said it's sad that people can't appreciate new music, I just that's a new one. Go ahead.
Because the new artists, I think every new time they are representing a new era, and I think it's really interesting to hear how they sound and what they're trying to say. I'm kind of a lyrics person, so.
Our rest day is not Saturday, it's Sunday. So we kind of changed it a little bit with Christ. So they're not exactly how he said. We have established a belief after the fact. So, we reconcile this with saying that
That's not a contradiction.
we venerate well, part of it is, right?
No, because the seventh.
It says to follow the Ten Commandments. And how do we follow the Ten Commandments if we don't observe the Sabbath?
Because you do observe the Sabbath. That's not. So when did you start? So Sabbath
Is the Sabbath on Saturday or Sunday?
The Sabbath is the seventh day.
You see how we changed it? Sunday is the beginning of the week.
Okay.
It's the seventh day.
So the seventh day starting.
That's going to be Constantine. Constantine was the one who established that for us. So you have to be honest. You have to be honest if you're a Christian to say, hey, listen, we observe the Sabbath. When we really don't. We're saying we observe the day of rest. So that's what we're going to say, right? The day of rest is Sunday.
So when is the Sabbath? Sunday is not the day of rest.
The Sabbath is
Friday night.
as it always
Friday night.
That's the Sabbath. That's the Sabbath.
You keep going on and you're not able to understand that Sabbath is the seventh day. So which is the seventh day starting Tuesday?
Starting Tuesday.
Yes. What is the
The
seventh?
start of the week is on Tuesday.
Yeah, but starting Tuesday, which is the seventh day. Sorry.
No, that's not how the Sabbath is calculated. You have to look at historical context. We can prove Jesus Shabbat on Friday night to Sunday night. Shabbat always makes sense. You can't now come and change. Oh, how we started on Sunday. Look at the Shabbat. Like, you can't do that.
Constantine switched that and he made it a change.
Yeah,
It's a contradiction if they don't admit the change.
right. Exactly.
It's dishonesty. I would call it contradiction.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, dishonesty, right?
But it's not dishonest at all.
Well, it is dishonest because you still buy and sell on Sunday. You're not keeping the Shabbat. Resting in Jesus is not keeping the Shabbat. The disciples kept the Shabbat after Jesus died and resurrected. They didn't say, oh, we don't got to keep the Shabbat. We know we rest in Jesus. That's a Christianity made up thing.
There's no one.
It's a Christian thing, bro. So you got to be honest that in the Council of Nicaea, we changed the dates. And we established the hour.
I disagree with
We
that.
established when Constantine, and I mean, not really, but I mean, the Council of Nicaea kind of solidified the Christian.
Yeah, because they wanted to separate Christianity from Judaism.
Exactly.
That's why they did that.
And that's how we did it. So
Not the Christian belief. What are you guys? You're not even Christian.
we believe in modified. We believe in a modified version of the Sabbath.
So here
Or
we
the
have
Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments, really.
So here we have a Judaizer. What are you, Megatron?
I'm not a Judaizer.
No,
Being honest, I'm Catholic.
Megatron. You're not Catholic.
Yes, I am. You are a Judaist, though.
They're not Catholic.
Let's be honest. Also, Scripture has Sunday worship, so like I mean that's pretty much.
Yeah, we have Sunday worship doesn't replace the Shabbat. That's the point.
That's because the prophet read that the Lord was man made for the Sabbath, or was the Sabbath made for man?
Bro, you're not gonna change God's law. God is the Shabbat. If you believe Jesus is God, you should follow the Shabbat.
Okay, listen, Judaism. How much? God say that?
You claim Jesus is the law, yet you contradict Jesus' law, but you love Jesus.
How about you answer my second
Make it
question? Did God
sense.
say that man was made for the Sabbath, or that the Sabbath was made for man?
So who's meant for man? And you know what that means?
Perfect.
And you know what that means?
Yeah,
You know what that means?
what that means, yes. Because,
So what does it mean? It doesn't mean that you break the Shabbat.
it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Okay, what is the
No, it
Shabbat?
doesn't. If you break the Shabbat, you're a sinner. That's what you do.
See what happens? Hey, give me 1 second, hey. You see when I'm honest about it? See when I'm honest about this? They say that I'm not. They say I'm not a Catholic.
What is rest?
You're not a Catholic. You're not in line with the
Megatron, they like to come up Muslims, but one thing I respect Muslims, at least they obey their religion. They don't make up.
Yes, we do.
They don't, yeah, a Muslim's not gonna eat pork. A Christian's gonna eat pork. He's like, oh, we can't eat pork. Jesus never said
How
you
the
can eat
fuck
pork.
are these guys Christian?
They're not. I mean, one of them's mother is literally a Jew. The other wants to be a Jew, and the third, I don't even know. So.
Yeah, there's definitely.
Here's at least trolling.
If you want to know why Christians, actual Christians, unlike you guys, why we celebrate Sabbath on Sunday, that's because Jesus rested on the Sabbath. That's why the Jews had the Sabbath, the free time. At the same time, we celebrate the resurrection. Because
Okay, but the resurrection doesn't change the Shabbat.
So that you may learn.
You're making a point. No, I don't need to learn from someone that doesn't know what they're talking about.
Well,
First of all, for you to even say, for you to even say us real Christian, first of all, Christianity was started by Jews. The first Christians were Jews that kept the Torah. You're not gonna change. First of all, let me just finish my point. The first Christians were Jews. The first Christians kept the Shabbat. The first Christians didn't eat pork. Exactly. So you just say you're not a real Christian. You're not a real Christian because you don't keep the law. That's the point. The first Christians kept the law. That's the point. Stop eating pork. Stop breaking the Sabbath. And then call yourself a Christian. You're not a follower of Christ. Follow Jesus. Jesus didn't eat pork. Jesus didn't break the Sabbath.
Would you say Peter is a real Jew in a Christian?
Of course.
Peter ate pork though.
No, he didn't. You're talking about Acts 10. It's a vision that basically God said, see, you Muslims, you don't even know. There was a vision that God showed him. Wait, let me respond to the Muslims. Let me respond to the Muslims. And I respond to the Muslims because he asked me a question. You just said you was a Shia Muslim.
I was trolling you.
Oh, okay.
Everybody knows that.
Oh, okay. I thought you was a Shia Muslim.
I thought he was a Muslim.
No, but if you're a Christian, you know that he didn't eat nothing. It was a vision, and Peter himself said, I never ate anything clean. Oh my! But to show that the Gentiles are cleansed. The vision was never about food. It was to show that the Gentiles can enter the covenant and be just like the Jew. Read verse 28.
Based on what?
Read verse 28.
Muslims don't read in context. They don't
Read verse 28. It's a vision. And this is what I'm saying. If Jesus, first of all, if Jesus in Matthew 7, right? And Mark 7 and Matthew 15. You guys can't cut me the scriptures because one thing I know the Bible. So Mark 7 and Matthew 15, if Jesus made all food clean, why would Peter say, no, Lord, I never ate anything unclean? Did Peter miss the email?
Because that's right.
Oh, so Peter missed the email.
There's a very simple explanation.
Oh, yeah.
You guys.
Bro, I don't want to hear nothing from Christian. Make Christianity Jewish again.
Shut up. You're just.
Okay, make Christianity
You're not Christian.
Oh my God. Anyway.
First of all, Jeffrey MC, I never told you to shut up. So if you're gonna come and disrespect me, you're gonna get kicked out. Because I never told you to shut up. Right, so you don't have to be disrespectful. Because I didn't make any.
You're already a spiritual empty, so like why would
Oh,
that?
jeez. Megatron, I don't have time for your friends, bro.
Yeah. says that I can't have it, I can't have this.
Hey, if they're disrespecting you, just kick them out. If they're being rude.
I mean, I didn't kick him. I just put him in the audience.
No, but kick us out because you can't have a convo clearly. So just kick us out. What's the big deal? Just do it.
Oh, bro, you do what the fuck you want to do. I don't really care.
Well, we're unable to have a convo because you keep blabbering.
No, I was literally defending Megatron's point before you guys started calling me Catholic because you guys.
Going, you just keep going.
So you just said something. I gotta respond. What the
I
fuck?
don't know. I'm saying you're a Judaizer and you don't even know why.
You can call me whatever you want to call me. I don't care what you call me. The fact is, the law still stands. Jesus says, "Take not and come to abolish the law or the prophets." So Jesus didn't abolish the law. That's the point. So you can do your Christian tactics to call me a Judaizer, but the point is, at the end of the day, he's gonna tell you, "Depart from me, you work of lawlessness," because you don't keep the law of God. That's the point.
Or you can actually have a convo.
I'm not interested in having a convo for real. So
Yeah,
you're really wasting your time.
there's other people in this room, right?
Okay, you can talk to them. You don't gotta talk to me.
I never intended to talk to you.
Also, why are you responding to me?
Rabbi,
Because
I have a
I'm
question.
I
I have a question for you, Rabbi.
I don't think so.
What's up, Benny?
Rabbi, what was the point of the council in Acts where they decided that Gentiles won't abide by the dietary laws?
That's what?
Acts 15 is talking about.
I got you.
No, I'm not talking to you. Hey, I have a
He's
question
talking
for
to me.
Rabbi.
Oh,
I
sorry.
said I have a question for Rabbi.
I didn't hear you say that. Sorry.
Not only is she Judaizer, but she's also deaf. What's up, Benny Adam?
Yeah, so what was the point in Acts, in the council, in the book of Acts, where they decided that the Gentiles won't abide by the dietary laws?
That's because we believe the Sabbath is a pre-type of. Why do we have the Sabbath to begin with? The day of rest. Well, because the Lord rested on that day, and on the day after He resurrected, which is the day we celebrate. The reason why we have the Sabbath is because of the resurrection day, and that's the point of the Sabbath. Jesus rested on that day. This is the Christian belief. If you don't understand it, or if you don't agree with that, that's totally fine. But that's the Christian belief. I don't know where that's going, especially when you guys have like King Baldwin's pictures and act like you're Catholic. You have no.
I've never been Catholic.
No one's talking to you.
You're talking to me because you spoke about the photo that I have. So no, because you were talking to me, so I'm gonna respond. I am not a Catholic. First of all, no, because you spoke about me, you should have shut the fuck up. Because if you're speaking about my photo, I'm gonna respond. Thank you. So I'm not a Catholic. The only person that I know to be a Catholic here is Megatron. I've said several times, I am a Messianic too. Okay, I am not a Catholic. And if you don't want to call me a Christian either, I really don't care. So I don't follow the Christianity you follow. Certainly.
I clearly you don't. I'm talking to Megatron who claims that he does. I'm not a Catholic, by the way. But Megatron, what are you doing? I'm Orthodox, of course.
Christian Orthodox or what?
Yeah, it's a different branch of Christianity.
It is Christian.
So what kind of Orthodox Christian?
Like if you claim to be Catholic,
Not
you
Catholics.
must be at least knowledgeable about Catholic.
So are you Eastern or Oriental?
Eastern.
Okay.
See?
Yes. Two different things.
They're not the same. All I'm saying is if you claim to be Oriental, or if you claim to be Eastern, or if you claim to be Catholic, you must at least know the teachings, right?
So Rabbi, can I ask you something?
Why do I believe A, B, and C? You must at least know why, right?
She said Messianic Jewish.
I'm not talking to her.
Rabbi, you're Orthodox, right?
Yeah.
So let me ask you something. Like me, I'm Oriental. Okay, so okay, we don't do all of that. We follow the Jewish tradition when it comes to dietary.
Orientals don't do that.
Yes, we do. We don't.
He's saying that he's Oriental and he doesn't.
Yeah, but
Makes sense.
But it's not a sin to eat pork. It's not a sin to eat pork.
Orientals don't do that. Like what
Yeah,
kind of
we
Oriental
don't do that.
You don't eat pork as a matter of custom, but you would still must.
What kind of Oriental are you?
Ethiopian.
Ethiopian. Okay,
Yes.
so even the Ethiopians I know don't do that. So are you Oriental who chooses not to do it, or is your church telling you these teachings?
I am saying that the church is telling me that we should stay away from pork.
So can you?
I'm saying that my deacon is saying that dietary laws we should follow the Jewish ones. My question. So my question is, are we? Can you call us a sinner, or are we Christians still, or
No,
because we follow you?
I don't care what you.
Because we don't follow what Paul made clean, you know.
Yeah, no, that's not me. That's not the Orientals. That's you and your church, which is why we're trying to excommunicate it. But if you choose not to eat something,
Hey.
I'm not fine. I'm not here. What are you trying to
That's funny.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny because they actually, everybody in the church is calling us the first church. They're calling us the first church. You know why?
Can you give us sort of
You know why?
Was it the first founded church?
But this is Thunder. This is exactly the issue, Thunder. Like they'll be like, oh, if you don't follow our kind of Christianity,
Right.
Are there any sources for your allegedly the Orientals believing these things? Can you give us those? But if you can't give us
Testified to
those,
it.
No, I looked this up.
Thunder, you know.
I looked this up.
Yeah.
Churches.
Well, Benny Adam, I was actually speaking before you started speaking.
yeah, exactly.
I just want to say something to Thunder.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying. Like they act like, okay, if you don't follow our kind of Christianity and our tradition, then you're not a Christian.
So can you give us sources?
So I'm just speaking to Thunder.
Well, we're
Please.
wondering if we can give us sources.
Okay, I'm speaking to Thunder. He's gonna give you the source when he will give you the source. Rabbi, are you gay? I'm really because what's the
Are
problem?
you a guy?
He's gonna give you the source when he gives you the source. That's his
Yeah, but
church.
we're waiting for it, and they're trying.
Okay, but then you gotta wait on mute because some people want us talking.
Gotta wait on you.
Okay, no, you have to wait because he doesn't have the source yet. So when he has the source, he's gonna give it to you.
the source because it doesn't exist.
Okay, shut the fuck up. I can't. But I'm so tired of your friends. Like, can you just be on mute? I was gonna say one thing to Thunder and be quiet. Like, he's gonna give him the source when he gets the source. Just wait. I was telling you, Thunder, they act like if you don't follow a kind of Christianity, then you're not a Christian. But the fact is, Christianity was started by Jews. Christianity was not started by Gentiles. It was literally a sect of Judaism until the 4th century when the Gentiles made a difference between Judaism and Christianity. So the first Christians were literally Torah keepers. So you can't tell us we are wrong for Smiler, you came just on time. This is our topic, Smiler. You can't tell us that we're not real Christians because we keep the law that you claim Jesus gave to Moses. Right? What is wrong with you? Like,
Right.
what?
Yeah, people, Christians making Jesus and Paul a hypocrite.
They come in against me and say I'm not a real Christian because I say you can't eat pork. Like what is wrong with you? Jesus never ate pork. Even Paul never ate pork. So why don't you follow Jesus like a true follower of Jesus?
Wait a second. Paul did eat pork.
No, he
Paul did
didn't.
eat pork.
No, he didn't.
Alright, prove it. Go to Scripture.
Okay, we'll jump to verse.
Spit battle!
Exactly. He agreed with me.
think he says that he ate anything in that chapter.
That's his no. He said he
So-
wouldn't eat anything in front of another Jew to promote them to not
And
practice.
he mostly discourages eating.
He did. Because this is what
He was like real torn up about it.
His mission was to the Gentiles. So
that's true.
in his travels, he was very far away from Jerusalem, and he went to foreign lands, and probably
That doesn't
But
prove
those lands also had Jews.
You said you could prove he ate pork.
But this is what I'm saying, guys. If you're going to read Paul, you have to understand Paul from the lens of Jesus, right? So when Paul is talking about eating food sacrificed to idols, do you think Christians can do that? Megatron?
Just
so yeah, I'm gonna break one of the laws right now. Telling you that this is my culture, this is my religion. So it's usually the other way around. When it comes to the Jewish law. So I'm telling you straight up, yeah, my culture supersedes mine.
Wait, you're saying yes, you can eat food sacrificed to idols? I'm not judging.
No. But chances are, if I went to China or whatever, and I want to eat, chances are I'm probably gonna eat in a place.
That's true.
If I knew.
But if you knew, what if you knew?
No, I wouldn't. No, okay.
so Megatron, would you think that?
How about Brandon Johnson is a low IQ racist?
Because before we get on another point there, but what did Paul say in Corinthians 9 and 10? He said, or even 8, he said those gods don't exist. So what did he do?
Right, but this is
because they don't exist.
But that's what I'm saying, Megatron. If you gotta understand Paul from the lens of Jesus. You can't say Paul is teaching that you can eat food sacrificed to idols, because when you go to Revelation, Jesus is saying, don't eat food sacrificed to idols. If you do it, I will spit you off my mouth. That's the words of Jesus. So, do you follow Jesus or do you follow Paul? So it's either Paul is contradicting Jesus or you don't understand what Paul is saying.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of both.
That's true.
And sprinkle of both there.
And my deacon said, in order not to get it confused and not to, get it confused in your head and doubt, you should just stick with the dietary laws they have in the Old Testament. That's what they said. So it's not. We're not forbidden. But we just keep it in that way. To the old.
But why? They have the conversation.
It's not a lack of faith. It's going back to what
They have the conversation, right? And when Peter and James bring it up, they say if you break one of the laws, break them all. So how do you do this? And this is what the conversation is about when it came to the law. So,
I have a response.
and
Maybe
can't
I'm
keep
trying
some
to
of
hear
it
me.
and not think some of it and not all of it. And I don't think Christians keep all of it.
I have a question.
Yes, so
Oh, go on, so I'm smiling. Did you have a spoke?
yeah. So I mentioned. So number one, James's point. It was James, right? I think James was saying that. James's point when he says that is that it doesn't matter what you bring, you're still disobeying God. It doesn't mean that if you're because again, if you're gonna say that this means if you try to follow the law, you have to follow the whole law. Well, part of the law is to feed the poor. Part of the law is to love your neighbor. And so if I fail to feed the poor, but I love my neighbor, then I'm in the same situation. So the goal is to always try to fulfill the totality of God's commandments. But whether you do it or not is not going to hinge on your salvation, because that's what grace is for.
Amen. That's what you need grace, because there's a law there.
But this is what I mean. You guys are conflating. And so you have to choose one. Either you're going to obey the law or you're going to follow the laws of Christ.
They're the same
Well,
law.
again, even the laws of Christ, even the so-called laws of Christ, and even the laws of Christ that people want to think that are like just completely different are not laws that Christians follow to the T either. And so, no matter what, whether you're following the laws of Moses, whether you're following the law of Christ, you still need grace because you don't fulfill even Christ's law perfectly.
Right.
But the law of Christ, from my understanding, it's basically the law of Moses, but with Jesus' understanding. For example,
Right. So it's gotta be both.
Jesus is our rabbi, so Jesus is giving us the understanding of the law of Moses. So it's not like Jesus is bringing a new law. It's not that, but he's bringing the true understanding of the law of Moses.
Yeah.
That's the law of Christ.
So we don't think like he started a new religion. We just think that he just, made it better.
God, he started a new religion.
Added one thing.
He started a new religion.
Little tweak.
Okay, we go with that. He started a new religion.
Okay, but like a new religion of an old religion, right? Part of the book is the old religion.
That's all.
And it's all
The book is actually larger than the new religion books. So
that's true.
Except the problem that the Christians have is that if we choose to just stick with the New Testament, no matter what, we have to appeal to the Tanakh
Yeah.
in order to understand some of the things in the New Testament.
Correct.
So, because if someone says sexual immorality, well, unfortunately, the New Testament doesn't lay out all the things that are sexually immoral. And so, and Christians do this. Like, that's what blows our mind is that we see Christians going back to the Tanakh and saying, oh, well, look, God did it this way, or God said this. But then, for some odd reason, they'll just tell people, oh, you don't have to worry about the law.
that is funny. I'm not gonna lie to you. I believe that's very dangerous to tell people, hey, you don't have to keep the law of God, because throughout the whole Bible,
Right.
people are dying for not keeping the law of God.
Yes.
You think suddenly God changed it in the New Testament? Like, no. And the New Testament's actually worse. Because in the New Testament, that's what Hebrews say. If you don't keep the law, you're gonna go to hell. You're not gonna get stoned, you're gonna go to hell for eternity.
Right. Eternal hell. You get
They killed the whole world, they only saved 8 people. That's the same God we have today.
right.
It can't be a coincidence that the people that Jesus, when he splits the sheep from the goats, the people that are the goats end up being the people who practice lawlessness, even though they believed in Christ. Peter says that Paul's letters are misunderstood. And again, if you take Paul's letters to any random person, they're going to say, oh yeah, Paul's saying you don't have to worry about the law. So if the surface level reading of Paul is you don't have to keep the law,
And that was
then clearly that can't be the correct understanding. Because
Exactly.
Peter said, this is, so it's like, I'm sorry,
And
but
when Peter
Christians
said, he said, be careful so you don't lose, he was like, let me read that. It's so clear.
I mean, at least the 10 Commandments, right, guys?
you would think at least the 10 Commandments
Yeah.
that
There's a lot of things you think at least.
because God said the 10 Commandments are forever. And so
Right.
you would think that would at least be the foundation. But then again, you got, and then ironically, like, sometimes Christians will go to David in Psalms and they'll say, see, the law is perfect because David says that the law is perfect. Okay, if the law is perfect, then you don't take away from it, nor add to it.
Exactly. No,
Otherwise, it's no longer perfect.
I've always felt that like the real job of the Christian to like complete the project is to tie off all of the ribbons of the law, to genuinely like go see how they function as their own legal system, and then show how it's fully and completely addressed through Christianity. Like I think that's the project, no?
Yeah.
But this is why,
And like
Even ironically enough,
too often you're just told that's from the old law. We don't even have to give an answer there. It's like no, we do. That's what being a Christian is, giving an answer.
but this is the thing, makes that.
and ironically enough, I'll just mention this last thing is, ironically enough, I was watching a video and it was talking about how Christians came and went into other people's lands who were not like
producing their crops, and what they did was they the law of in the Tanakh where you have to rotate your crops.
Rotation of crops.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that works.
Exactly. So the Christians went back to the Tanakh to say, no, look, this is the way you ought to garden, and it actually benefited that town.
Yeah, source of blessings. That's the book. Definitely that book.
I found it. Okay, it says, this is 2 Peter's chapter 3, verse 15 to 17. It says, bear in mind that our Lord's patience means salvation. Just as our dear brother Paul also wrote you with the wisdom that God gave him. He writes in the same way in all his letters, speaking of them in these matters. His letters contain some things that are hard to understand, which ignorant and unstable people distort, as they do to the other scriptures to their own destruction. Therefore, my dear friends, since you have been warned, be on guard so that you don't follow by the way of the error of lawless and fall from your secure position. Like, you don't get more clear than this.
And then what does Jesus do later on in Revelation? Or I forget which book it's in, where he says he separates the sheep from the goats because there's people who say he's Lord, Lord.
But don't do the things that you do.
But don't do it. So
and he says the part for me, you workers of lawless. Like, I have never heard Jesus say, hey, get away from me because you keeping God's law. I don't like that. No, it's the opposite. Like, that's what when the guy told him, what do I do to earn salvation? He said, keep the commandments. But then the guy who was all, I did all of that. He was like, follow me. So you follow the law in Jesus. Like, faith it works.
And what's crazy is David Wood. See, David Wood got stuck by the Muslim metaphysician because of this situation. Because the Muslim metaphysician brought up Matthew, I think it's chapter 28, or it might be like 23, where it says the scribes and the Pharisees said Moses see, so do everything they tell you to do. And guess what David said? Yeah, if they're talking about following the law of Moses, those Christians back then, you can't say that Jesus earlier in his ministry made all foods clean, and then towards the end of his ministry said, do everything the scribes and the Pharisees tell you to do because they said Moses see. Exactly, that's a hypocritical, double-minded statement. So which one is it? Are all foods clean, or do I listen to the scribes and the Pharisees because they said Moses see?
But Smiler, even for Jesus to be the Messiah, we gotta look at the Old Testament. The Messiah can't come and abolish God's law. Like, what kind of Messiah is that?
Right.
That doesn't make any sense. And when you look at Matthew 5, like, when Jesus says, think not I come to abolish the law of the prophets, Jesus isn't saying, don't even think about it. Don't even think I'm abolishing the law. But yet Christians are like, yes, you are. I don't have to keep Sabbath. Like, what?
Jesus, you are the Sabbath. What are you talking about?
So you to uphold all the law or some of it as a Christian?
You have to hold up all the relevant laws because there are laws situated tied. Hold on. Some laws are tied to the land. Some laws are tied to the Levitical priesthood. Some laws are tied to men. Some laws are tied to women. So depending on what applies to you, you keep that law.
Start with all of the laws, and then work out the ones you don't need to focus on because they don't seem to come up much.
Who's sorting it out? Everybody on their own? No. The council, they need something.
No, we have the
Do you need a
Torah.
council?
We know how to read, Arben.
Average person.
We know how to read, Arben.
Okay,
We use our brain.
Okay.
God said, come, let us reason.
Okay.
So that's what we do. We go and we
You
reason.
interpret it this way, you interpret it that way. I'm like, that doesn't apply.
Book's gonna get read, buddy.
No question.
Why are you saying that like you don't have the same issue in your religion? You have different sects of Muslims. Like, you guys don't all interpret the Quran the same.
People like, what's wrong with you? It's literally a problem any book that is being read is going to have.
Sure, but you have your smartest guys get together with a consensus.
Sit.
And as an average person rely on their hikmah and their wisdom, and that's it.
I mean,
Just allocate the responsibility
Nice.
to the group of people. And you
People are members pastors of churches that have their wise elder teachers, doctors, theologians that started their particular school of thought on how to study these ancient secret books. And it's identical to yours. They're both just people trying to read a book because the only way to read a book is for everyone to agree on what the book means when they read it.
Man, one thing I know for sure, I'd rather keep the law and then get to the gate and then being told, hey, you didn't have to do all of that, than not to keep and get there, well, you had to do those things.
Great.
I agree. Absolutely.
Like,
Yeah, I'd rather do too much than too little.
exactly.
Even
That's the Megatron.
We're not against Megatron, we just have a different understanding. He's still our brother.
yeah,
Our brother from a different mother, different God,
it just
different lawlessness.
Yes, the world is a kaleidoscope of perspectives, theologies, and experiences.
Does Megatron believe that he has to uphold the law as much as he can, and he's based on what's applicable, all that stuff, or he just the law?
He doesn't want you to get anywhere near his bacon.
The BLT.
But you know what's funny, Smiler? Like, Jesus literally sent demons to pork. Like, what would you eat
That's
pork?
true.
Why
He
would you
has
send
angels
demons to
there
pork?
as part of an exorcism.
yeah, that's the pork that like that demon pork. I saw some little conspiracy theorist video where they were trying to say like, oh, parasites are demons, and that's why Jesus sent the demons at the pigs because they got parasites. I'm like, yeah,
You're doing too much, man. And we're not saying that you have to keep the law to be saved, by the way. We're not
Right.
saying that. We believe that salvation is through Jesus alone and our justification is in Christ. We believe we keep the law because Christ justified us, not to be justified. Kind of like if you go to jail and then you go to jail because you committed a crime, and then Jesus goes there and bails you out, now you're out of jail, you don't commit crimes anymore. You try your best not to be a criminal again. You know, that's what you're doing.
That's human nature. What if you do? Keep saying.
That's why we have grace.
No, Paul says you're of the devil. You are of the devil.
Yes, they're already reformed criminals. You understand? They've already been given another chance after imprisonment.
Paul says you can't sin no more. One more sin, you're of the devil. You're done.
what are you talking about?
Okay, so you guys.
You know, I know some people still together understanding the Bible.
Nigga, you better read that. If you say one time you of the devil, get the hell out of here.
Okay, that's just so easy to find verses nowadays.
I think it's that he's quoting John. That's not even Paul. That's how I know you don't know what you're talking about.
Paul is my
They only show synthesis. They never quote like a whole, like, you know.
confusion is Paul.
I think it says he is the sinners of the devil, something like that. But that's John.
John Doe. John Doe said that. Jane Doe.
John Doe.
But I think the key word in that verse is sin. Because you sin doesn't mean you were a sinner. You know, you can fall short. And that
What does the verse say?
Well, that's very deep. Just
I think
because
so.
Jesus is a sinner.
I'm gonna read the verse. You brought out the verse. Better read it. Muhammad said if you make a claim, it's the burden of proof is on you.
Yeah, break it down for us.
I get it.
It's not about saying nothing. You're
Muslims be breaking Muhammad's law all the time, making claims without bringing proof. You better hear and obey, nigga.
That's John. Okay. No, it's definitely. Okay, so I think you're right. It's actually John.
Exactly.
But as far as John said, I think Paul has to say something about you can't say no more.
Paul has to say it. We gotta get Paul.
You better say something.
verse.
So there is a standard that God will use. I mean, I understand we'll eventually in heaven because of His mercy, but that's what the law is. The law, just
I think I can lift the verse on
your actions against the standard. If you think,
Hold on.
I don't know.
Margo, lift the verse. Hold on, guys. Jesus' mission was primarily for Israel. Yeah. Matthew 15:24. I was sent only for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Right?
It goes against
So
Christian.
hold on, wait. Jesus never commanded the Gentiles to keep the law of Moses. You'll notice something about Jesus never tells the Gentiles to keep the Sabbath, never tells us to be circumcised, never tells us to keep kosher. Mark 7:18-19, Jesus declared all foods clean, right? Which directly undercuts kosher laws. When the Gentiles approached Jesus, yeah, well, listen, I'm not even going to go into that point. Basically, Jesus points to the new basis of faith and love, right? That the law was for the Israelites, not for the Gentiles. I don't know what's so confusing about it.
Yeah, so the reason, so you have a couple issues, right? But Jesus has only sent, hold on, wait.
Let me just finish this last
You
point,
just
then you can go. No. Right? When Jesus said, I did not come to abolish the law in Matthew 5:17, Jesus fulfilled the law, completed its role, embodied it perfectly. Fulfillment requiring everyone forever to keep it. Yes, sacrifice, priesthood, and purity laws all pointed to him. So was all the sacrifice that Jesus did was for nothing?
Okay, so let's go with the first one. So when Jesus says that or Mark really says all foods are clean, even Christian scholars do not take that as him saying the dietary laws are no longer valid. And when Jesus says, all right, time to create some social media accounts for my campaign. Politics is going digital. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. All right, time to create some social media accounts for my campaign.
Rumor says Adam Sandler.
You can just do whatever.
An action hero runs for Congress, you know he's ready to fight for you. I'm not
Israel is the fact that the prophecies come to Israel. The prophet Jesus or God only dealt with Israel as a nation. Exactly. So the Jews, hold on, wait. The Jews have the context. The Jews know what a Messiah is, what the predictions and the prophecies are, and so he goes to them. But then later on, the Great Commission is to the whole world. And then likewise, even Paul was sent to the Gentiles. And people have to remember the Gentiles were always a part of Israel. If you are someone who wants to follow God, you are considered Israel. Even if you were born an Israelite, but you don't want to follow God, you're not considered an Israelite. And so Gentiles and Israel separation isn't really there. And then Paul, when Paul was sent to the Gentiles, you're either going to say Paul's a hypocrite because Paul said, I told people to stay away from meat sacrificed to idols and away from blood. And then he also says, meat sacrificed to idols is nothing, so you can eat it. So either Paul is telling us something, like when you're under a certain circumstance, you don't have to sit there and worry about every nitty-gritty thing, or you're going to say he's a hypocrite. And the last thing I'll say is, remember when Paul said that he told the Gentiles only to abstain from adultery, meat sacrificed to idols, and blood, he said for the law or Moses is preached
Every Shabbat.
every Sabbath.
So he knows that they're going to go and learn about the laws as they go.
So that means then the sacrifice that Jesus made in terms of taking to the cross, him being the new high priest and all that was all for nothing.
No, it isn't for nothing. The true fulfillment is in Christ, but it doesn't even get rid of the sacrifices. According to future prophecy, I think it's in Isaiah and Ezekiel, there will be sacrifices again in the new millennial reign.
So
All offer sacrifices after Jesus death and resurrection.
So when you read Luke 24:44, when the law points to Christ, and then in John 1:17, the law was given through Moses, grace and truth came through Jesus Christ. So basically what you're saying is that the sacrifice Jesus made by taking to the cross and all that was for nothing.
No,
See, notice how the grace is from Jesus Christ, because Moses gave the law, because you're going to get condemned by the law. If you break the law, hold on, wait. No, I do believe what Paul's saying. I just don't make him out to be a hypocrite. And so the law came through Moses because you were going to be condemned by the law if you break it. Where Jesus comes in a period of grace. So his grace allows you to break the law, not telling you to break the law, but allows you to break the law without the punishment. And so it gives you time to become better and better.
Exactly.
So what about in Acts 15:10-11, when Peter says putting the law on the Gentiles is a yoke even Jews couldn't bear?
Yeah, because you're putting the entirety of the law, saying, look, you have to follow this whole law, otherwise you're not a part of the covenant. But that's not the proper way to understand it. And this is why Paul says that that you don't have to follow the law in order to enter into the covenant. And this is why he says that I only put these certain things because they'll learn the law as every Sabbath as Moses has preached. Because you can't just put the whole law onto people.
So what about Romans 10:4, when Christ is the end of the law for the righteousness?
The Greek doesn't say end of the law. The Greek says he's the goal of the law.
Oh, that's the Greek. Like, this is what I love this talk.
Yeah, so Jesus is telling you how you ought to demonstrate the law. So that's why whenever he would address the Pharisees and the Sadducees, he would show how they're hypocrites, how they're overburdensome, and they forget the weightier matters of the law, which is faithfulness and mercy, which means you have faith that they will get back up. A righteous man falls 7 times, but he gets back up. And then you have grace that you don't have to just punish them right away. Or mercy, same thing.
I think the interpretation, how you not have interpreted it, so all the church fathers, all the history, all of it was just all bollocks.
No, we're not saying that. I just think
Yeah, it is.
No, I think you have to, if you're going to follow Judaic religion, you gotta understand it from the Hebraic perspective. Instead of putting your trust in a bunch of Gentiles to understand the text, that's just how you see it. You gotta follow what Jesus says and what the first church, which was the Church of Jerusalem, that James, which was the brother of Jesus, started that church. That's the church that you have to get the true understanding.
And so the law that was given to Israel under the old covenant, are we, the church, the bride of groom, under the old covenant, or are we under?
No, you're not under the old covenant. No, we're not.
So that means Gentiles does not have to keep that law.
No, that's not what
The
it
old
means.
covenant. Yes, it is.
I actually want you to read something for me. Is that okay? 1 second. Let me part.
Yeah, and I'll just mention again, a covenant does not negate the previous laws. A covenant is a marriage, an agreement between two people. I can have an ex-wife that I had a covenant with, and now I have a new wife that I have a covenant with. None of that means my laws or my rules or my morals changed. It just means I entered into a different.
There's many things, many laws that the New Testament doesn't talk about. The New Testament doesn't talk about bestiality. Does that mean Gentiles can commit bestiality? No. Like, so you gotta read that in the context. Can you read Revelation 2:6? Any of you?
Hi, I'd like to make a deposit, a big one. Sure thing. How many slices we got?
Okay.
people drastically righteous, right?
People, hey, come follow my culture. Your goal is to preach Jesus, and then as they follow Jesus, they learn the ways of the and naturally you will start to keep more of his commandments, because you gotta remember, like, these other people have laws and ways that are just not gonna be in line with the ways of Israel. And so you can't just say, oh well, as long as you're doing this, you can, like A was saying, you can't just say, okay, well, bestiality is okay in my culture, and Paul only told me to stay away from meat sacrificed to idols, blood, and adultery, and now I'm good. No, there's gonna be things that you can't do. And the last one example that I like to put is that if you're a business owner, you do not have the right to make your employees work 7 days a week. You got to give them a day off. And so if you think that you can make people work 7 days a week, you're breaking the Sabbath. And if you think that you have to give them a day off, then you just admitted that actually, no, I do have to keep the Sabbath.
Right. And if you look at Ephesians 4 or 5, I think it's 4, that Paul says Gentiles will be fellow citizens. Which city is he talking about? He's talking about Jerusalem, because that's the new kingdom. The new Jerusalem that comes down in Revelation, that's the kingdom of Christ, when Christ is going to come and rule for 1,000 years. They're going to be Jews and Gentiles. Do you think there's going to be a section for the Gentiles to eat pork and the Jews come? Like, no. Like,
Yeah,
when
that's not
you're a
gonna be
fellow
pork there.
citizen, oh yeah. Do you think, like, come on. When you become a citizen of a country, you have to abide by the law in that country.
Pork.
stop with this temple smell. You guys really want to see like? You guys, this would be a big problem if they guys.
Bart, tell me with a straight face that if your like family had tickets to one of the temple sacrifices and you could fly over to Israel and see a bunch of Jews dressed up as priests bringing a sacrifice, you're telling me you would refuse that ticket?
I would probably cry the entire time they're doing the sacrifice. I would probably go there to see if it's literally happening, but I would probably be crying.
I'm sorry, you would go there to see if it's literally happening?
And then be upset.
That is a ticket worth buying.
It's literally like desecrating Christ. Like, I hate it.
Okay, wait. If the Pope said it was okay, would you then be watching eagerly?
He's gonna have to give me some really, really good justification. Like,
Hey,
like a
the
12
Pope is infallible. They said so. Like 50 years ago.
Not with stuff like that. That's crazy. That don't mean saying if he's okay with sacrifice.
What do you actually have? One temple on one hill in one city.
The temple, I don't mind.
Alright, one temple.
Plateau. No, temple.
Beautiful location. You gotta love the location.
Mariah is everything. But I'm just saying. And I've been to Israel. I'm gonna just wait till I finish. Very scared. I was very scared when I was there. You have to, when you get on the bus, you see the wall. It's like, it's very, I don't know, scary, bro. It's like being on a, to me, it's like being on a scary ride. It's like being on a roller coaster ride. And then you ask yourself, like, wow, why, really? You wanted me to see this for what?
Were you in the room last night when we were researching the Jerusalem syndrome?
The Jerusalem syndrome, what's that?
Yeah, what's that?
Oh my gosh, the Jerusalem syndrome is a recognized mental disorder that happens to people in usually Jerusalem, but Israel. There are similar other syndromes, like something's called like that Helsinki syndrome or something, but it's talking about Florence in Italy, and there's another one for Paris, the Paris syndrome, which happens to people from like Tokyo that go to Paris.
So what is the Jerusalem syndrome?
But the Jerusalem syndrome has some interesting markers. The person gets like separated from whatever group they had when they were there. They wander the streets. They usually take a hotel bed sheet and wrap themselves in a cloak, and then preach to everyone to return to simple things in life.
Really?
Dude, and the most popular majority of the people that fall sway to this are Southern Baptist Americans.
And who was the founder of this syndrome?
Okay, so I don't know who founded it. It simply has been noted, and they get like at least 20 a year that had no prior mental health disorders. There's bigger numbers for like prior mental health.
Maybe something spiritual. Who knows?
Sure. Listen, the rabbi said that prophecy was sort of pushed away to the children and the crazies.
Maybe it's the devil trying to create new prophets, false prophets.
Could be false prophets. You got to be careful with that. But it is, and they also have stats. I think they need to be protected in a single university.
That's a fact. It can't be.
It can't be. See that?
There's no dualism. Yeah.
Exactly. Can't be enough. Thank you.
Okay, it's not
Because
because
he has to ask, first of all.
Okay, everybody, this is the Sign Tour performed by candidate John Kitover running in the 16th district to unseat and defeat Darren LaHood. From Rockford to Bloomington Normal to Peoria, we are helping to liberate Illinois one congressional district at a time. This is your magical Sign Tour.
So remember it says that the nations have to come to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacle. That's Father.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yep.
right, they come.
Right. So it's like how would it How do they explain that Jesus keep everything? Right. You see what I'm saying? And it's as if they don't come to celebrate it, that Jesus is going to punish them. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's sweet.
That's right. Be there, be square. Feast of the Tabernacles. Need a temple to do it properly, guys.
Yeah, that's true.
Sometimes I do half pork. Sometimes I do ground meat. Sometimes it depends. Depends on my mood. We do like 80-20. You know, it all depends. Then I take it and I put a few eggs. And I put a few eggs. I put don't tell me nothing in that all these like pre-made breadcrumb shit that tastes like breadcrumbs. I can not use Four Seasons.
Breadcrumbs. He said Four Seasons breadcrumbs.
All right, okay, that's how.
Give him space. Give him answer space.
Four Seasons. I'm coming. Four Seasons and fucking Aldi's, man. Who says I don't buy everything in Aldi's?
Yeah.
My bad. Purchases. I was gonna say. Oh, alright, yeah, that makes sense, man. My bad.
Don't you come into this house and disrespect Aldi's.
You disrespect me while you're talking to me like that. Aldi's the best. But it's not the only place. It's not the only place.
I think
What kind of tomatoes do you use? I use like the Canto San Marzano.
I use the grape tomatoes. They're made in Israel.
Some olive oil.
Fake Christmas. Remember that?
like nothing. Again, Bart is a fake. You have
Let's
like
talk about keeping the law. You guys talk about keeping the law here.
you're a fake Catholic anyway.
What about you guys not receiving Eucharist? I mean, that's all you got to do. Or venerating Mary. Like, what about me
Huh?
Abide by some Europe.
Say that again.
Venerating Mary,
When?
blood and body, and the Eucharist.
How is that about Mary?
Venerating Mary?
You're talking about the communion, like when they did it Passover?
Venerating Mary.
What that got to do with Mary?
No, I'm saying there's two things. I'm saying venerating Mary and doing the Eucharist every time we go to Mass.
Is Mary of minimized import in the Ethiopian Christian tradition?
Don't know anything about Ethiopian.
Well, I'll tell you, the Europeans go bonkers for Mary. Like shit.
I tried once, but never twice.
You guys are. I don't know how I own.
She got convicted by the law. That's what happened.
She just got convicted. That's all it was.
Yeah, she's like, damn, I know, I gotta throw away the fork in my house.
Yo, she just started being a Christian 2 years ago, and then she's gonna come and tell us, like, oh, we're doing it wrong. No, I can never do that. People be in their feelings. I don't get it.
The word of God is a sharp, double-edged sword.
You don't want to come here no more because we had it.
And she even contradicted herself. She said Jesus in Matthew 5, he's talking to the Jews, but then she then says Mark 7, Jesus said all things are clean. So according to your logic, he's still talking to the Jews. All things are clean to the Jews, not to you. So she was just contradicting herself.
Yeah, it's true.
I never really like his argument over there. All foods are clean.
Could you be contradicting herself but still be right?
Yeah, but we know she's wrong.
Yes. Chances are, if you're contradicting yourself, you are right because you've overstepped the boundaries.
Is that really
being right or wrong?
She got really upset because you know. Did you do it for no reason? She couldn't get over that.
But she didn't say nothing to us though.
She messaged me saying she's not coming back here no more. I don't know what the fuck
Tyler, did we overtalk her?
Yes, well, nah.
What is she
what she's even talking about.
This victim type thing is annoying as hell.
Yeah, for real. Yo, it be mad dark in here too. And I don't really think a lot of white people like hanging out with me. I'm keeping real, so this how I like it. They don't want to hang out in here. Too dark in here.
Put her in the Israelite room.
That's right. If they think it's too dark in here, Paul, maybe they feel like it's too dark. You know? So I don't like when I think a lot of people get offended over that. See me, I don't. I do. I start chatting on my kids frequently. I think I don't know why people be in their feelings about these basic conversations. Like, this conversation's not even that serious. Like,
and we're not gonna change your life. You can still leave and still do what you want to do. Like, there's nothing you can do about it.
I'm open about the shit that I'm different about. Y'all make fun of me about it. I don't care.
Well, I've been studying virology since 2008, and the amazing thing is that most people do not get that sick from.
See what I'm saying? And Iran has the technology to fucking attack all of these oil reserves. And if they do that, I mean, they'll be out of business. They'll have to shut down the business, shut down the country. Saudi Arabia will be out of money. Because they have all this money invested in like a whole bunch of different countries. America, you have other countries that they have invested money in. So, they have to keep making X amount of money to be able to operate and be able to donate and do this and that, and if they don't have any money coming in, and I used to think that why are you such fucking relying on oil? Why don't you open up your own thing? Like, all countries, they found a way. That's right. That's right. My thing, my dad said as soon as he got a Canadian passport, you know his income went up, his salary went up 1.5 times.
Where are you? What's your origin? Where are you from?
I'm thinking about it in a smaller room. We have Zionists come back to the audience right now, like Rabbi, and we have the anonymous account that's probably recording.
It's coming back. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Free speech, baby.
I know, but these idiots, they're trying to find information on it. And that's how it is. You just gotta be, careful. I think they're about to do a raid. So much of police.
A lot of people are leaving TikTok, I heard.
Oh yeah, so this new app
All the
called,
censorship that they have.
I downloaded this new app called Upscroll, but it's missing some features. Right, it's an exact copy of Instagram for right now, but you can't really do live. But you can upload videos, up to 20 minutes videos. You can upload pictures. I've been doing it, every day, and I got I think up to 25, 30 followers so far in the last 2-3 days.
Where is the servers hosted? Not in the States, are they?
Twitter. No, but the Twitter, they took away, so we have the brother Suleiman Ahmad on Twitter. He's like huge. He's an investigative journalist. He did so many fucking rooms on this against the Zionists after 7th of October. He even dismantled the whole narrative, the 7th of October bullshit that they've been spreading around. You know what the Israeli IDF did? IDF is on Twitter. They put his name on one of the rockets and shot at Gaza. That's how disturbed these IDF in Israel was because of him getting. He used to have 3, 4, 5,000 people in his space every day. Yes, Rabbi.
What's happened to him?
They took away, so they got triggered so badly, they mass reported him, they don't want to shit, and they took away his monetization from Twitter. He's got almost 1 million followers on Twitter.
Yeah, you're gonna have
So he can't monetize it. Yes, Rabbi, what do you want to say today?
No, just checking in.
Checking in? Is it attendance check?
Rabbi, I went to your school.
Let me put a check mark right next to your name. Hold on.
Very cool.
Let me call on everybody's name. Like Rabbi, I'm here. Let me put a check mark. Like an idiot, bro. God had Zionism part of his plan, and there's a region called Israel. He named it Israel.
Yep.
To be part of the part of his land. Is that
all of God's creation is God's creation. The point is that the place of Israel, this region, is where his descendants from Jacob were supposed to live. And just pretty specific precepts of the Torah.
I just want to see according to fire.
Hi guys, hi Amir, hi Karnan.
Right, would you like to come up and at least say hello to us, Introduce yourself, you can go back down. We don't bite here, man. It's all respect.
So, Fire, did you know that God is a Zionist?
If you can hang on a second, Carmen, what's up with your brother?
Yo, what's good, Amir? Good, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for coming out. I wanted to give you a follow back or to see if it's a real person. You've been on the Palestinian side? You've been supporting the Palestinians?
Of course, all the way.
Alright, cool. Do you want to chime in just for Raza Pahlavi really quick? What do you think about it?
Fuck Reza Pahlavi.
Thank you for coming out, man. Just give me a follow back.
Let's start with sure. You gotta improve.
Anyways, Kartik, sorry I interrupted you. I just wanted to make sure he's not an AI. But it's a good Kartik.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to swallow this whole thing with God being a Zionist.
It's in the Torah.
That's something stupid. The person who said that is stupid as well, and it's probably Black Crab.
Black Rabbi said that, but I don't understand. Can you point me to where it says that in the Torah, though?
God wanted his children to land in the land of Zion. It's like all throughout the books of the prophets. It's a whole thing. It's over and over again. King David, King Solomon.
Land of Zion. Land of Zion. It's not two different things. Land of Zion.
It's the same. The reason that idea comes from people made God like embrace the whole concept of God and the show, the creator of the universe. Allah is his rights.
Kartik, here's the problem with this rabbi character's position, right? So you have atheist, agnostic, right, coming into this land, named Theodore Herzl. The Theodore Herzl didn't even come to. You have Theodore Herzl, the founding father. You have Jabotinsky, another founding father. You have Eliezer ben Yehuda, that's another founding father, because he's the one that revised the language that they speak inside Israel. Right, that modern Hebrew. Same way, you had the Rothschild, right? Majority of them, Ben Gurion, were atheists or agnostic. They didn't believe in the scripture that this guy believes in, right? And yet they established a state. It was only like a safe zone for the Jews. That's what they wanted to do. On the ships when they were coming in, they had please allow us in here, please. A lot of countries denied their ships. British denied it. U.S. in 1939 denied a ship full of 600 Jews. And their reason was that there might be some Nazis amongst them. That's why. So they denied the whole fucking ship. They're like, nope. And when they came to British land and Palestine, there was a lot of animosity, but some of them did welcome them.
Well, it's obvious that Black Rabbi has been drinking the Zionist Kool-Aid.
No, I'm about unity of all people.
They injected him with Zionism. When he went over there, they handcuffed him and the man whooped him. Did you see his video?
Dennis, the bull is here. It's time for your bull rush, Dennis. Dr. Dennis's bull rush.
He was dust on his boots, she was dirt on her dress. Met in the back of a church, both a little bit red. He said I chased every thrill, she said I run every road. They lay
watched them crumble like old stone to become true in the hand of the Father, heart into heart, under one holy name. You and me, babe, at the feet of our Maker, learning to love by the light of His grace, wisdom and truth, making one out of two by the word of the Lord of all things. He forgets where he leaves his pride. She reminds him who he is. They still argue over small things, but they always end in a kiss. Open Bibles on the table, little fingerprints on every page. They're raising up a little choir, teaching tiny hearts to praise, to become true in the hand of the Father, heart into heart, under one holy name. You and me, babe, at the feet of our Maker, learning to love by the light of His grace, wisdom and truth, making one out of two by the word of the Lord of all. When the storms roll over the valley and the dark feels heavy and long, we remember the voice that called us, spoke our weakness into a song. I am yours, you are mine, but above us stands a higher vow.
Okay, Dennis, this is your song, Dennis. This is called Bullish of Holy Spirit for Dr. Dennis. Thanks for all your support over all these years, Dr. Dennis. You hear this, Dr. Dennis? This is your bull rush. This is a reverse bull rush for qualified investors only. You have to have a minimum of $250,000 cash. That means you got to have a minimum of about $2 million. This is the Kosher Shekel Fund. I'm good, John. How are you doing?
I'm doing excellent, sir. What about you?
John, what have you noticed about your life whenever you meet another John? Are you happy that you know another John? Because I love all the Johns that I know, and really I love them because of our name. And if you read the Bible, I mean, our good name is right there, and it's the precursor to the Messiah. It's such a consequential name. It's almost as important as Jesus itself.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but
Are you? No, he baptized Jesus. His head was cut off for Christ's sake. It's an important metaphor. It is the precursor to the Messiah. It's in the book. Our name. I'm just saying, it's something to always remember. Even if your name is Mark. I know people named Luke. Why do you think Luke Skywalker is Luke Skywalker, my friend? It's in the book.
there's probably something behind it. A lot of those things are really interesting, but yeah, no, actually, John, you know, when there's other Johns, this one has a very small child. We had this church that we went to, and there was about 6 or 7 kids, 6 or 7 only, and there were 3 John Lees in there. And so we had to go by John Lee 1, John Lee 2, and John Lee 3, and I was John Lee 3. This is how common the name is. Not only John, but John Lee. I went to Rio one time in Las Vegas, and there was, I forgot what he said. I think it's a room of like 6,000 or something like that. But 40 of them were registered under John Lee. I said, how is that even possible? Right? Must have been a bunch of Koreans at a convention. Who knows what? I don't know. But yeah, this name is so common that I have to throw in my middle initial all the time. Just to parse it out. But yeah. And just the first name John, not just my last name. I see Johns all the time. Everyone, there's another John.
It's feng shui. It's feng shui or gematria. 4 is the number of letters in John, and Lee is 3. So 4 times 3 is 12. 12 is 1 plus 2 is 3. So it's all about the feng shui or the connection between numbers and names.
And one thing, John, I just launched a YouTube channel a few hours ago. And apparently, according to Bob, I need 50 subscribers in order to stream what I'm doing. This is
pin your link.
In my community.
Pin it.
It's in the chat.
Well, can you pin it? Because then I can just click it. I can't, I'd have to go to the browser, then go back to the YouTube.
I could pin it, but
Food for Christ Ministries?
Yeah.
I thought it was Fool.
Well, this is something different. This is for the clubhouse only. Now, the Food for Christ Ministries is actual offline and something on the street.
See, I can't get to it. See, you gotta pin it because I literally, you have to make these things quick, easily, and accessible to people that want to click.
I agree.
That means just go to your YouTube, copy and paste it, and go back to here and update your link. It's very simple to do. You know, you got 22 more minutes left. Make the most of your opportunity now.
Okay. You talked me into it, sir. So I'm gonna copy the link.
John, my favorite part of your 2-hour Clown House experience every morning in your full room is your closing prayer. That's my favorite part. You know, I really feel the positive vibrations in your closing prayer. So I thank you, sir.
You know what? Started this actually. It's a guy by the name of JJ. He actually recommended that I do that. And I said, that's a good idea. And I did that, and then I added to that by opening prayer. And I think, and along with, that's why I was so reluctant to change this pin link here because I want the Bible passage, there all the time. But I'll do exactly what you said, and have the end of the day to.
You'll have 50 subscribers before you can blink.
We'll see. I think a lot of people will want to view what I'm doing, and so I think you're right. I think that'll probably happen because I've think there's a lot of people motivated to want to watch a live stream. And it's not dependent upon me, it's dependent upon them to subscribe. And so I've been reluctant for many. I've seen YouTubers like my friend James Tired. I was one of his first 100 subscribers, and he has, I don't know how many tens of thousands right now. And I've known John Kerry. I've known a lot of people. Jake the Muslim physician. Whole bunch of people that they have like tens of thousands, even over 100,000 viewers now, or subscribers. But I was always averse to it. The monetization really rubbed me wrong. I did not whatsoever want to be involved in that. But this, I'm okay with because I know every dime is going to go help feed the homeless. And so there's no administration costs for me. There's nothing. I don't even want anything. This, every single dollar coming in here is going to go to buy something for the homeless, to feed them. Because there are a lot of needy people in my neighborhood, in my community. And I know it's not, maybe not part of your community, but I'm thinking about possibly expanding at a different day to like maybe Wednesdays at a place in Santa Ana. Or no, it's not Santa Ana, the city of Orange. At a park there. Very much a lot of needy people there. And I know that because I have an RV and I go to parks a lot to just hang out. Man. They're just there all day. They look pretty bummed out. I think they would enjoy me. So this is what I want to do. And hopefully, if you guys participate in any manner, I'd appreciate it. Even if you pray for it and you see things grow, you can feel part of it. And I'm excited about this. I'm excited about this because, like, number one, like, when I think about it and all the things that I've done in my life, this is what I want to do. It feels great to know what one really wants to do. And
is that Augustus? Yo, what up, Augustus? Hello? That is like probably, you know, if you're in the military, you got to have a secret passcode to get into the perimeter, you know? So, like, if you're approaching, you know, a soldier and it's your base, it's like you got to have a call sign. So, it's the ultimate call sign. Hello? Because think about that, like the German, the French, the Italian, like if they can't do that back without an accent, you know that they're not part of the hello gang, basically.
oh my God, that is hilarious.
It is funny, isn't it?
Dude, it's so funny, bro. I even have my wife doing it, and she doesn't even go on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Like that. It's just so
Your wife, I've heard her say it a lot.
X-Face is saying it too.
What's your wife's name? Michelle?
No, it's Steph.
Oh, Steph. You know why I keep thinking Michelle's? Because I had this good manager that I worked with, and but yeah, your wife is dope. And how's what's your son's name? Oh yeah, Augustus Jr., right?
Yeah, AJ.
Oh, AJ. Well, that's like supposed to. And is it? Oh, I see.
Working on a website design today.
You know, I made one for Kennedy.
Be interested in this, so they're gonna go into beta test. If you want to become an early user, early adopter to it, I'll hook you up.
Yeah, I'm down to try anything, you know.
So, find your mentor and basically sign up and courses that people pay monthly fees to take. So you could like it could be anything. It could be like you could teach people about the books that you read and do like a book reading class, and people will sign up for like $10 a month or whatever to join.
Are you working for the company or are you investing in it?
They offered me as a partial owner, but I'm just doing their web design right now as like a contract, and they loved it so much they were like, "Can you do our marketing next, and we'll give you a percentage of the company, the salary."
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I'm just like, "Yo, let's just get this thing out the door because I wanna start offering classes." I got a couple ideas, so I'm gonna teach people how to use the AI video and AI imagery artwork programs. So it'll be like this week you can learn how to use Midjourney. Next week you learn Nano Banana. The next week you learn Chat LGBT.
Yeah. I've seen you know, like
people like $50 a month or whatever, and then promote it on my Instagram and on my X Spaces.
yeah, I've seen these types of like, you know, university or subscription or access to this, you know, publishing. And the thing is, I'd be happy to try it. Are you using Rumble?
No.
So Rum is the ticker symbol for Rumble, and I don't have the patience. I think it sucks. I've never even been able to successfully create an account. I've like once, you know, and I uploaded a long form video, like an hour long thing. But I will definitely beta test, you know, and try this app or website, whatever, you know, I'll be happy. I have so many videos I can upload. I've been doing Sora now on like 20 phones. I have so many. Just go on Sora and type in John Kitover, and you're gonna laugh your ass off.
Well, you could like a great example of what you could do with this new emerging tech is offer people a class on how to make the cool Sora stuff, and charge people, you know, $10 a month. And I'm gonna invite Michael up. So I just met Michael maybe like a week or two ago through my friend Dustin Stockton, who's in Florida. Michael is in Florida as well, and we've been in communications via email. I'm gonna invite him up. Can you send him an invite?
Yeah, I sent it to him.
My invite worked. He's up. Hey, what's up, Michael?
Hey man, what's going on, bro? How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Just got some up on my first job.
Hey, Michael.
Hey man, you in Chicago?
Yep.
Right on. Yeah, I live down here in Southwest Florida, down in Fort Myers. We have quite a bit of contingency of folks from Chicago area down here.
Yeah.
You're actually running for Congress, Jim Oberweis. You know Jim?
Mr. Oberwise.
Yeah, Jim Oberweis. We also have Catalina Louth. She ran against Jim up in Illinois.
John ran for Congress out in Chicago.
I'm still running. I'm a write-in candidate.
Are you not running as a Republican?
I am, but they removed me from the ballot. Insufficient signatures, so I'm a write-in candidate.
God. Fucking, I don't know how you guys deal with the politics up there, bro. I can imagine. I mean, I live in the complete opposite bubble that you guys live in, right? Or that you live in. You know, it's nothing but Democrats up there. We don't have any elected Democrats here. Not at the local, not at the state or, you know, national level. I mean, we live in a very conservative bubble down here.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to build a network down there. I'm in DC, and so built a nice network here in DC of Republicans, and have been doing like work here and there for people around the country.
Bro, I saw your fucking email, man. What are you talking about? That's kick ass. You're working with Kennedy, man. That's pretty impressive, man.
Thank you. Yeah. And basically, man, like we moved out here so my wife could help him out at HHS. And she, is like a political appointee. When this gig is up, if he gets impeached or, we don't win the next election and he doesn't get HHS for a second go around, we're gonna leave and we're looking at Florida, and I'm like, well, now's the time for us to start building relationships there if we want to be there in 2 years, full time. So that's really why I wanted to connect with you. And I saw what you said in your reply, and listen, man, one hand washes the other. We both wash the face, right? Anything I could do for you, anything you could do for me, we'll help each other, along the way.
Yeah, no, absolutely, bro. Yeah, so, I spent the first, so I was born and raised in Palm Beach County, and, I live over here on the southwest coast now, 2 hours south of Tampa, and 2 hours west of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, the Gulf of America, baby. And, I'm still a licensed real estate broker, so if you guys want to come down here and purchase real estate, you can actually do it using Bitcoin or Ethereum. Right, I'm a certified crypto real estate broker. But I got into politics back in 2019, leading up to the 2020 election, and at that time, I had, I watched fake news. I fought Fox News, which is the same as fake news. Very conservative. Yeah, I was a registered Republican at 18 years old, but I never got off the couch to help a Republican. But when Trump came, that was totally different. Being in real estate, I had traveled, to Atlanta and other places and went to conferences where Trump spoke at, regarding real estate back to the early 2000s. So you can imagine my surprise and excitement, when he decided to get into politics, because that's what we really need, a business person to come in here and run it versus these, career politicians who just up here for self, glory and grifting off the system and all that stuff. Yeah, 100%. So I went down. I had a friend of mine. We all get together and have breakfast at this little place every morning. Yeah, I grew up outside the city, so it's kind of rural. Laid back a little bit. But the guy who owned the restaurant, he was like, Michael, he goes, every time you come in here, you start running your mouth. He goes, when you captivate the room and you get everybody fired up. And he goes, why don't you go down and join the local Republican Party? And I was like, what? I was like, there's a local Republican Party? I've lived here for 25 damn years. I never knew that. It just goes to show you how well the Republican Party message is, right? So anyway, I went down there and I met with the chairman and the secretary, and I was like, look, I'm here to, help President Trump win the 2020 election. And they go, oh, that's awesome. We need, great Republicans to get all, help get all of our Republicans reelected. And I was like, yeah, I don't give a shit about that. I was like, I'm here for Trump. And that was kind of like the shot across the bow. Well, 2 years later, they voted me in as chairman and kicked those people out. And, the rest is history. I worked for Lieutenant General Flynn. I hosted a fundraiser for the president 2 years ago.
Yeah, I met General Flynn this year. I received an award from Auntie Angie's house, Angela Stanton King's organization, alongside with Robert Malone and General Michael Flynn. We all got awards, and I got to meet him there, and he gave me his phone number and everything.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He really is. He's fighting a good fight, but like a lot of people in the grassroots part of politics, they understand their country's on fire, they understand their state's on fire, their city's on fire, but there's a big difference between being grassroots and actually understanding how politics is played. That's why I think Trump does really well, because he's a businessman. He knows the passion and what needs to be done, but he them about because you're not going to get anywhere. You know, you're going to have to sit down and, you know, do some hardcore, you know, tough conversations with people.
Are you in like do you have any kind of like relationship with the existing chair GOP Lee County?
Yeah, she's not a fan of me, and I'm not a fan of her. Yeah, she kind of hoodwinked us all. You know, when I sat down, I only said one term because, you know, we took the party over.
Is that my benefactor, Luke? Get your ass up here, Luke.
Thousands of dollars in the bank.
Got my car out of fucking tow and locked downtown Chicago. Message to you, Luke.
Get other people to run to the chair. And they were like, oh, yeah, I want to be chairman. And I was like, okay, well, you're going to have to challenge the current chair. And they're like, oh, no, we're not doing that. And I was like, okay. I was like, well, you're not the leader I thought you were. You identified a problem, but you're unwilling to do anything about it.
Health, wealth, love, Luke. Truth of the earth.
But the lady, you know, who is there now,
the Skywalker,
and me and my supporters, you know,
search your heart, Luke. You'll know it to be true. It can't be true. Search your feelings, Luke. To join me, Luke, and together we will strike down the Emperor and rule the galaxy! Yeah, you can't be my father! It's impossible! Is that the quote? I think I got the quote right. That's from Star Wars.
I sat on the state executive board committee. I know almost everybody in state politics here, and, you know, I know Joe Gruters. You know, me and Joe Gruters, who's the current chairman of the RNC, me and Joe were pretty much the only two Trump guys on the state executive board during the 2024 campaign. And me and Joe worked together on that.
Okay, let's go back to the Fools for Christ ministry.
And then if you notice, I don't even spend time anywhere else. I don't spend time on Discord. I'm already busy doing this other thing, by the way. And so the difference is this 2 hours every morning that used to be a dread. It was like, oh man, I want to call in sick. Now it's like, oh, I can't wait to open up another room. I just want to glorify Christ because He's worthy. He's so good. If anybody ever reads the Gospels, especially the Gospel of John, you literally see how good Jesus is. He heals. He weeps. He, you know, basically gives us the truth. He gives us His life. Shows us the way. And I want anyone who has an ear to hear to be able to turn from their sin and seek God and His kingdom first and His righteousness.
We got one live streamer. One live streamer out of like 20 phones.
All these things will be added unto us. This is a promise from God. And He promises.
That's it. We got one viewer. One viewer. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many phones you have on.
It is always truthful. It's always reliable.
Look, I have like 20 YouTube live streams going. And there's one person watching. That's it.
So anyway,
It's very boring, but Luke, is there anything you want to say? We're listening to John Lee preach. We're also listening to Augustus in an X space called Buy Bitcoin Talk to some Republican in Florida.
I thank you that
Oh, John Lee's crying.
you really care for us. And sometimes we don't recognize that because we're so self-involved in our own fleshly desires. Like they're bankrupt, bro. But this desire, okay, let's get away from leads to death. Let's start focusing on Florida. That's where it's at. So may we have a hunger
and a thirst for you. My connections down there, and that we may live started and be satisfied. Really having this conversation with Dustin. And so I pray that you watch over each and every one of us. Yeah.
This is John Lee closing prayer.
And that you may show yourself to be good, that we may taste and see that you are good. And be glad in it. And so I pray this in Jesus' name. And so God bless everybody. And have a blessed day.
Oh, that's the closing prayer of John Lee, everybody.
Not even walking in front of position. He said he was going to walk in front. And that's one of the main issues as well.
Yeah, they came to that.
You know, it was cold as shit up there, man. I couldn't.
Yeah, it was like a snowstorm.
Bro, it was like 5 degrees. I was born and raised here in South Florida, man. We came here, we went 75 up, 70, 75 up there, trying to get out here. So it was pretty tough for me last year being up there at that time. But we had a chance to get this year. We were going to get a super burger. I wish you could do that about that. It was not too far.
It's so funny, man. So we're gonna get a super cheesy burger and a chunk of milkshake.
With
Raw vegetables. Just a chunk of milkshake and hydration.
and regular size or large?
Regular.
That's gonna take some time to cook. Okay. Just not for when that buzzes, just come back and pay this ready.
Okay, next. It's the day after the full moon. Back to the cutting weight for the most delightful cheeseburger of your life. Here at Super Dog. Super Dog. Last time I was here, my car battery died.
And
this time,
it's Super Dog. She can get you warm like same day.
Okay.
Depending
How expensive is that?
it depends on the budget.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I mean, if you got an unlimited budget, it's going to be pricey on how much you want to be on there and stuff. But, the problem is, a lot of,
It's
a lot of America First candidates, they have really good talking points, but, and God bless them, but, they have no funding. They have, very little social followings, so it's tough, to get behind those people. Not to say that they couldn't do a good job, but, when you run a campaign, you got to have a name that's recognized in the community. You got to be able to fundraise on your own. You got to be able to get your own endorsements. That's when bigger groups, can come in and take you from, here to a lot higher level. But there's so many America First candidates that all they have is talking points. They got to be able to bring the whole package if they're truly going to compete.
Look at Fishback, he's America First, and all he's got is a Twitter account,
That guy's a retard, bro. I'm sorry, I'm a huge Byron Donalds fan. Byron's my congressman.
I think he's great too.
Yeah, I knew Byron before he ran for Congress.
Yeah.
Yeah, Byron's my guy. I was actually just texting with one of his close advisors this morning. Byron endorsed me back in 2023 when I was a freshman at the Republican Party of Florida. He endorsed me publicly to become the vice chairman of the state party as a freshman. And it was wild, bro, because most people were just like, man, who the fuck is this dude coming out of nowhere? I've done some things politically in 5 years that a lot of people haven't done their entire career, and it pissed off a lot of the Republicans within the old party, because they're kind of like, man, what the hell's going on here? But yeah, Fishback, he's got a lot of baggage from his private life. of course, the way that he's attacking Byron and all this other stuff, it's not going to end well for him. His fundraising's horrible.
Yeah, fundraising's in the gutter.
Yeah, it was reported he raised $900. His first campaign filing report. Byron's sitting over here with $45 million in the bank. That's what I'm saying. These guys might have good talking points, but if you don't have a known name, whether it be through politics or be through your personal, career and work or whatever it is, the system, the way the system is set up, it just makes it that much harder for those individuals to, gain any traction.
Yeah, 100%. The one thing with Byron, though, that I think he needs to do is like his graphic design and his video. Like, he's got an amazing fundraising machine, which is 80% of a campaign. But what I think he needs help with is messaging, and I think he needs to be unafraid of debating. And really get trained up.
An action hero runs for Congress.
He's got the proper team behind him to.
I'd like to make a deposit.
Being able to just slaughter in debates. So messaging. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, Byron relies a lot on going on, Fox News and national news and stuff like that. I get it. I mean, he's, a high profile figure, I reached out to Byron and I was like, hey, I got the president. Something happened here. How did you get the president to come and speak? And I was like, I know some people. So I'm good friends with Roger Stone. And got him to come over here. And when I was backstage with the president and Byron, I had already knew, years ago that Byron was going to run, for governor once DeSantis was over. That was one of the reasons why President Trump didn't pick him to be the vice president. From what I understood, it came down between J.D. Vance and Byron. But, politically speaking, Trump didn't need Byron. It could have been helpful for the black vote, but, we don't need like two Trump guys. So Trump had to reach out to the quote unquote, other side of the party, which, J.D. Vance was, declared never Trumper, to try and unite the party a little bit. Plus Don Jr. was really pushing him because they're good friends. But I think Byron was going to be running for governor. And when I was in that room with the president and Byron's kids came into the room back then with us, and his youngest boy ran all the way across the room and jumped up into President Trump's arms. And I looked at Byron and I was like, no shit. I was like, man, you got it like that, bro? He goes, yeah, me and the president are really close. So when the president came out and said, hey, I know somebody who would be really awesome for the next governor of Florida, that would be Byron Donalds. That was kind of like a setup. That was already like pre-planned. And then about a week or so later, that's when Byron actually announced. But, he's got the national following. He's got all that. Everyone knows who he is here locally. But, I understand he doesn't want to get into debating, with Fishback and Jay Collins and Paul Rayner and shit like that because he's so far ahead of the polls. But we're still early. I'm sure there'll be a governor debate. There's no doubt about that.
I would love to work on his campaign, man. I think that...
Yeah, the people who ran in his campaign were the guys that were heavily involved with the president's campaign. President Trump basically gave him his presidential campaign and said, here you go.
Got it. Yeah, I would love to work with the president's team too, but I mean, I asked RFK Jr. if I could do that, and to no avail has that manifested. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to see Kennedy do a lot more than he's done. I'm gonna be honest with you. He came out and said, hey, let's get rid of big pharma from advertising on television. Like they got rid of, tobacco from advertising. I would love to see that. I mean, you look at the network televisions, Bro, that's like 60-70% of all their advertising comes from like, big pharma. If you can do that, you can probably stop a lot of the biased fake news, the shit that comes out because they're heavily supported by big pharma.
100%, dude. I want to see a whole bunch of crazy shit happen, like the 5G shit. That shit's got to go. The chemtrails have got to go. I mean, you name it. Nah, I'm pushing it. I have Instagram that has like 235,000 followers on it, and it's basically in a hard case support channel. And what I do is I'm like, do you support him banning, something, right? Something he hasn't talked about yet. And people are like, yeah. And then I'll float it by his team and be like, yo, look, everybody wants him to do this. And people would support that. So then he'd be like, okay, let's work on that. And we did it with Coca-Cola first. And then we did it with the chemtrails, and now he's got like a chemtrail board. We're doing it with the vaccines. Everything that you kind of see slowly trickling out is a lot of it, is stuff that I'm like kind of pushing in the background on the social media side, right? And getting like 100,000 people to get behind it, because some of them like they'll go viral, it'll be like 100,000 likes, 2 million, 3 million views,
Yeah. So John, what are you up to with your campaign? Who are you running against?
I'm running against Darren LaHood in the 16th district, which is like Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal. It's the top and center of Illinois. It's the 16th district, and it's been a really amazing journey. I'm living my best life, and I got to get to the gym pretty soon. Hello.
This is his first time doing it. And I've encouraged him to do it. He's not doing like the best job. John's doing it with his
John's doing it hard job.
And with the right intention. And I'm happy that he's getting into local politics. And while he asked me to work on his campaign, and I wasn't able to do that, I think what he's doing is great,
Yeah, 100%, man. We need people to step up. Because it's critical that people that have the passion and mentality to be a leader, step up and lead, because that's what we're missing in this country.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. We met on another app called Clubhouse. Have you ever heard of that?
No, I've heard of it. I wasn't around when it was popular.
Yeah, I was a beta tester on it with him, and we made friends back then. And yeah, I ended up growing a channel on there that got to like 100,000 followers. And that's where I met a lot of people in politics, a lot of people, like in the entertainment industry, tech industry. It was pretty cool when it was popular, but now it's ghetto.
Is it still around today?
Yeah, it's still around today, but it's like predominantly black and a lot of like white hate on there. Like I'll go into a room and they'll be like, "Look at this mayo monkey," and just like straight up like white hate, bro. It's pretty crazy. So I don't go on there anymore.
You should make me a mod if you can in preservation of the human race, because that chick Makeup Pop, bro, those are the most pointless, schizo, stupid conversations in the fucking world.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough nowadays. So I've abandoned it. I gave everything over worked at my friend, who runs it now, my channel, and I'm just focused on my business.
That's wild.
Yeah, I got what I could out of it and peaced out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some groups here on X Spaces that are kind of like that. There's a couple of groups that's kind of like all black, and they get together and they basically do nothing except bash white people. So in politics, specifically, I've gone in there a few times and debated with them just to piss them off. And, they're just so.
Yo, I got a quick question for you, Gustus. Did you see the new Epstein disclosures with Bill Gates and Epstein talking about coronavirus and vaccines, etc., in the World Health Organization? What a wacky even.
Yeah, I hope that the pandemic works. Yeah, all that language, I saw that. This show put a bunch of stuff out about that.
Balance, I don't know if you want to say anything, Balance, but you've been on here a long time. It's an open stage. If you have anything you want to say, just speak up. Buy Bitcoin to me, is I'm kind of making fun of buy Bitcoin. Sailor is just like number one rule of Bitcoin is just always buy Bitcoin and never sell until, even Epstein in his, did you see the Bannon Epstein 2-hour interview? Did you watch it and listen to it? Yeah, even Epstein's like, you got to pick your moments in the market, But that was like a full disclosure. That was like a full projection on Epstein's behalf. That was supposed to be an undisclosed recording. And Bannon was holding that as like a blackmail beta orbiter over Epstein. But I guess Trump just endorsed Bannon. Did you see that like 2 days ago? He just put out this big promotion thing for Bannon. Maybe it was old. I don't know.
My friend Dustin used to work for him. I'm on like some. I think he's a good guy. He, might have just got caught up, interviewing the wrong guy. So, I don't know.
He's got a lot of ties to Jeffrey Epstein. He also has a lot of ties to China as well. I don't trust him personally.
Roger Stone calls him Stinky Steve. Like, if Roger Stone hates his guts, well, fuck him. I don't like him either. I'm with Roger Stone.
Yeah, I'm good friends with Roger.
I'm with Roger Stone. I'm with Roger Stone!
Guys, I actually just got pinged to a Zoom. I'm going to have to jump. Michael, wow, it was great getting to know you better. And John, it was great catching up. Hopefully we can reconvene later on today. Or, Michael, I'll definitely email you back. And, John, I'll hit you on the flip-flop, bro.
Yeah, man. Cool. We're talking with you. I'll DM you my cell phone number.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, well.
Alright, cool. Later, guys.
I'm not so sure about Bannon. There's a lot of folks in politics that just, grift. I know he's obviously not a Democrat, but I think sometimes people get in a position, where they have the spotlight on them, and sometimes they say things, just to keep the spotlight there. I was kind of, hoping Bongino you know, would do something. You know, he did a lot of talking. You know, when
Yeah, but
came into the administration.
I feel the same way. But you know what? This recent, all the cache of all this information coming out, like, I guess there's still even more. So at this point, so many reputations have been destroyed that like Bongino could never have personally done that. It just has to, the information just has to be released. It's not about fucking Dan. He's just one dude who's just mixed up into the craziest fucking universe of you know, Avengers, etc. in the world. So I mean, but this disclosure is real, and not a lot of people have watched that Bannon Epstein interview. I think, you know, they said it was unintentionally leaked or released, but it has been reproduced and retransmitted across so many major platforms and channels that that Epstein conversation alone is worthy of, like, you know, conversation, analysis, etc. Because it's like a full projection. It's like Epstein does not hold back. And the shit that Bannon says to him is so funny. And he roasts him and he calls him the devil. And he's like, why would you say that to me? He's like, you have all the attributes of the devil. Like, Bannon is sitting there like, I can't believe this fucking guy just let me record him for 2 hours. And he's sitting there pontificating about God and philosophy and mathematics. It's like, but it's...
Why don't you watch that app? You got a link for it?
Just go on YouTube, type in Epstein Bannon.
Okay.
You'll find it. It's everywhere. It's on the biggest channels. Everybody has republished it. The biggest channels, because they can monetize that. It's like a, you know, so many people around the world are intrigued by this, and it is an actual. It's almost like Epstein went on the Joe Rogan podcast, and they sat there and talked about the global economy, finance, fiat currency, fractional reserve banking, everything. Like, there's on YouTube, you can view the actual transcript, and so I was screenshotting the transcript because it's so unbelievable at the end when he starts calling Epstein the devil, and he's talking about Archangel Lucifer. Like, if you look at the transcript, you're like, what? You know, if you look at it out of context, you're like, what? Like, you can't believe it. Hello. Anyways, you know, yeah, you got to spend some time and watch it and think about it, because he's actually talking about, Epstein is a pretty well-read guy. He's sitting there talking about all the world's greatest philosophers from Socrates on down and up, etc. It's kind of interesting because he's talking about the mystery of life itself, meaning how does this whole giant system work? You know, from Wall Street to the military to taxation to everything. Like, how is it all happening? You know, he's sitting there talking about that shit.
Yeah, that's wild. I don't really think they got too much attention until, you know, everything started coming out about him. But I was never really politically engaged, you know, all that much up until 2020.
Well, I helped in Chicago. I helped, you know, organize for Trump in 2015. We were creating fake book groups, you know, Chicagoans for Trump. So we were very excited to see, you know, come down the elevator and issue his, you know, proclamation. I mean, we couldn't believe it. We were like, this is, you know, this is the real solution. This is the real deal. Not this hope and change lies of Obama, who's just a fucking CIA agent married to a trans. I mean, you know, the fiction is the truth. Like, the fiction is like so strange. We can't believe what's been happening, let alone we're $40 trillion in debt, 10,000 soldiers later, you know, 25 years of war to rearm Afghanistan with 60 billion of our equipment and to withdraw. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I guess, you know, crazy. They should have destroyed everything. They never should have left them all those weapons. It's insane.
Yeah. You know, you gotta stop and think about it. 07, 08, man. You know, if it wasn't for George Bush and all the bullshit that, you know, those guys did, the war hawks, the establishment GOP, I mean, we had, you know, Ronald Reagan, you know, then it started going downhill from there. You know, we had George Bush Sr., Bill Clinton, then we had Bush Jr., right? And then after that, what did we get? We got Obama. Look how our country has deteriorated just since 2007, 2008, over the past 20 years. You know, my daughter, she's 17. She was born in 2008, you know, when Obama was president. All she's ever known was Obama, Trump, you know. But of course, you know, Barack had the first, 8 years, and Trump had 4 years. Barack had the last 4 years with Biden. You know, now Trump's in there again, and that was one of the things that got me off the couch and wanted to get involved politically, because I was sitting on my back porch one day in 2019, and I had saw everything leading up to that over the past years prior, and I was looking through the sliding glass doors, looking at my daughter, and she was in the house, and the little girl, and I was just sitting here thinking, Jesus Christ, I mean, what the fuck happened to our country, right?
Dude, 9/11, man.
Media is so biased.
It's 9/11. 9/11 fucked everything up. It tilted the fucking. It reset the whole game. Like, they just cleared the chessboard.
Act and everything else, they allowed the deep state to basically come in and just take over and, like, not even hide it anymore and shit, you know?
Well, I'm talking about really where we're at now in terms of the national debt, meaning that uh, there's no debt jubilee. Like, if you're born today, wow, BOA just gave you $1,000, but you were just born with $450,000 in debt. What? Hello? Like, the numbers don't lie, and most politicians can't talk the numbers. They don't know the actual balance sheet, and they don't realize that the system, like, it's got $1 trillion and $200 trillion in debt. You know what I'm saying? Like, but at scale, from the towns to the cities to the Fed, like, the amount of debt. And if you just go to usdebtclock.org and you look at, what the total debt is per citizen, no one can stop working because everyone has to service the debt. Like, that's the debt bubble. Because it's the property taxes. I mean, you pay property taxes. You work in real estate. You see how property taxes drain. It's not an asset; it's a liability. Over 10 years, there goes 100,000 plus. Bye. But
our whole country's got a lot of work to do, and we need to have people that can stand up and speak out and be unafraid to do it. But the biggest obstacle they got is, overcoming the machine. And by the machine, I mean, the way the system's actually set up. It's almost damn near impossible to, beat an incumbent because they have so much money backed by them, not only, through their own campaigns, but...
but look at Ron Paul. Look at Ron Paul. Look at Bernie Sanders. These are independents. Do you know how much Bernie Sanders has raised over his career? And he's still nonstop the biggest propagandist on the internet. He has raised $750 million since just the year 2000. So he's the biggest shylark of them all. Because did you see what he... Anyways, we could go on and on, but... dude, there are black swan characters who break through, but I'm not one of them. Like, I can't get virality, but you know who does is Augustus and his wife. They literally, in some ways, they helped Trump get into the White House because they were with Kennedy, and they were instrumental to Kennedy's messaging distribution. And without them, I don't think Kennedy would have achieved the communication successes that he did. He was pretty groundbreaking. And then he just threw it all in for Trump. But even the Democrats in every city still literally kept him on the ballot to try to cipher Trump votes for Trump. So, but he still pushed it because he was able to let everybody know, vote Trump. So, regime change is real. And I'm just like, to me, when you really think about all the shit that Trump went through, let alone having his ears shot off, and like, if you think about how the Democrats and the liberals, like, he's just one man against like 99%. You see what I'm saying? So, like, it's a miracle that he is our president. Just in the same way that it was a miracle that Obama, with everything you know about him, is what became the fucking president. Like, it is like a movie where the Praetorian Guard just hoists up some new schmuck And next thing you know, we got a new schmuck, Caesar, for 4 years. Because even Clinton's success is a miracle because of his relationship with Bush. Like the fact that there's stuff about Bush being cannibal is like I don't believe it. Like I can't believe it. You know, there's things that I just can't believe. Like why is it?
Can't believe or don't want to believe, you know? I mean, is society that fucked? Is a good question.
There's just no way. Like it's got to be fake. There's no way somebody would eat intestines with children feces. Like I don't. Is it just like a joke? Like because it's just a communication screenshot, right? I mean, anyways.
Yeah, we're in a fifth generation war. It's all about
Yeah.
information nowadays, you know, and controlling the minds of people.
Yep, I agree. See, that's the type of. Let's see. Anyways, there there was a news article today, just repeating the news, but it's like proven that these social audio or TikTok in particular and other platforms can actually lower the IQ substantially. So it's like not just mind control; it's time control and retardation inducement. But
Yeah, it's because we have a lazy society. People don't want to put in the effort to actually, you know, read the article. You know, clickbait is real. They try and capture you with, you know, these headlines, but if you actually read the article, you know, it'll actually probably contradict the headline. You know, but people are for instant gratification. They want to be the first to reshare it. They want to be the first to go out here and talk about it. Like for example, you know, I have a good friend of mine. I work with the RWA group, a real world, you know, asset in crypto, and you know, these guys, they're crypto people, but you know, not really, but they are. You know, in the past couple days, you know, they were like, oh my God, you know, the market's tanking, you know, and somebody said that, you know, Satoshi sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I'm like, the fuck he did? I was like, who told you that stupid shit? And then you like post something, you know, in a Google meetup that was a post from X. And I was like, did you guys look at Satoshi's wallet? No, we didn't do that. I was like, well, then you shouldn't be out here sharing stupid shit like that. I was like, the guy hasn't sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, that would be like fucking earth-shattering news if Satoshi's wallet moved. And then, just last night, the second night in a row, the same dude's like, oh my God, did you see, you know, are you sure that Satoshi's wallet didn't sell 11,000 Bitcoin? And he posted another article off of X. And I clicked on it and I read it, and it said Satoshi Era Rail sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, did you even read the headline? I go, it says Satoshi Era, you know, meaning the time frame of OG Bitcoin people, Whale, who got into Bitcoin earlier, sold 11,000 Bitcoin. I go, but also read the article because it says he sold 11,000 Bitcoin for $850 billion. I go, that doesn't even like math. That math doesn't math, right? I was like, and then contradicted to this article that says a whale from the Satoshi era, sold 11,000 Bitcoin in November of 2025, right? 2 months ago. And those 11,000 Bitcoin that he sold in November was worth $1.3 billion. And the article that you just posted said 11,000 Bitcoin sold yesterday was valued at $850 billion. How did we go up, you know, 850% in value just in 2 months on the price of Bitcoin? It's like, you fuckers need to you need to stop sharing shit like this because it ain't nothing but misinformation and clickbait, bro. And that's what these guys do on the X.
Yep.
Engagement. They're only trying to get people to comment and repost their shit so Elon can write them a bigger check every month.
Yeah, it's pick and choose as you please. You know, there's just never ending clickbait, and people want to play. There's just an infinite number of hosts, an infinite number of. I have a feeling that like every single clickbait title that has ever been created has already been, you know, like there's just nothing new. So that's why I say like you're the fool if you know don't realize how stupid all of this is because Your life is your choice. You know, the content that you choose to consume or create is up to you. And but that is the cool thing now about our age, where if you look at the television and how everyone was just completely hypnotized by the TV, now you can reverse it and you can actually become the star of your own show. So that's also part of the clickbait. You know, technically everything is just a spam and a clickbait scam at this point. Like, we know we live in a Ponzi scheme backed up by the biggest mafia in the world with the greatest nuclear arsenal the planet's ever seen. So enjoy the ride, you know, but you have to choose how you want to play this game, um, because it is political, and you know the debt is political. Everything's political. Everything.
Yeah. You never realize how much politics actually plays into everyday society.
Yeah.
If you stop and think about it, you know.
It's very hard to catch because most people don't get involved in political communication. But when you get involved in it, you realize, oh no, a lot of these Congress people and senators, the House, and they're criminals. They are charlatans who won't admit. And it's the whole thing. I was looking at the top earmarks in the top 25 congressional districts. Dude, if you can bring in a $200 million contract for a special project in your district, you're a fucking hero. You made people in your district money.
That's how people just continuously re-elect people. Because, you know, like Trump said, I love the poorly educated. Well, that's like 99% of the country. Because most people don't really care about politics. You know, unless it affects them in their front yard. You know, if it doesn't stop at their front door, you know, the price of milk, the price of gas, they don't give a fuck if some politician uses slush fund that's created by Congress, you know, to pay off their sexual, you know, harassment lawsuits and shit like that. But when you start digging deeper, you realize that Congress established their own slush fund. And congressmen and women use that slush fund to pay off their own sexual harassment cases. You know, people got to do a lot better. I mean, this country's going to hell in a handbasket. You know, Trump's not going to save us all. You know, I think he's just kind of like, you know, the first person to get out here and really, you know, raise the awareness of, hey, look, if you guys can't get out here and fight for this country, it ain't going to be around here much longer. But on that note, bro, I got to get rolling. I got some things I got to get done, get wrapped up before 4 o'clock today. But John, man, it's nice meeting you, bro. It really was.
Yeah, likewise.
Appreciate you jumping up in here, bro.
You know, I bought a Mercedes convertible once down in Tampa, Sarasota from eBay, and man, I love that car. I should have kept the car and ditched the girlfriend, but nice chatting with you.
Yeah, man, right on. Hope to see you soon.
Okay, God bless. Take care.
All right, see you.
All right, the co. I don't know if you want to say anything, but this is the Buy Bitcoin Room, hosted by John Augustus Michael here. Hope you guys have a great afternoon.
I'm tired of hearing it's on this. Nigga, I'm 21 years old. Listen, I'm 21 years old. And I have never had my siblings take care of me all because they're less than 22.
Nobody said you're 22.
Okay, but fucking listen, dude.
Yeah, but you gotta listen to me. You gotta hear me on this road. Come on,
Alright, cool, listen, bro. Like I said, I'm only 21. Since a little girl, I came here in this America. I'm from the United States. Came here when I was a 10-year-old little girl, bro. They all my fucking siblings because they said my siblings are terrorists because their last name Islam.
calm down.
Yeah, what country you from, Brody?
I'm from all over the world. I hold my Muslim identity above my, whatever country I'm from. Because I look at everybody to be my, part of the same ummah. You see what I'm saying?
Alhamdulillah, man.
This is why that person is so famous. And
So it was not particularly Motown? You mean the modern music that she sang later in the years?
It was back from that day. It was
okay.
that I had never heard of.
Wow.
I only, if you only hear the top 40 radio versions of people, then you never, unless you buy the album and listen to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Back
Do you remember the
albums
song?
and listen to the whole thing. I'll look it up.
Yeah, great. I want to know if I know this, or maybe I don't know either. But I know a lot of songs from her.
You guys, Nile Rodgers, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So I had a long form interview with him recently, and he said something really beautiful. I can't remember the actual track that he was referring to, but it was very early in his career. He was doing being like a session musician and going on stage with random people. And at this one time, he was asked to cover a track that was really, really felt like a pop track that was really famous and that he really hated. And as he was learning, he was complaining to, I think it was his mentor, who was, can't remember who that was either, but he was complaining to him, like, oh, I hate this music and all this kind of stuff. I pulled him up and he said, listen, it doesn't matter. First of all, you're a musician. Second of all, you're contracted to play this. But the third thing, and the big one, is that this song has touched millions of people. It's a good song to millions of people. So get behind it, whatever your personal biases are, And I thought, and he kind of went, oh, kind of penny dropped with him, And I thought that was a really beautiful point,
Totally agree. At the very least, it's worth listening to and taking it seriously. Giving it a good chance.
Exactly, yeah. The woman has to.
Robert, did you say that you listening to them?
No, I was listening to it. I learned it quite recently.
Oh, like that, okay.
Yeah, long form interviews on Get Ready For.
Mm-hmm.
I had quite an interesting journey last year with You Put a Spell on Me. I listened to about 5 different versions of that from the very original all the way up through various covers and stuff, and I don't think there's one I don't like.
What do you say? You like them all?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
It's a terrific song, and different people know different things with it.
Yeah, that's right.
By the way,
you see that often, old songs that get a new jacket, so to say. But go ahead.
the song I was thinking of was Donna Summer, actually.
Yeah.
And it was Love to Love You Baby.
I love to love you, baby. Yeah, I know all the songs. And you thought.
Robert, have you heard that? Robert, have you heard the Marilyn Manson version of that?
Do you know what? I don't think I have. Thank you. I'll look for it.
Now there's a 6 version you can listen to of that.
Brilliant. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'll listen to it before he gets in prison for some dodgy sex offences that he's up for.
So anyway, did you listen to the rest of the music from Donna Summer? It was really disco. Because this from those days.
Yeah, when I hear a song that I like that I've never heard before, or I just maybe never heard it in that way, I'll almost always go find the album that was on and then listen to the whole album. And I did do that. This was a couple years ago for that particular song.
Yeah.
And then I started listening to I started doing more like soul, Motown kind of like
yeah, I love it.
And fucking love it. That's some good stuff. And it's stuff that I like again, because I was, when I was a kid, I was into like Cheap Trick and like white kid rock. And I just, when you're a kid, you're like, well, this is what this is my thing, and other people listen to their thing, and you kind of form your identity around it.
Was that Cheap Trick? I Want You Want Me? Cheap Trick? Chapter 13 or something. I don't know.
Live at Budokan was Live at Budokan was I had that on vinyl, and it was one of my first. I don't think it was my first purchase, but it was one of my first purchases.
My first was the Rubettes. Do you know the Rubettes? Sugar Baby Love. Remember that one? That was my first record, and I got Waterloo from my sister for my birthday.
My sister had I listened to that a lot. Yeah, my first was King Machine, Judas Priest.
Oh, Judas Priest, I know.
Yeah.
I know his music.
Yeah, right in the deep end. In fact, the first time I went to see as well, and I've never quite addressed this with him, but I think I was 13 or 14, and I approached
St. Patrick's Day, Chicago. I'm John Kittle.
Night, and my mum didn't say anything, but Dad went absolutely not. Are you going to have
Tell me what this page tastes like.
16? No way.
Oh,
And
yeah.
the following morning, I don't know what happened that night. I've never.
Hey, I'll start at 200 for the old voting machine.
Came down. My dad went off to work. My mum came down for breakfast, and she said, "Go get yourself a ticket."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did she go
I was
with you?
persuaded. Good on her. And that was it. And it was Scorpions, UFO, Queen, the whole thing, the whole kit caboodle is brilliant.
And did she go with you, or did you go with a friend?
No, with this group of friends. No, my mum would never have gone to that. No, I just went with a couple of mates, and we just became kind of regulars. And we were thinking about this the other day. It was kind of at the time when it was an affordable thing to do for a schoolboy to go to 2 or 3 gigs a month,
Oh, okay.
But now they're like £50, £60 a ticket.
Yeah.
It's out of reach for a lot of people.
And they were playing in smaller places, so you can be at the front, and they know you, they see you, that was in those days.
Hey, I'll start at 200 for the old voting machine.
250.
That's right here. I've got 20. Do I hear 25? 30. Time to see what's behind door number 1. John Kitover. I'm running for Congressman for our neighbors. Here's that authenticity card without a regular job. 10% off roller skates. Great. Now I'm authentically cheap. No pennies, Mr. Peanut, but no card. Hey, watch your root beer. Here's that authenticity.
Let's see what you've been hiding from me all these years. Whoa.
Gentlemen, our national debt is out of control. I think I lost my authenticity.
Again?
Did you check under the couch cushions?
I'm screwed. The laundromat, the post office, I don't feel like me without it.
John, you can't misplace yourself as God.
Hold up, wait, this isn't my sword.
Is that a loaf of bread? Keep laughing. It's already.
Light, yet surprisingly sturdy.
Forget it. I yield. I am not fueling a pastry.
Wait, anybody got one?
God.
Hold up, wait, this isn't my sword.
Is that a loaf here on the farm?
I get up before the sun.
Folks always ask me about the legends in Congress, like the senator who filibustered 24 hours on citizens' rights. Now that's endurance and bladder control. 1450.
That's great, that's great. I don't even know what the romper room is, but...
No, me either. Who's that?
I just said that John has got us on a track, I think. Are we serious?
Huh?
I don't know where you've been. I'm good, man. How you doing? What was your first concert, Benjamin? Was it like Elvis Presley or?
D. Martin.
My first concert, and essentially every concert that I went to when I was a kid, was the Monterey Bay Symphony Orchestra playing at the Sherwood Center in Salinas, California. Now, the special concerts would have been a chamber group playing in Carmel for musicians.
That makes a lot of sense.
I just want to say remember. I just. Now it goes down.
Do you get invited to many? That explains a lot of things.
What's that?
Yeah, it totally does.
It does.
Did you get invited to many parties in that time?
Invited to a party. Like, that was a concept that didn't quite fly in my cult community.
No, we don't.
We did have things, and we had fun, and we had parties.
Did you have debutante parties?
No, we celebrated
and
the birth
tuxedos
of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
He's in a tuxedo party.
To save us from our lustful and sinful state.
Sinful state? What do you mean?
shape of music. That's just the word.
What is
I would just put some tape over Jesus's eyes. Like, it won't bother you, Jesus, but you can't see.
Oh,
Do you think that Jesus hung out with Epstein? I feel like if Jesus was around, he'd be in the Epstein file.
No.
He was waiting at the gate.
I don't think he'd be.
If Jesus were alive today, he'd be living in Cuba.
Why?
Yeah, no, I'm leaning with Benjamin. He might actually be on the Epstein files then, because State of Israel, and yada yada conspiracy.
Jesus would have been assassinated by Israel already.
I think what I was saying is
Folks always ask me about Epstein. Maybe it's even more.
Folks always ask me about the legends in Congress, like the senator who filibustered.
Jesus is way too Jewish to have been left off of the Epstein files. I think that's what I was.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Damn.
No, listen.
Folks always ask me about the.
I'm here on the phone. All the strippers know.
I'm here on the.
And then the king, like, get this guy out of here. He knows too much. Obviously, failed all the kings, right? So, like, history doesn't repeat itself, but some rhymes.
It rhymes.
Steinberg.
So I have this theory that you know how the Catholics had this whole scandal with the priests.
I'm here on the phone.
Which one?
Yeah, we
Which one?
Several are rolling like I don't know how many files there are in the Catholic priest abuse files.
Who's it? The laundromat, the post office?
I suppose. There's got to be like 3 million files there, right? And I feel like every religion gets their scandal, and like
Who's it?
Catholics have it, Protestants have the same problem. And now we have the Epstein files. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And we don't promise people.
I think I lost my attention.
All you had to do was just not get jerked off by some underage girl. But you couldn't resist, could you?
He couldn't even put on a condom. Because you got the herpes.
And gentlemen, our national debt is out of control. Closet, let's see what you've been hiding from me all these years.
Whoa. He's like, happy anniversary, wife. Here's herpes.
That makes him such a fucking hypocrite.
Closet, let's see what you've been hiding.
Fucking public health policy. Heart disease to your wife, dude. Shut the fuck up and never mention a goddamn thing. Ever. I never want to hear a goddamn thing from Bill Gates. Ever again. As soon as he comes on TV, I'm like, fuck this plan. Turn it off. I'm like, I'm not interested. It's like, practice what you
it's
preach.
hard to see that face, isn't it? And not think of the Epstein files.
It is impossible.
Is it authenticity?
So here's how the Epstein files hit home for me. I don't know, has anybody had the Epstein files hit home?
No, I don't have it in my home.
Here's that authenticity card. Without it, I'm just regular John.
I went to my local makerspace, right? And there's a first robotics team that needs
Time to see what's behind Jordan.
because they're in the 6 weeks of build season. And the first thing I heard when the kids come in is, so 2 things happened this week, something, and Dean Kamen was in the Epstein files. Dean Kamen is the founder of First. He's also the inventor of Segway, as you know. And he's kind of a queer little guy that works on like weird projects, a lot of like safe water questions, things like that. Anyway, out of the founder of the First, this organization that like only serves kids, right? Less than 18 to be in this organization. I don't know how many kids are there. Probably, I don't know, 10,000 kids, 10,000 kids in the
That's a lot.
maybe more. Anyway,
Hey, I'll start at 200 for the oval.
he's in the files.
Wasn't Peter Thiel also connected?
Yeah, the Peter Thiel has no connection to me. So like, has anybody had any like real world contact with the Epstein files? That's what I'm asking.
You might be the only one in this room.
I'm the only one.
Do you know Jared evidence?
You're not. I just can't say who the people. Because,
I don't know about
yeah, there's like, listen,
not the only one at this house. There was another
every
room.
incubator, every accelerator is going to have this because that's how the apparatus was constructed. It's about infiltration and dissemination and spreading. You know, so you want to spread this.
I'll start at 200.
The same way that Bill Gates spread the STD. You just want to make sure that's the.
I had an accident, and that Epstein is taking the person.
You don't get a meeting with Ehud Barak if you're nobody. Heard that recording, yeah? Former Israeli president getting financial advice from Epstein.
And staying in his apartment.
Yeah, and how does that happen? Like, okay, like, you're good at blackmailing people. Obviously, you're going to get recruited by an intelligence agency. I wonder who's going to recruit you. And so whether or not he's an actual operative or working for the state, like, I've just come to the conclusion that, yeah, to really control the world, for better or worse, using, like, pedophilia and human trafficking seems to be part of the game. And that's a fucked up kind of thing to realize that, yeah, the really good nations play just as part as the evil ones that we claim we're fighting. Hypocrisy all the way. Kind of disappointing.
So I have to run off the business call. Today's kind of a fire drill at work. But I did want to say that my good friend Io is largely full of shit, and most of what he talks about is completely improbable and impractical. And this may be the least probable thing I've heard him say in the last 3 months.
What I just said now?
That Mossad controls politicians through blackmail. I mean, that's a perfectly reasonable thing.
I mean, and Yahoo is in the files. I don't know exactly in which way.
Your name is Benjamin. I thought it made sense.
I don't know that we've like really. I hope I said that this was the least improbable thing I've heard. I don't know if I said it right. Anyway, I have to take off Joey for a bit. All right, see you later. I don't know that people have that it has really sunk in for people, like the gravity, like the enormity of what's going on with Epstein files. Like the Epsteins are, this is the biggest scandal in American history in the past 80 years. Bigger than Watergate and like Pizzagate, and just about like every other scandal in the past 80 years in the United States. Pizzagate wasn't even a thing.
But the funny thing about Pizzagate is that they were right. They were right in the broad strokes, but they were wrong in the details.
Exactly.
He's wrong in the details.
Yeah, Twittergate. I think Twittergate is intimately related to Epstein.
And Austria, who made my hand for now, who's playing I am
infiltrated social networks. This kind of explains why if you fuck around on Wikipedia, you get banned. I don't have a course trying to make corrections on Wikipedia. Businessman and philanthropist, no pedophile, because the Wikipedia people kept putting it back, so we banned them all. And I was like, what? So Wikipedia's been infiltrated, and it's like, oh, come on. Really? We can't have a nice thing
Thanks, guys.
I think the interesting Alex was even in the ballpark. Like the fact that Alex Jones was even in the ballpark of being right is terrifying to me. I think one of the there's a few interesting things around the Epstein thing. I think I've said before. I think what's quite fascinating is the royalty connection, because here over this side of the Atlantic you had Savile, who was like the biggest sex offender we've ever come across, and he was closely very very closely with Charles. Plus, he spent I think 11 Christmases in a row at Chequers, which is the Prime Minister's sort of country residence. So that level of access, and then you've got Epstein on the other side of the pond, best friends with ex-Prince Andrew. And I saw an interview with a Metropolitan Police Royal Protection Squad guy, and he was saying, I think this is perfectly plausible, he was saying that in order to anybody who gets within like 5 distance of any of the senior
Austria, whose names I can't pronounce,
really deep vetting,
whose places I have removed.
which means either that the deep vetting doesn't work or is not always applied, which I think is unlikely, or 2, the deep vetting is done, and those people, the powers that be, as it were, just consistently look the other way in these particular cases for reasons that are not apparent. And
or they get cleared because of it.
Or they get
James Bond approved.
Yeah. And then the other interesting thing, which I'm sure you know, which is the Ghislaine Maxwell father, who was Robert Maxwell, who owned the Mirror Group, which is a big newspaper group at the time.
Yeah, he was going to take Sir's really, right?
Well, he started off in the Czech Republic, in Czechoslovakia. That's where he was born. Him and his parents came to the UK when he was quite young. He absolutely rose to prominence as a really successful newspaper guy. And I remember there was a bit of footage on the TV years ago. I was watching it on the news, and
That's a lot of iron for this time of day.
Why'd you grab mine?
I need it out of my mop.
It's interesting because he either fell off or pushed off or jumped off
What do you think?
his private yacht in the Mediterranean, and they fished him out later, deceased. The yacht was
Everybody had a across the U.S.
When after he died, they realised that he'd completely looted the pension fund of the Mirror Group. There was pretty much nothing left because he just helped himself to the whole pension fund. And then his funeral was in Jerusalem, and he had a full military Israeli funeral. Now, that then leads into Ghislaine Maxwell being closely connected to, the massive, American sex offender that is Epstein, being his groomer and his supplier. She's a convicted sex trafficker. She's the only one in history who's been convicted without any of the clients being convicted. It's kind of bizarre.
Yeah, so I want to make I understand why, and I say this generally speaking, I understand that it might be advantageous to use pedophilia to kill people, but seriously, that can't be doing the right way. I thought women by being better, not by being a better piece of shit. So that was like the ultimate disappointment, and I'll say this, I wrote a whole fucking play about Richmond and Yahoo, and all this stuff in high school, I wanted to work for it, and then, so I was raised on this propaganda kind of,
was not an evil spirit, but a friend, a guide, and a counselor. And wherever Socrates was in danger or difficulty, his spirit came to him. The demon or guardian appeared. And he writes about it, discusses it, and tells of the examples of its presence. Our word demon comes from it, but it's not. There is a use that was made after it was assumed that all these pagan
Israel has a right to exist. Like, anything you say against Israel is just anti-Semitism, right? Everything they do it the best possible way. They don't kill people. They don't kill civilians. But the numbers lie. Like, the numbers reveal themselves, right? So don't feel too bad. Like, literally, it was a campaign that was put on decades before you were born.
Yeah, but you didn't write a play, and I did.
I made a short film. I made like a music video short film in high school using footage of Tel Aviv getting bombed, heavily implying that the Arabs who did it were monsters. Like, literally, we all have that stain.
Just for the record.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that, because that makes me feel better.
We're raised that way, Romero, so maybe the rest of you, not me.
Exception.
But it was weird, because I went to like a Catholic school as a Jew, and the school like propped up the play and everything. Like, I wrote the play like over a few days, and the school just like totally pushed it front and center, which is like, why are you like it was the Onteb Israeli what are they called, athletes, like Olympic athletes. And so like I did a play about that kind of hostage rescue situation and so on. And it was weird that a Catholic school propped it up. So now, like, looking back, I'm like, wow, the apparatus is quite strong. So I'm like, how does one address this kind of, I don't know, evil corruption? Like, why can't we just win by being better? And I want a mathematical answer. And I just feel myself getting angry, like Christian Bale on the set of Terminator. He's like, what do you mean, Seagullite? I want a fucking answer, you know, and that's how I feel, and it's kind of like shitty because I'm like, oh, incoming airstrike.
Start wearing that tin hat, bro. You don't want them to read your mind, do you?
That's why I will wear something that makes my whole head into an antenna, and then.
I'm reading an article from Morning America. This was dated to July 2025. Was this last year before this release? Sure. Says the 3-page index is a report generated by FBI that lists the evidence inventoried by federal law enforcement during the multiple investigation into his conduct is being Jeffrey Epstein's. According to that index, the remaining materials include 40 computers and electronic devices, 26 storage drives, more than 70 CDs, and 6 recording devices. The devices hold more than 300 gigabytes of data, according to the DOJ. The evidence also includes approximately 60 pieces of physical evidence, including photographs, travel logs, employee lists, more than $17,000 in cash, 5 massage tables, blueprints of Epstein's island in Manhattan home, 4 busts of female body parts, a pair of women's cowboy boots, and 1 stuffed dog, according to the list. Let's do it. What else there?
Yeah, that stuffed dog is a smoking gun right there.
Oh, this part. In a joint memo released last week, this was last year in July, the FBI and DOJ argued that, quote, a large portion, end quote, of the records included photographs of victims and child pornography. According to the DOJ, the evidence includes images and videos, as a quote, of victims who appear to be minors, and quote, over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child sex abuse materials and other pornography, end quote, and a large volume of images of Epstein. Authorities also concluded that Epstein did not maintain any client list or blackmail prominent individuals.
Nothing to see here except these mountains of data. No, but it's not evidence of a list. You see, Elliot, you're just reading it wrong.
There's so much that they haven't released. Like, there's probably tons of videos and photos that nobody has seen yet, and maybe you shouldn't see.
Maybe we have to use a key word specifically. Like, it's not a blackmail list; it's a blackmail album. You know, maybe we're just not using the correct.
tinfoil hat moments. I look at an event like this where there's this massive scandal going on that's absorbing everybody's attention and all the front pages, and I'm thinking, wonder what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah. Is it like the South American Contras? Is there like some sort of other thing? Like, hey, when Monica Lewinsky dropped, yeah, so did the Contra affair, right? So what did we miss during this whole shit show? Pay no attention to the wisdom.
I don't even think there's any real effort being put into covering any of this up anymore. I think there's a bit of a blasé-ness around. You know, whoever kind of runs these sort of things or is involved in these things, like, I'm on the list. So what? Nothing will happen. You know.
Yeah. So like, as a person who's like trying to operate with the startup and so on, like it's gonna just be so hard to like navigate forward and just pick and choose who you like. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, before we have a meeting, I gotta check if you're on the list. Hold on.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Which devil are you willing to shake hands with?
There is a public reaction, like, you know, before the markets opened, like pre-trading environment, which is a weird phrase, pre-trading, you know, the stocks of PayPal dropped like fucking Wile E. Coyote went over a cliff. It just went, you just look at it, it just goes straight down, dude.
Yeah, like, and here's the thing, Elon's like, yeah, I've never been to the island. No, Elon, please say accurately. You wanted to go to the island and everything dumped you. Like, that's what the actual files show. They say, oh, sorry, Elon, we don't have time for you. And I'm like, and that's kind of like, okay, you never went to the island. You should have been a little bit more specific, or you should have just not fucking said anything. Because now that's just weird. Like, come on.
He got rejected from Pedo Island. Like, that's fucking...
Yeah, watch CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla does the whole thing about this. It's like, what? Really?
Oh yeah, Sam, my son Sam sent me on a CoffeeZilla. He does some good stuff.
Yeah, and the weirdest thing is like, oh, you know, Bill Gates gets his wife sick, so then he gets blackmailed to make a donation to MIT. And I'm like, what? Like, why is that the mechanism? And it seems like such an unnecessary web, but it's also like confusing by construction. I feel like it's confusing on purpose, so then it always seems crazy and like.
They didn't really give the full trail for that $2 million. It just seems that there was sort of a donation, which is really odd. Looking out a whole lot of explanation, even though the previous paper trail that they're showing seems to imply that it was some kind of a, like, in other words, very Trump-like way where it's not actually saying you need to pay this amount of money, but instead of, you know, I would consider paying you this amount of money. That would help.
Yeah, like I would consider doing this, but you know, if I were to direct you, if I was advising you, and if I was you in this situation, I'd probably consider making a donation to this lab. And it's like that's just, it's, yeah, I'm just disappointed in humanity. No wonder the aliens don't talk to us, okay, guys? See, this is why we can't have nice relationships with aliens.
There you go.
Yeah, the aliens from the Jodie Foster movie.
How about the illegal aliens? Listen to me.
The aliens from that Jodie Foster movie showed up, looked around, and were like, "Fuck that! Let's close access to this wormhole."
Yeah, the aliens are worried about coming here and getting alien probed. That's what they were scared of.
But if we had regular aliens, I don't think they'd actually be illegal. I don't think there's any universal law brings up that point. I think aliens can come here legally.
Yeah, they're clever enough to do it.
Wouldn't that be fucking wild if aliens from Alpha Centauri were given a clear path to citizenship over people from South America, like that's that would be like, okay, time to fucking do something.
I mean, it may not be okay for America. We can certainly go to like the Atlantic Ocean, right?
Well, it's funny that you say that because apparently that's a thing. There is like a fast track for extraterrestrials from all the silly stuff that I've been reading. I'm like, what? There's like, and like Russia has what is it? It's not the nuclear football or whatever. They have the equivalent of like the alien football, which has a list of all current alien residents. And Medvedev, the former president and prime minister of Russia, which, Russia always does weird things like that, said it like on live TV when asked. He's like, oh yeah, we have a suitcase for aliens. And everyone's like, is he joking? Is he not joking? And you go down that rabbit hole and make that question not so ridiculous.
But like, I mean, I don't really know what the whole all the statutes and laws are under maritime law, but the way I understand it is like maritime law sort of governs like a lot of what different countries do in space, in theory at least. Then like, well, okay, I mean like under U.S. law, an alien is defined as anyone who is not a citizen or a U.S. national. It's not a citizen of the United States or a U.S. national. So that kind of just applies to like almost everybody on the planet, which I guess would include aliens, outer space.
What's the difference between a citizen and a U.S. national? Out of curiosity.
U.S. national is like somebody who lives in like the Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico, places like that.
Like they don't have voting rights, right?
DC is like kind of an interesting case. I'm sure Pro could speak to this. DC doesn't have like there's no mayor in DC. I don't think they have like I mean they're not a state. They don't have like a local police force. I don't think
we definitely have the mayor.
Oh, sorry, I must be misremembering something. There's something.
Governor. It's not a state.
Oh, okay, that's the one. Okay, that's the one. Okay.
Mayor Browser is pretty popular too. She's like a national celebrity.
So nationals get like the really short end of the stick. So they're basically they can move around like citizens, but they're not allowed to vote. And they do get a U.S. passport, but the passport has to say U.S. national. And so if they want to like actually get voting rights, they have to go through an immigration process. And so this is often applied to American Samoa and places like that. Whereas it's just there's like a weird class distinction to the U.S. territories, and some of them, like Puerto Rico, get Commonwealth status, and some of them are still U.S. nationals, and it's just something that Congress hasn't wanted to fix over the last 100 years.
Because it helps them launder money.
Well, some of it's just straight racism too. Like they didn't want. I mean, that was where the whole territory system came from anyway. From the Spanish-American War, it was like we can't have all these brown people become part of the United States and have voting rights and stuff. And it's just that I don't know all the details about how Puerto Rico, say, got Commonwealth status and American Samoa didn't, but I know that racism was a big part of the whole territorial system to begin with.
It allowed for extraction and illegal murders and environmental pollution, and it allows for a lot of things. Military weapons testing off the Rico, lots of things. AKs.
Illegal murder sounded a bit like an oxymoron, I think.
I sometimes think of this is a weird analogy here, but racism is to capitalist what sex is to Jeffrey Epstein. It's like Jeffrey. I was thinking about the Epstein stuff. It's like, granted, he is obviously was a mass perv and pedo and all this big work, but he same thing. People try to defend racists. It's like, oh, they really just care about the money. It's like, well, no, not all of them. Some people at the base level just care about sex, just like he cares, just like some people just care about racism, right? Then there's other people who weaponize it and make it work for their advantage. And the thing with, I think the witch hunt stuff with the Epstein stuff is a little overblown, because I just think right now what people do is they go, anyone in the Epstein files must be like a pedo. And that's just not the case, right? First of all, they are just files, that they're just accumulation of what's there. And you have no way of knowing, just like when people start accusing people of being liars because they say something that's untrue. You have no way of knowing if somebody just went to the island because they're a horn dog, didn't know all the implications. Nobody has to be aware of every implication of the people that are there. Dude, it's like this, I get upset about the same thing with, like, why don't people do the same kind of stuff with Hugh Hefner? Like, it's all the same horn dogs, right? Like, I guarantee that there are underage girls all over the Playboy Mansion, right? It's just that it hasn't been reported that way, so nobody's even thinking about it. Like, no, that wasn't pedophilia. Of course it was.
But it has been reported, though. It has been reported.
But what I'm saying is, many people are just like me. If I got an invite to go to the Playboy Mansion, I was probably going to go.
You wouldn't Google it first? Hold on. You wouldn't Google it first? You would be like, hey, what crazy shit happened?
Sure, but there were years, I mean, I'm old enough that there wasn't Google when you could have gone to the Playboy Mansion. What I'm saying is...
Okay, fine. Alta Vista. Don't you Alta Vista it?
Whatever. I'm just saying, people in 2008 and 9 don't necessarily have the prerequisite. Actually, any time to be Googling, like, hey, let me see if there's some weird shit going on. No, most people are going to say, let me see if there's some hot chicks going on. And most people are just going because they're horn dogs. And that's probably the bottom line. Now, granted, he's way worse than that, and everybody now knows that. But I'm sure there were, like, sports athletes, musicians, just like going to a day party. Back in the day, going to a day party was just where you went because there were lots of chicks. And because you were trying to increase your networking status, right? Not everybody was there for the chicks, and not everybody was there for the network. So if you're trying to be around some of the most influential people in the world, it doesn't make you a pedophile just because you went to Epstein Island, right? Now, I don't know anybody who's ever been to Epstein Island. I sure never been to Epstein Island. I didn't even know
it was.
Right? What I'm saying is you can't just witch hunt everybody who's in that thing. Like, I hear that people do.
So, counterpoint. I was in film school in 2001, 2002 in Santa Barbara. And there had been an article on CNN about an island where the wealthy could go.
And actually, you know who runs for Congress?
And because it was international waters, there was no law. And I remember talking to people about this where, like, they said, oh, if you get invited to one of these parties, are you going to go? It's like, well, maybe, like, but I'm not going to touch anybody. But then I thought about it, and it's like, no, I'm not going to go. Like, that's just a setup. Right? So, like, even in 2002, people kind of knew already what was up.
Look, if you want to look into it, you'll find it. So, like, for example, I went to the Seoul Symposium thing for the UAPs. I got a security briefing by a security firm to tell me what the fuck could happen there. And, like, hey, all these things might happen. You may run into these people. Beware of extortion. Beware of people trying to figure out stuff, blackmailing you. All that shit came up. It's just a matter of due diligence. And, of course, we're speaking in this day and age, so I think that's also a very appropriate point, that we have the benefit of better search now, because even maybe back then it was difficult to even do Google search normally if you didn't know the syntax, like put things in quotation marks and then use the plus operator and things like that. So I remember it being difficult, but it's not impossible. But, yeah.
I think the counterpoint as well, Pro, is that I totally agree with what you said, but the other side of it is what I said before, is that Ghislaine Maxwell is a convicted sex trafficker and groomer, and, you know, to suggest that she did enough of that to get 20 years, but not enough to have any clients at all, is ridiculous, you know?
Oh, yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, the FBI, we want to blackmail them.
I've been to enough crazy parties and after parties, and probably way more than the average human being in my life, to know that there's some crazy shit that goes on in people's places And the fact that you were there, like I've been to plenty of places that I went to and I left, right? Like immediately. Like I've been around strippers, prostitutes, all that kind of stuff because it's so connected to the industry. It's just always there. And the thing is like you never know how wild a place is until you get there. Most of the time, people are just like, "Where's the after party?" People are running the credentials, who's there, and all that stuff. It's just who's there. Then you get there and you're like, "Oh, this is the mafioso part. Okay, maybe we should leave." Or sometimes you're in a place that's completely long term for everybody that's in your set, and you're like, "All right, we need to go." But back in the day when I was first starting doing all I had was pages and stuff. And cell phones didn't have a way to send text messages, right? You just get to a place, you get there, and you're like, you found out. But it doesn't matter how good the technology is. It's just easier. It's better now. If you want to do the due diligence. But most people come through hip hop after party aren't trying to do the due diligence, and most people trying to get their rocks off aren't trying to do the due diligence either. They're trying to see how discreet it is, right? Like how easy they get in and out. Now, obviously, scores of people that, right? I'm just saying, you can't throw everybody in that thing. So like, are they Epstein files? Oh my God! Like you can just see what this is going.
I watched Jon Stewart last night. I sometimes watch the Daily Show every now and then. I watched one Jon Stewart's on. He was like, said, "I'm in the Epstein files," and then when he gets to the material, it's like he's in one email from one person to the other. They're like, "Well, we should probably, there was like a proposition about some projects, some future projects, and one person's like, and we should have somebody like Jon Stewart to narrate and to discuss the proceedings of the event or whatever in the film or the project, or whatever it was." So like there's cases like that too. We gotta be, I mean, there's so much shit. It's a massive, like colossal, gargantuan task to go through. Even like for like an army of like FBI agents, it's like a Herculean effort to go through all this. Also, I want to say I don't know if this was already mentioned, but French prosecutors have raided offices of Elon Musk's ex in the headquarters in France. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but
no.
So there's some. This was originally written in French, and this is translated to English. So there may be some errors here, but the crimes being investigated as part of the raid are conspiracy to illegally administer an online platform, fraudulent extraction of data and forging information regarding the operation of an IT system, accessory to possession of pornographic materials involving minors, conspiracy to act as accessory to distribution, offering, or facilitation of the aforementioned content, representative slander, i.e. maliciously making a picture of a person.
Yeah, he's getting
and lastly,
into the deep faking stuff,
and then the last one is denial of crime against humanity. The last four. It says the last four are recent and linked to the Grok debacle.
Yeah, because like you can,
I don't know,
like Grok can declothe you, right? So you can post a photo and then just say, "Hey Grok, here, can you change my shirt? Actually, can you make the shirt smaller? Actually, hold on, let's go to the sun," and you slowly just undress yourself through a series of prompts. So that's the thing in Grok, and they have not secured that. Like, it's kind of wild.
Well, yeah, I think there were issues related to that and it being used to basically generate child pornography, and there wasn't enough safeguards to stop that from occurring. And I think that's still an issue that hasn't been dealt with.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, we want, not too much moderation." I'm like, why don't you just, hire people to make sure these things are reviewed more? Like, I remember a few years ago, Canada did an investigation on Facebook, and they found that there was only one representative who worked in Canada for all of the censorship and problems in Canada. And the guy was interviewed live on air, and he's like, "Yeah, it's just me." And so that kind of like
stats, they're not going to fix anything. Like, you're just going to, like, you're putting in the minimum effort. And so, like, in Europe, there's, like, a lot more, like, the laws for slander and so on are higher. So if you make, like, an image of Keir Starmer doing something stupid or whatever, or sorry, not Keir Starmer, but any of the European representatives, you can get in trouble because there's no necessarily free speech in Europe, so.
Quick shout out to Al
Alfonso's joined the atheist house.
Oh, you're back,
Welcome, Alfonso.
Dude, the French are not fucking around. But I'm kind of jealous. You know, I wish that were the United States.
Not fucking around with what?
They just raided Elon Musk's ex headquarters that are in France. They've ordered him to show up along with the ex-CEO to a court hearing. They want him in Paris.
On what complaint?
I think there's operating there's all that stuff about Grok and the online stuff, but there's also operating an immoral platform or an illegal platform, one of those two. They're not charging him at the moment. They're investigating him, but they want him in Paris to answer questions directly, face to face. Yeah. I think there's like 6 different alleged crimes that they're investigating him for in France. I put a BBC link in the chat if you want to read it.
I find they're a little standoff telling the fact that neither of those guys is actually trying to mention each other as much lately. It's like, if a dude had just told you that you're in those files, and then the other dude had a crash out, and with the level of bravado that comes from both those dudes, it's hard to believe that there's relatively chill people. Like, kind of makes you think this COVID comment.
Yeah, it's rough.
I came up because I wanted to ask Pro. It seems like he knows. Pro, how? Can you still get tickets for Epstein Island? How much are they going for?
My understanding is that Epstein Island has been turned into a tourist destination, which kind of
What you mean, like Alcatraz or something?
yeah, I think it's been purchased for the purpose of tourism. So technically, I think you can buy a ticket to Epstein Island.
What's it, turning it into a jail? Or they're putting it into an attraction?
At least it's the kind of place you can go to visit. You know? Like Alcatraz is the kind of place you can go to visit.
Okay.
That's like kind of weird, morbid sort of fascination with Alcatraz. I don't really understand the lure that it seems to have.
You've never seen The Rock?
Yeah, I've seen that. I've also seen what's the other one with Clint Eastwood?
Island. If it's about Alcatraz.
Whatever happened to Sean Connery? He just kind of seemed to drop off the face of the earth, just like decades. But then he died.
Did he die? Dead? I mean,
Yeah, people
How
die.
long did you wait? How long did you look for 2 tickets? Were you looking for 2 tickets or just a solo trip?
I don't know. The whole group.
You always want to go with at least 2. Kind of like
In a lifestyle, you know what I mean?
you always want to do what you want to do. Hey, I'm gonna be going with my wife. Really? Dude was like, really? Is that what you want to do?
Like in the letter that Epstein wrote back to Elon, he was like, yeah, your Tallulah might not be comfortable there.
was like, hey, wink. And I was like, yo, say word, you're getting tips from a pedophile not to freak out your wife by how fucked up the island is. I'm like, wow. That's, at least he's considerate.
That's another tip of what I'm talking about. Like, very clearly, that dude was looking to go party. Could have very easily been that he wasn't thinking anything other than, I just want to go to a place with a bunch of easy victims around, victims being adults and victims being paid for people that you brought, as opposed to pedophilia stuff. Like, I think the pedophilia thing, like, I'm sure the masses of people early on probably didn't know that part. Because if you're just trying to run a successful business, which you want to run a business that is, assuming that you were trying to, be sort of the grand architect of all bribery and I've done that. When you go with something that's a little bit more sustainable, like on the pecking order of sustainability, like pedophilia is like seems like some real niche kind of like heinous kind of thing that's gonna end eventually, right? If you're trying to do it sustainable, you think that's for your like premium screwball customers, right? Like only for the Trumps or whatever, but maybe it's the Elons too. But just thinking that when you listen to that transaction, how that went down in the email, it sure seems like you're just looking at, hey, find me a party. He didn't say anything about chicks. He was probably trying to find chicks, right?
Yeah. It's kind of like what you said with parties, like just in hip hop and so on, and music. Like Elon used to live next to musicians, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he would go to parties on a regular basis. So I also get that you hear that this guy has amazing parties, and you're like, yeah, let's go to one of them. But that's post 2008. So Elon claiming to be retarded and not know how to read, that was in the courts, and you were asking to go to that island after those things went to the courts. You don't get a pass for that. Like you gotta cut people out who are toxic, and it's just frustrating that that's the answer. I'm like, I'm sure I grant that answer, but it's still not a great answer.
Paramount's was kind of a platform off, and that will platform.
Yeah, fair point.
Hey, Elliot. You were kind of asking what happened to Sean Connery, besides the fact that he's dead now. But it's kind of interesting, actually, that towards the end of his career, I think The Matrix and also maybe even Lord of the Rings or something, but he like passed on all these movies because he was like, I don't understand them. And then he ended up doing The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen because he's like, okay, so I passed on these other things that got really big. And then he was like, yeah, I'm never doing that again.
Relationships there, if we want to be there in 2 years, full time. So that really. It's tough to navigate something like.
Yeah, Netflix right now has all of the James Bond movies on them too. So as I've been working, I've been kind of going back through them. And definitely like the '60s movies, there's things there that you're just like, whoa, yeah, that's from a different time, all right. Holy cow.
Proper dodgy, aren't they? Some of them, yeah, proper dodgy.
Thomas Jefferson, like he was like one of the main voices that argued against slavery, brought up the principles of the Enlightenment. But he himself like owned hundreds of slaves. What the hell am I supposed to do? Because Thomas Jefferson.
It's even further than that, because not only did he contribute to like the Declaration of Independence, but then like the rights of man and stuff over in France, he was like hugely influential in. And then you find out not only did he own slaves, but then he took his father's wife's, or like his father's concubine's daughter as his own underage. Well, he couldn't marry her, but basically, like, she was like 13 when they consummated their marriage, and so he was taking his dad's like concubine's daughter from another coupling, and then that was his companion for the rest of his life, and he had like multiple kids with that person, and then they were still treated as slaves even though they were Jefferson's progeny. Like, it's just crazy complicated. That's the same dude that's like, oh yeah, and all men are created equal, we need to think about like equality. And even he was writing about towards the end of his life like the time bomb that was slavery and owning people, and how it could be like a poison pill for the United States.
There's more there. Like there's he wrote extensively in the Federalist Papers. There's like hundreds of letters, like original copies, not like like shreds of parchments or whatever. We have like full complete original copies of like letters between him and Adams and like a bunch of other people, Benjamin Franklin, and where he argues like extensively, like stuff in the constitutional conventions prior to 1789. He very publicly argued against slavery, but he in a lot of different ways. But he owned like a lot of slaves, man.
Being in class, and there was always class clowns.
Who are you talking about? You talking about me?
We are talking between ourselves.
You're talking to me? Why don't you talk in English? You're trying to hide
Us, just like he did in the destruction of the Second Temple. Christians can also be judged also. That's all I'm saying.
Arash has to be blocked, right? He comes up here and he didn't want to say anything. Arash probably supporter.
I didn't try that.
You called her pencil mom? It's crazy.
No, of course not.
Yes, you did.
I
did send you an invite. There you go. What's up with you guys? Assalamu alaikum.
So what's up over here?
How you doing, bro? Pretty good. So really, yeah. What's up, Matan? Or Noam?
So you say what over here? Apparently.
Times was reported that Iran did shoot something at one of their warships and U.S. shot it down. I don't know how true that story is. Oh my God,
not Black Rabbi again.
When was
You
this?
give me a fucking headache. Does anybody want Black Rabbi on the stage, man? It gives me a fucking headache.
He can come up for 5 minutes, bro. He ain't got no life like he does. This is the best time of the day for him. Just let him come.
למה אתה לא אוהב בטרקאפ?
It's very good. Hebrew, Benyada.
It is really terrible. Black Rabbi is the most racist person to say. You are the most racist person to say. You don't think you're Black American?
Oh my God! I think I'm a human being. Anyways, the point is like
There we go.
Wait, I'm here.
Reuters also reported the U.S. shoots down aggressive, in quotes, Iranian drone approaching USS Abraham Lincoln. So I'll put a story.
So it's confirmed. It's confirmed. This is a major escalation.
Calm down, Rabbi. Stop breathing your heart, man. I don't want you to.
Okay, here, I'll put a story from the.
Thank you.
There you go. Bang, done.
Thank you. I'll check it out. Thank you.
This guy, Rabbi, is just waiting to see people die on a code of war and relax, baby. She got you a man of peace. This is a major escalation. This is a complete form of defiance and an expression of a lack of desire for peaceful negotiation. You have no choice but to strike.
Intensive process to kind of select or build a strong that's on campus.
They tried to kill American soldiers today. Right? I'm appalled. I'm upset. I'm incensed. I'm enraged. Any more?
Did anything change in your health? Are you still eating French fries?
I just got to eat some chicken.
So he's chicken every day. I can't believe this.
And popcorn too.
So in other words, you're not sad. You're just a bullshitter.
He's sad. We're talking about this.
Alright.
No. I'm upset about other things.
Alright.
Are you at a restaurant? No, me and this guy. I don't see why they would they're running. Right now start attacking or.
That's what I'm saying. It's fishy. It's fishy.
Sounds like how they do that. I want to ask you a serious question. False flag. As an American citizen, how do you feel? What is your thoughts? Assuming 100% that they fired a drone at U.S. as Abraham Lincoln to kill American soldiers and to take down a neighborhood crowd. As an American citizen, how do you feel about that?
How do I feel? I feel America is occupying the sea. They need to bring the warship back. We don't have to fight Israeli war.
No. Okay, that's fine. But America was firing them.
They are in international waters. I don't know how you occupy international waters.
Let me check the laws of this international water claim.
In the Persian Gulf, right?
Yeah. 12 miles outside of there.
So you think if another country would place their warships against the national waters close to America would think it was cool? Russia?
Yeah, actually it happened last year. The Russians floated armada, to Cuba, including a tugboat. They do it all the time. But nothing we can do about it. They send submarines off the East Coast, off of Washington, D.C. They do it all the time. Nothing we can do.
So it says it cannot do it legally. The U.S. cannot legally occupy international water, Jacob.
They can transit interest. No, that's incorrect.
It says legally cannot legally occupy Persian Gulf waters as occupation implies sovereign control over foreign territory.
They never claimed to have that. They never claimed to have that.
What?
They never said they had claim over the Persian Gulf. They have their warships.
Well, then why are they occupying it?
How they occupy it? The issue is not occupying. The issue is
parking your warship on it. You occupying it.
They're always moving. They're never occupying because that would make them sitting ducks. They're always moving.
Let me see.
It's like when they do what do they go? Freedom of navigation through the South China Sea. They go right through to the South China Sea, and China can't say anything about it. Russians fly bombers off of Alaska. We can't do anything other than, send up some planes and say, time to go back home. And eventually they do when they get close enough.
This is a major escalation. We should not accept this. We should be enraged and incensed. Iran has attacked the United States aircraft with the aircraft. And Amir won't even denounce it. And he says he's an American citizen.
Denounce what?
Denounce Iranians attacking naval air destroyers.
Okay, who sanctioned Iraq for 20 years?
They're firing.
Who's the threat? Who did the attack on their nuclear facility? Did Iran do the attack in American soil?
They call it peace. They call it into the war. Everyone agreed.
You're just an idiot, man. Like, seriously, you can't even think outside the box. There's no logical argument here.
America was fired on. He said you're an American citizen. You're more loyal to the terrorists than you are.
Screw his tools, by the way. And anybody want to come up with some Palestine identity, bro? Alright, bro. Let's freaking screw his loose.
I went to the doctor, but yeah.
What did you say, Palestine?
I said, how are you, brother? I'm okay. I went to the doctor today, but, I'm okay.
Okay, I'm just okay. Yeah, we're just talking to this retards every day, day in, day out here.
Nothing changed.
He doesn't want to change. Like, he's such an idiot. He impregnated some girl, some chick inside Israel, and then he said his mom's gonna come over, and maybe he fornicated with some woman, not abiding by the Jewish law, So do they stone you on that, Rabbi?
Amir, I would like to know, what kind of chicks goes and lays down with their rabbi? And then, doesn't sound like
I think it was one of the students, right, Rabbi?
She's imaginary. She's not
I'm just saying, it doesn't sound like somebody you would introduce to your mom. Like, he laid down with the rabbi. It's not the first time she lays down with him.
That's right. He says his girlfriend is a supermodel.
If I was you, I would be worried, bro. I'd be laying down with her crying.
He's imaginary.
He's saying the same thing to her.
It's none of your business, really.
He only goes after white chicks.
Says that.
Give me some advice, bro. Like if you try to write something up, don't choose somebody that just lays down with any man like that. It's not a good look. You know what I mean? Just try to get somebody that at least wait until she's married. Like, she's a good girl. Can't make the whole housewife. It's kind of like that song, bro. She like whatever makes you happy, man. Like some people like freaky chicks. You ain't got no kids yet. You don't even know if it's yours. Bro, if I was you, I would wait. Don't tell everybody. Get a DNA test, and then you could, start bragging. So until now, just lay down. I'll congratulate you, bro. I will. Yours first, bro.
The next station is.
I want to see you on Maury. That's his name, right? Maury.
Oh, you on a train, Rabbi? Do you guys see their discount on the train?
I think he sits in the back of the bus, right?
Yeah, you can see their discount.
Never lived in my country, unfortunately.
Rabbi شغال مطور
Black Rabbit, mute yourself. I'll mute you.
Anyways,
شو بني آدم؟ What?
You didn't pay for your ticket.
English.
Rabbi, you didn't pay for your ticket, man. Like, you need to. You know, these guys going over there just hopping over them shits and buses illegally. You already in a bad situation, man.
Hey, it's a major escalation.
You ready for the missiles? Is that what you're saying?
You know, that's what God wants.
Did you pack your bags? Anyway, ready?
Nobody's packing bags.
The Pampers is ready. Everything ready?
I made for war. Oh my God, you couldn't even run.
Dude, if somebody came to chase you, you die, bro.
I'm in that world life. You don't know about that life.
Bro,
you know about your European life. Your little comfy reality. You have headlines on the news.
look at this Cadillac.
You get headlines on the news. You know,
Fresh Prince.
You go to protest. You know, you got your
Fresh Prince of television, bro. What's that guy? Uncle Phil. That's you, bro. Yeah, bro. You look like
bro. You don't know about this world life. Fall back, bro. Fall back, bro. You don't know about this world life, bro.
know what Israel was.
You know about that country life. You get hyped. You don't know about this world life.
I'm not gonna make it exactly. What happened?
You're not built like this. You're not built like that.
I'm slapping the yarmulke off your head, bro.
Please.
I would.
Bro, come on, bro.
Whatever.
You don't know about that world life. You don't know about this world life.
Look at the sign!
That's too much. But you know what? I get it. You guys are diaspora. You're not in the middle of the creation of a new world. You guys watching other news. I'm living this. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the most central part on planet Earth.
You're still eating fried chicken.
Hey, I'm in a old city. I'm in the middle. I'm in the center. I'm in the center of the universe.
You got some weirdo pregnant.
But you're a bus driver. You don't do anything.
That's what I turn up. But I'm in the center of the universe. And you guys are watching it. I'm living it. That's the difference.
You're in the back of a bus.
We were just attacked today. The United States was just attacked. Israel's on high alert. The country's vibrant. We're ready for the Armageddon. Yeah, we're here.
Are you on the bus on your way to the shelter?
No. I'm walking in the old city, the city of David. Our ancestors.
You want to spend the night?
They're not ancestors.
Yes, they are. The point is the same. You have no idea how beautiful the walk is on the city.
We do. We have millions of our families.
You got pictures.
Hundreds of millions of Arabs.
Look at the pictures.
Yeah, hundreds of millions.
Enjoy.
West
Put on your first slipper. Put on your first slippers. Put on your first slippers and your nice cable, and your flat screen TV. You know, and that's what you got. I get it. So,
this question for Black Rabbi. Black Rabbi, I heard the yeshiva runs a foundation, right? Do you have like a non-profit account in the bank?
Barry, you're asking so many questions, man. We gotta know my personal details. Come on, so much.
Okay. The reason why, because me and the team looked into your credentials, right? Yeah. And your credentials are not in order, right?
Okay.
And it looks like we came to this conclusion that you got educated and became a rabbi from a street rabbi. Some street rabbi taught you.
What the hell's a street rabbi? What is a street rabbi?
Some idiot fuck off the street of Israel.
No. It was Captain Tazaria, right? Exactly. Right.
So, me and the team, we looked into your credentials. You're running unlicensed yeshiva. Now, you're sitting over there inside Israel and you're educated in American India, right?
Africa too.
In Africa too. So now, and you're not paying any tax to the Israeli government.
No.
Right? Yeah. Now, if you become a citizen, you'll have to pay tax.
Yeah, 100%.
So you're defrauding the Israeli government because by living over there, making money while you're inside Israel.
But I paid some of it.
This can implicate you. You know that, right? This can implicate you.
No, he doesn't pay any taxes.
Do you know this, Mordecai?
Hey, the key things like this.
Do you know one report needs to go to the Israeli government about your business inside, and you will get arrested.
Oh my God! Please don't do that to me. You don't do that to me. We're already here.
I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know.
Please don't.
Me and the boys looked into your file, right? And your file is full of a lot of problems.
Yeah, like your taxes. Your taxes is like showing like you're making nothing. I'm walking the center of the universe. Show respect. I'm the center of the universe. The fact you get to hear my voice. The fact you get to hear my voice. You know how blessed you are to hear my voice right now? You're on your way to the shelter. Wait. Be hungry. Wait. No, I'm walking like this. Let me have this chicken before I hit the shelter. You understand that? The fact you hear the vibrations of my voice. I'm going to the shelter. You're running. I'm in the center of the universe, bro. Come on. Here, you're running all the way. You're running. You're out of breath. You want to go to the shelter? I'm walking up the hill. Just make sure you had some chicken. It might be your last meal. Never know, bro. Hey, man, when we come tomorrow, go on my Instagram so you can see some pictures. Is that how we do it? Let me see what looks like.
$34, $21, $36. $29, $47, $91. $82, $88, $25.
Hey, Rabbi, don't do that again, bro. Please respect your privacy, okay? Because it's wrong at so many levels. Wow. In the chat, they're writing a bunch bunch of shit in Hebrew, so I can't understand. I'm sure they're probably talking smack about this Roman about me. You want to tell us what they're writing in the chat? Do you mind?
They're trashing you and writing bullshit. It's nothing. They're just
they're triggered.
They're trying to report to the Shabak or whatever.
Okay. It's not the first time, by the way, Daniel. It's not the first time. But anyways, Emerald, did you hear about this? That they shot down some, drone or something? The U.S. did this. The Iranian drone was shot down by the U.S. warship. You heard about this?
I heard something, yeah, but we were mostly talking about there's a lot of things happening in the West Bank and Gaza to the Rafah and everything.
Yep. And Noam was making a claim that they removed the occupation. They're not occupying it. I'm like, are you for real? Yeah, he asked him to read it up. ChatGPT, tell you what ChatGPT says. He's an idiot, man. And he does it on purpose.
There was just an item on the evening news that, well, the excuse they used is that Hamas is using drones via Egypt to smuggle in weapons. So that means that Israel will have to deal with that and remain in Gaza for a few years. They basically declared it occupied. Nothing that we didn't know, right? We have satellite images of them building bases there for months now, so it's not exactly big. It's not exactly groundbreaking news.
I got you. So, how do you suggest we can offer that therapy? The Zionists and the Pahlavi supporters.
I think that the biggest question is how do you get them to acknowledge reality? And snap out of their God complex.
You want to come up, Daniel, and tell us what Emerald is asking? No? Hey, what's up, Ace?
By the way, an 8-month-old baby died in north of Hebron about an hour ago from suffocation of tear gas.
It's crazy.
And there's some sort of special forces in Jericho. Something's happened in Jericho as well that we're not really sure. Oh, and by the way, Amir, I sent you the Wafa tweet, and they put everything about the PLO election, and they actually give a detailed PLO, PA, Fatah, so everything we tried to figure it out.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, it says the latest news is woman and child killed by Israeli fire.
Oh, the mother died too?
In Gaza, yeah.
No, that's Gaza, that's something else. No, yeah. I'm talking about the baby in the West Bank.
The West Bank.
In Hebron.
Hebron, okay.
I think I saw kids reporting it about half an hour ago.
Yeah, there was an Israeli colonist attacked miner in southern Hebron. Is that the one you're talking about?
No. About an hour ago, an 8-month-old baby died of tear gas suffocation.
Well, 1,872 attacks perpetrated by Israeli occupation forces and colonists in January 2026.
Yeah.
That's crazy. The Ramallah, February 3, Wafa, the head of the Colonization and Wall Resistance Commission, Moed Shaban, declared that the Israeli occupation carried out 1,872 attacks during January 2026. Shaban pointed out in the monthly report of the Commission violations of the Israeli occupation state colonizers in the occupied Palestinian territories. that the Israeli occupation forces carried out 1,404 attacks, while the colonizers carried out 468 attacks, and these violations were concentrated in Hebron Governorate, which witnessed 450 attacks, followed by Ramallah and El Beirut Governorate, which was subjected to 374 attacks, and the Nablus Governorate, where 328 attacks were recorded. Meanwhile, 201 attacks were recorded in Jerusalem. These people are fucking sick as fuck. And in Hebron, they even destroyed, the distribution of the damage was as follows: 750 trees in Hebron, 245 trees in Ramallah, and Al-Bera, 250 trees in Nablus. In addition to the Israeli occupation, destroyed 151,000 tobacco seedings belonging to citizens in Jenin Governorate. Wow.
But good for everybody that wants to tweet from the Palestinian government about the elections of the PLO.
And then the Twitter link that you just texted me, okay. Mahmoud Abbas issued a presidential decree calling on the Palestinian people, both in the homeland and in the diaspora, to participate in the elections of the Palestinian National Council on November 1st, 2026. We're going to have to wait and see.
I think you make it exciting about this, but I just I worked on the thing with a Jewish organization in the United States. There's all this like anti-Semitism stuff, I'm actually doing a virtual tour to different universities that I'm going to talk to African American and Latino students about the concept of answering questions and just basically telling the perspective from spiritual perspective. So I think I'm excited about that.
What I actually want to see, I want to see you, that Ariel character, right, and any of the freeloaders that are living inside Israel to come back to the U.S. And the reason why, because that state, right, it's not for you. You have a U.S. passport, and you don't get ability as just because you converted to Judaism. You have the right to go to the Aliyah and get citizenship. I want you to come back to Los Angeles. You still have time. Just come back to Los Angeles. I've been telling you this for the past 7 or 8 months now. You still have time. Just come back.
Yeah, you should do it before they
You don't run any business. You're making money virtually.
I teach virtually.
Bro, you teach virtually. You can do it out of Los Angeles.
No. They teach
I'll help you find one client. How about that?
You're not listening. I teach in Yeshiva here in the country. Every morning I teach here.
Bro, you can teach them in Yeshiva here in Los Angeles.
No, I teach here in Jerusalem.
You can teach them here. You can convert the people to Judaism, teach them, educate them. Some of these people, they need education.
I don't do conversion.
Okay, forget the conversion. You can teach them here in California, Los Angeles.
Come here. My kids are going to go up here.
We can set up a synagogue in Crenshaw, or wherever the fuck you live.
Crenshaw.
Or Compton. I live in Compton. Maybe you can set up a fucking thing in Compton. No, he's got a property in Crenshaw back to. He told me himself he's got a property in Crenshaw.
Is that property other places too?
Yeah, he got property. Buttercup on both Canadian and American, 2 passports. We can open up a little small, mini synagogue or, the teaching place, and you can teach them. We can get a little place. It's like $500 a month. $500 a month. You can invite people to learn about, the Judaism.
I said, well, I'm here, but I'm talking about.
Shai, stop saying racist shit in the chat, otherwise I will kick you out. Just like the N-word, I don't allow any racist racial slurs, okay? Last warning.
You say that word
because I don't like racist shit, right? In my room, I'm trying to keep it clean all the way.
Anyways, the key point is, if you lived in Israel and you saw how beautiful it is, how beautiful the people are, you would go want to be in America. I'm just saying, so if you saw beautiful Israel, beautiful people, and not people like this in Rose Lady, but like the normal Israelis, they're like normal people that love their country and love other Jews, that dynamic, you wouldn't want to leave. This is the best. The wine is amazing, the food's amazing, the energy's amazing. You're in the center of the most holy place in the entire world. But come on.
What about the okay?
Yeah, you'll be happy to be dancing.
Hold on, let's compare. So you said they love you as a Jew. What about the rights for the people that are indigenous to the land?
So the ones that are here now, or the ones that are
the ones that live in Gaza.
Okay.
The ones that live in the West Bank, the ones that live inside East Jerusalem, the ones that live in Lebanon, the ones that live inside Egypt, the ones that live in Jordan, they're the ones that live in Syria. There's a
What's your question?
My question is, why can they not allowed to come back and live over there just like you live? You just converted to Judaism 20 years ago.
Yeah,
right? But these people, they don't have to convert. They are from that land. They're native.
I know, but they got conquered.
No, they did not get conquered. They were forcefully ethnically cleansed.
That's called being conquered.
Oh my God.
Yes or no?
That's not. Conquer meaning you conquer the land, you allow the people that are living on the land to coexist.
No, not if they're hostile.
Yes.
That's not reality. That's not reality.
Okay, that's not reality.
No, I'm just saying, that's not reality. The people got conquered. They lost their war. They got whatever you want to call it. They're not here.
But the war, it wasn't a war. 47 wasn't a war.
What was it?
47 wasn't a war. It was a partition plan. They came up with a partition plan.
Who came up with it?
The UN came up with it.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with Jews.
Who was on the UN?
Humans.
The US.
Okay, but I'm saying, those are third parties. That's not Israel.
Do you know what US did?
America's not Israel.
Okay, Areas Truman received letter bombs.
We know the story.
Received letter bombs in 1946.
Fine.
Okay.
The point is...
Hold on. He was part of the UN partition. He arm twisted other countries by telling them we're going to stop your aid and whatever bullshit to be part of the UN partition plan.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was a lot of pressure coming in from even in America, local, there was a lobby groups and whatnot.
Okay, that had nothing to do with the Jewish people. They're just bystanders of the scenarios.
No, okay, so it was a recommendation. It wasn't like a mandatory thing.
Well, you guys still talk about it.
If it wasn't mandatory, what was the need to build a state?
The point is the same.
What was the need to create a state? Why couldn't they not coexist?
You asked a question.
After the white papers came out, Arabs, they did not do any attacks. There were skirmishes prior to 1939. After the fucking white papers came out, there was no skirmishes. The only thing that we were seeing was the Jewish militias attacking British men.
Why does this matter?
It does matter because every time I talk about this, it freaking bothers me. What was the fucking need to create a Jewish state in the first place?
God wanted it to happen.
God did not want it. By atheists and Gnostic people, they didn't believe in God.
Yes, he used them. God still used them.
You're an idiot, man, for real.
Put this way, if religious people started the country, there wouldn't be a country. It only is a country because secular, non-religious Jews who said they wanted a city, they wanted a metropolitan, a functional system. That's why you need to have an atheist, non-religious, communist, almost socialist-minded Jews build a country, because it wouldn't be a country if religious people did it. They didn't know how to build countries. They know how to pray. God knows what he's doing. He chooses the right people to fulfill the task.
Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm John Kitover.
I'm saying, you're not hearing what I'm saying. The religious part of the Jewish world does not know how to build a nation state. They don't know how to build a military. They don't know how to build academics. No, they did it. It was the non-religious who knew how to do that. There would be no Israel if it wasn't for non-religious. They made the whole thing happen. They were godly. It was godly. God used them.
So if they were godly, then what was the need to create a Jewish state?
the reason why they created a Jewish state because God used them as instruments to build the foundation for a religious Jews.
So they were told by God to ethnic cleanse the villages, right?
Yeah.
Okay. God, first of all, you don't believe in God, and God all of a sudden told the people that are atheists, agnostics, yeah, you don't abide by my word, right? You don't believe in me, whatever. Then you guys still got to do it.
There's a book in Judaism called the Book of Yehoshua ben Nun. That's the person who succeeded Moses, right? The next in line after Moses was a guy Yehoshua ben Nun.
Making a video. Worst deal ever for EP Wellington.
Yehoshua ben Nun that came into Israel with the people. When they came into the land, God told them to wipe out everybody. So this isn't even matched. This is like a few villages, right? So I was just saying, like, when the Jews come into the land,
not few.
Okay, but it's in the Torah.
It was 400 or 500, and some of them they left out of fear because they were told because they saw what was happening to their brothers in other villages.
44, 75, 78.
It's not the same thing.
King David dealt with politics. King Solomon was a master politician.
78.
Yeah, but that goes back. But they're prophets.
That's not political, not that much religious.
44, 75, 78.
Okay, was David a prophet?
Bro, we're talking about biblical guidance. This is not a religious rule. It's not about religion.
I'm saying to you, the prophets were also political. That's what
every time these people they get stuck, they want to pull the religious card, man.
What I'm saying is that you guys are fighting against, with ideas that were written by another man. So a man has been manipulated everything. There should be no, there shouldn't be religion. There shouldn't be anything religion.
It's called prophecy. It's called prophecy. My God.
Manipulator.
Everything is high. Oh my God.
And man, everything is made by man is to manipulate. It's to manipulate somebody else to believe something.
God is
there are benefits. You got fighting.
No, it's not.
I understand the point of view. With information that somebody else wrote for you guys to believe on.
Even the God in point. Even
you understand what
the Quran is
a little more deeper than that.
Hey, bro. Last morning if I kick you down, we'll kick you down.
As an attorney, I fight for people who
I warned you about this. Stop mocking my religion.
I'm not. It says it in the Quran.
You are. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Of course it's not going to be ready.
No, it doesn't.
I read it.
Yeah, I read it. We went back and forth with that Persian lawyer the other day, and he got cooked pretty bad too.
What he said?
He got cooked. Your best friend. He's a Persian Zionist.
I know.
Yes.
Anyways, the point is just saying, the simple point is, I love you. I love all the people in the world.
I don't know.
And we need to come together for peace.
Yes.
Part of peace is Hamas disarming themselves and never coming up with it. What? But you should, though. God's creation. Just like you are. You should love God's creation. Anyways, long story short, we gotta make peace, and we gotta bring peace to the Middle East. The good Arabs that are in Israel need to fight against the evil and the wicked, which is Hamas, and PA, and PLO. And you'll see it better down with you. Everybody wants peace. Iran today attacked the United States and tried to kill American soldiers. That's it. You don't do that to Trump.
All right. Hey, what's up, Morning? You wanna say something, Morning? She left. Okay. What's up with the agenda? Did you want to speak?
this is a therapy room at the end of the day, right? Right now, me talking to Black Rabbi, he just, offering us some therapy. That's about it. He's trauma dumping on us, right?
After you're done talking to a Black Rabbi, I need some very strong drugs and recommendations.
I know. I need some as well after doing some of the yesterday room. Even the yesterday room, I had to go to a therapy, this morning.
It's not kind of you just he's trying to bring peace together.
I still think you still have some redeemable value somewhere, somehow.
Remember when we talk about peace about and
Just Google, stuff your face with some falafel sandwiches, okay? You're on, wait, you said you were just walking by King David Hotel?
no, it's walking down the office.
Oh, okay. It's gonna recommend the place for you to go to and stuff your face with some falafel sandwiches, but it's too late, I guess.
Yeah, I went to a class, I know the children.
Daniel, I didn't know you believe in Mega. You believe in Mega? He left. Yeah. Mega, they came up with a new thing. Have you heard about it? Make Iran great again. Noam, I want to ask you a question. Did you want to destroy the Dome of the Rock? Noam?
Your eyes are getting heavy.
Noam, did you want to destroy the Dome of the Rock? Noam, pick up the phone. No. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yes, Rabbi. What do you want to say? Any Iranians want to come up? We can have some, one Iranian and one this Zionist come back. All right, and we can have therapy as well. You should be called out. You should be called out of your name every time. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to concede to anything. Why don't you concede? Why don't you say yes and you fucked up? We should not have done this.
So anyway, this came out 3 hours ago. It says an American
Alex,
shot down. Why
I just said hello. That's it. I just said hello. That's it. It bothered my voice. I told you that they're still alone. You're a powerful man. Even Daniel, he gets triggered by your voice.
Oh, God. I was very interested in what Black Rabbi had to say.
You heard about the attack that has happened, Edward?
No, what happened?
Yeah, the Times was reporting on this. Apparently, America shot down some drone that came from Iran.
Oh, wow. They're doing war games right next to each other. Iran is doing war games right next to the Abraham Lincoln. Iran has their carriers literally right next to them. And I don't know what psychologically what they're trying to achieve or the message they're sending, but yeah, they're literally decided to do war games right there. So
it's not gonna work out.
no, you think they're gonna destroy all of Iran for a drone?
No, they're gonna destroy all of Iran. They're gonna take up mission, so I think it will be one better.
Oh, how come they haven't done so? They've been there for what is that? 1 week or 2 weeks now?
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
They've been there
Your body doesn't know the difference. Words are energy.
I can't talk on it because, like you said, I mean, even though I'm an American citizen, I'm Palestinian, and I'm not I'm not a real American like you.
But I'm here for people. Okay, that's true. But I'm saying still, as almost
That's almost an American.
A passport.
It's almost an American. A Canadian.
Well, we're going to see how
no, it's American. It was funny. That was very, very funny.
These numbers are everywhere.
The point is saying, as a person with an American passport,
Got a couple of things out. I mean, we do this all week. Where's that? My arms are fried, but I'm just gonna drop the weight on my foot.
Fired on. I didn't fire it on.
They fired a drone to kill American soldiers.
He just made this up.
No, that's what happened to them.
No, I don't think they. Let me check on this. I don't think they fired an attack drone. I think they had a.
Hurry up and catch up.
Yeah. Let me catch up.
He says he's so reminded. Can't stay alert if you're always on.
Well, but you did get married, right? That was your first marriage, and she left you. And then now you fornicated with this other woman, right? You made her pregnant without even getting married to it. So does the passport rule mean if that's the first wife or the second wife?
Good evening, I'm John Kitover with the news. Here's what's happening.
I think we could use a passport rule, especially Black Rebel multiple times. Yeah, you're just an idiot, man. I hope you're able to look after her because I don't think you're making enough money out of that unlicensed yeshiva. I'm not gonna pray for you. I would actually pray that may God curse you until you come back to America. Man, real stuff. That's the time. That should be the standard.
No, you out here, call me back.
Did you just say that?
No way. That's not a witchcraft, it's a curse. No, that's a curse. These types of people. So this thing happened with the Iran thing, and we have the what else I shared in the chat earlier today. Oh yeah, Israel and Azerbaijan. They signed artificial intelligence MOU in Jerusalem. So let's see what happens with that. And then you had the Erdogan meets with MBS in Saudi Arabia ahead of the U.S.-Iran nuclear talks. Apparently Erdogan is working, trying to mediate between Iran and America. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking at drone thing. It doesn't say it was. It says it's a Shahed drone, but which is an attack drone. But it did. I'm asking right now. Why would Iran send one drone? And the U.S. used an F-35 to shoot down that drone, which is crazy. You don't have anti-drone technology.
This is a major explosion.
So I asked him. So they say. Okay. GPT says intelligence gathering. Why else would you send one drone? You know. And also, Iran was harassing a oil tanker that came out of the Straits of Hormuz. But at the same time, diplomatic negotiations are still ongoing. But I wouldn't trust that this is an attack drone, though. That's the thing. I wouldn't trust it. No, I wouldn't trust that because
Why would you say any drone? Why would you say any drone?
That's right. They have drones for intelligence in the air.
Why would you fire that at towards the information? Why would you do that?
I don't think it was fired at them directly, but it got too close.
Hi guys, hi Edward. Hi guys. Hi guys. No, that's different. Hi guys.
Hey, it's my friend.
Hi guys. Hi guys. Where is she? Here she is, yeah.
Oh my god. What's up,
Hi,
ladies? Black Rabbi's been waiting for you, ladies.
Where fake lies, right? The lies. Everything you said was U.S. So say it again. I got distracted.
The U.S. says it looked threatening.
Yeah, it was. It was coming aggressively. It was an act of war.
When old ass Shahid is threatening.
You do not throw pebbles at your daddy. Okay? You do not throw pebbles at your daddy. You will have to pay for that. They want a war. They want to risk the line of infrastructure. This is where they're at right now. Okay? These people are genocidal. They have no regard for human life. They killed 40,000 veteran citizens in broad daylight. And now they're firing.
The U.S. says it did not have clear. They didn't have any clear intent of the drone. So that's contradictory to what you said.
No, it's not clear. They said they don't have clear intent. They have somewhat intent, but it's not clear.
They have positive.
Yeah, but they accept it as an act of war. That this is the beginning of a whole new reality. Trump
It's not an act of war. It's one old drone, which I'm pretty sure that it was a surveillance drone, which they have.
Trump wants peace. The Americans want peace. The Israelis want peace. Okay.
Oh, really?
Stop gaslighting us.
We want them to get rid of this ballistic missile program. We want them to completely denuclearize.
Shut up here. Stop lying. Israel wants peace there.
Israel wants peace.
70,000 people. I'm sure the number is
Most of them were Hamas.
Stop lying.
Most of them were Hamas.
You're such a liar.
Israel wants peace. America wants peace.
Yes, we want
For the
peace.
past what?
You can't
70
trust
years,
baby
America wants
killers.
war. Where in the
You
world?
don't have to trust. This is what we want.
The
We
only
just want
person
peace.
that used what's it called? This what is it called?
The bomb.
The bomb in Japan.
The hydrogen bomb. Yeah, nuclear bomb.
Nuclear bomb.
That was a long time ago.
No. Every single president for the past 50 years went to war. Stop lying.
Obama was known as the.
Hold on, guys. One thing, like we all owe Lelouch an apology. She was right yesterday in regards to the PLO elections. They posted and they put on their website a very long clarification, and she was right. It includes everybody, everyone, everywhere. They are very, very clear about it. So Lelouch was wrong. So we were all schooled by a 23-year-old brilliant young woman.
Guys, this is what I was trying to tell you.
She's 17 and Roche is 17 or 18.
Nice being
So there's a reason why Palestinians from America travel to the West Bank or to other countries in order to vote in PLO elections. Like my dad is somebody who travels back and forth between the West Bank. Why? Because he wants to be able to vote with these elections. In July of 2025, my dad went, and within a week of getting there, the PLO disannounced their elections. So PLO disannounced their elections. So, but anyways, that's okay, guys.
That's okay. Like, you check your documents to asking this for a bit. Like, you are school this all, but also it's a good thing to read because it's very specific about when they're having the PA election, the Fatah primary, and the PLO. So like it puts everything in order.
It's over.
Why are you talking? You're not interested.
Why are you talking to me, freaking loser?
Because he's a pick me, and it has to be I'm trying to actually have a productive.
You're the one who interrupted her Black Rabbit.
Yeah, when I came in the room, you were talking about you couldn't get your drone up.
Set him down.
I moved him down.
You're neither an Israeli or Palestinian, so shut the fuck up, Black Rabbit. Sorry, guys, for my language.
Generally, but I think like that you guys need to like start advocating for people to participate in this PLO election. I think it's like this is like Israel's one of their main objective is to prevent Palestinian unity and a Palestinian voice, and I think this is a really good opportunity. Just like that's my 2 cents on this.
Yeah, I was looking into how you get nominated for a position.
That's a very good question.
Yeah, I'm looking into it. I was go.
One of you guys can get nominated.
I would nominate myself. Like even if I could, I mean, I don't think they would choose me for anything or get any votes, but just to say I did something, because
Well, Mr.
Now that we support the sexual assault.
Oh, here we go.
No, but the thing is that even participating is putting an example, leading by example. Palestinians are a pluralistic democratic society that can have multiple opinions and still, make decisions in a united way. It's extremely important.
Yeah, taking part in the process is important to me. But what do you think? We're talking about the PNC.
Yeah, so I'll let you know that if you want to run for local elections and
No, the PNC. The PLO's, the Palestinian National Council.
I'm just gonna let you know what our esteemed PA President Mahmoud Abbas did. He signed executive orders for anyone who would want to run for elections have to sign off on agreeing to the terms of the PLO being the representative of the Palestinian people, meaning that you have to say the Oslo Accords are okay, everything the PLO did or whatever the PA is doing is you have to comply with those laws. Now the PNC is a different ballgame, a different story. I don't know what the mechanisms for electing at the PNC is.
They're above the council, and they have the council.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
If you could change, like replace the PLO, how would you change it? What would you change, and what would you put in place to represent the Palestinian voice?
Dissolve this whole entity, dissolve it, like get rid of it, and have younger people running for office.
So is it the system, the way the system is built, or the people that are currently
No, it's pretty much how the system is built and how it has,
Can I ask what is wrong in your opinion from the system?
Well, the PLO does not represent every Palestinian. That's one. Two, the system itself has been set up in such a way where it's just another little dictatorial
regime with amongst the Palestinians, and we have this character Abbas, who is brought by the Israelis and the Americans, sitting on his chair and extremely corrupt. It's just another dictatorial Arabic government.
So, your perception was that PLO always like this, like from the day it was born, or was it corrupted? So, when did it shift? I'm genuinely curious. It's not from a judgmental or anything. I've never gotten a chance to ask and speak.
After the Oslo Accords, pretty much, they came. They did not come from those people who were, running the show in amongst the Palestinians in the West Bank are people who did not live amongst the Palestinians. The local Palestinians were sidelined, and the whole system was set up by Dayton, the Dayton of the General Dayton. So they replicated a repressive system in which the Palestinians.
So you feel Arafat never represented you?
As an elected person, really no. I mean, he represented the PLO. Does the PLO represent every Palestinian? Yeah, it has been.
They're supposed to, right?
Yeah, but the PLO is supposed to be a transient organization in which things have to move on after the Oslo Accord, the so-called Oslo Accord.
Oh, okay, I get what you mean. So you feel like they used the fact that they were there for temporary, and they okay,
Yeah, and things were moving along in 2006. And before that, there were local elections, and we had the legislature, like a parliament, and people voted those people in. But then, right after 2006, it was decimated. Most of its members were arrested by Israel, and Abbas came and pretty much dissolved.
Do you feel that their objection to the disengagement played a part in that?
What do you mean, objection?
The PA objected to the unilateral disengagement from Gaza, right? They thought it was done over their head and that it's not done, and that it's a trap. Do you think that their objection to it, they contributed to them losing support?
Yeah, because
it did a political move against Hamas at the end of it.
Right, I mean, yeah, because they were, Hamas is what Hamas is, and they were engaged in some doing horrible shit in the Gaza Strip, and that's why how Hamas came to power. I do not support Hamas. I'm not a big fan of Hamas as an ideological movement. I don't like their ideology. I wouldn't vote for them. They don't represent me. I'm always at odds with their ideology. But Palestinians they do not have full representation. I mean, whatever agency we have, they definitely do not represent the Palestinian people.
But that was always the case, right? That was the big part of the main thing they always tried to do is make sure Palestinians don't have a voice.
Right, but in 2000 there were elections which were decent elections, but the issue with that is the Hamas won the majority in the legislation in the parliament, and that was to the disliking of the Americans and the Israelis. I always thought, okay, you put them in power, let them form a government. They're gonna fail, vote them out. 4 years later, you can vote them out, but if you're from the region, you see how those little dictatorial Arab leaders, how they function, how things go with them. And the PA has been a total disastrous failure. There's just a bunch of corrupt fuck-ups who just want to line their pockets.
Do you feel there's a prominent Palestinian voice that you feel you would elect as a leader?
Say that again. Say that again.
It's like somebody that you support, whether it's Barghouti or God forbid the Klan, or but is there somebody that you would stand behind as representative?
There are plenty of Palestinians.
Who would be your top candidate?
I would. But we're still under the occupation, right? So it has to be.
It's more.
I like Baruti. I like other people who are, they don't have to be, those, militant people, or they can be just anyone,
Do you think that there's any chance that there will be a support for Zacharias baby?
Support for who?
Zacharias baby.
No, I don't think so. No. I support like wide support.
If he decided to go back into politics, do you think he would gain support?
I don't think so. He's I don't know if people here know who he is, but I don't think.
I'll tell you why I asked. I was really surprised that because when they released a lot of the hostages, the Palestinian hostages, the powerful names were mostly released to foreign countries, right? To Egypt or Turkey. But for some reason, they allowed Zacharias baby back in the West Bank. And that's a guy that has leadership potential, right? And I thought that means that they're about to go after him again, because usually when they don't want somebody out, they let him out to a place where they can catch him back again a few months later. But they seem to be leaving him alone. And I'm wondering if something's up there, because he's a recognized name. At least
he might be recognized.
The whole prison break thing.
Yeah, but he might be recognized.
He has like star quality.
He might be a recognized name amongst the Israelis, probably, but he's not that much of a recognized.
Really? Like with the whole prison break thing, he didn't get like a lot of flowers.
Popular, thing, but I don't see him to be to have the qualities of leading the Palestinians. I don't really care who runs for office. It's just we don't need another Abbas. We don't need a corrupt piece of shit character. We just need someone from the neighborhood, from amongst us, who can navigate things through. But you know how hard it is to be leading a Palestinian under the Israeli occupation. Because we're not a free people. I don't really care.
Taking any type of leadership is taking a risk with your life. Israel loves to take down anybody that has any type of clout in Palestine.
Right. So imagine this guy you mentioned, Zachariah. Imagine him being, winning elections amongst the Palestinians. Do you think Israel is just going to say, "Oh, okay, here, let's come and talk to you"? They're just going to kill him overnight. It's a given that he would be living.
That's exactly why it didn't make sense to me, because he has that star quality, I think. But maybe I was
star quality, yes. Does he have leadership? I don't know. He could be. I don't know him very well, but I know he broke out of jail.
He was one of the names I expected Israel would want to exile. That it wouldn't want.
They kept him. They did not ditch him out of the country.
Which was very weird. Like all the other big names, they kicked out.
They kicked out a few people. Yes, I know. I never really thought about that. I never thought why they kept him around.
Right, but do you get why it's bothering me? It feels like it feels like it's too fishy. It feels like we're missing something.
Yeah, I don't know.
They don't. It wasn't a coincidence, These are the type of things that Israel does for a reason.
Possible. I don't really know. Very possible.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Maybe we got a little bit too detailed on stuff.
These elections here are for the council over the PLO, and they help form the direction or set the agenda for the PLO. So there are new people that come on board. I think it would have a large effect on the entire organization before you even get to PA elections on the ground. Especially if we can get, a decent amount of people from, it looks like half the people
are from the diaspora and half are from within Palestine. That's how it's set up.
I wonder if Connecticut had that one. Well, what happened? Moment of silence. Okay.
Something that's weird with my thing here.
Rabbi's still in the audience, it's just annoying orange, man. But yeah, let's see what happens with elections. I hope they allow the collection of the results from each year, so because Israel is just something else.
Why do I have a hand raised queue? I'm not on.
Because you are Edward.
The Great.
The Great.
But that's weird.
You are a monk.
I'm not a monk.
No, he's not.
Yeah, you are.
Alright.
You're a major monk.
I'm gonna come right back and see what happened. This happened yesterday too in a different room. And the app always ends up crashing. Let me put myself down. I'm gonna put myself down and bring myself up. Oh wow, I can't even click on my name. Okay. Let me get out.
I plan to move to Gaza with my family.
Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Really? You're just a bad person.
What are you talking about?
You're just a fucking bad person.
What are you talking about? You're self-righteous. I think you're in some like righteous trip because you're like.
Do you know that yesterday? Do you know that when people returned to Gaza yesterday and today, in one of the situations, a little girl was coming back with her family. And IDF refused to allow her to take her toy with her. The only thing she brought with her, and she was literally crying her little heart out, begging for the toy back, and they said no. But you want to go to the
Oh, vile.
You're such a piece of shit.
Bro, this is how fucking vile these fuckers are. The one little thing that this little girl has is her toy, a piece of solace, and takes it away. Listen, you black fucking rabbi bitch. Shut the fuck up. No talking to you. I'm calling you Black Rabbi. Isn't that your fucking name? I said black fucking rabbi bitch.
She was crying so hard. She just wanted her fucking toy.
The one thing that somebody has, they want to.
It's more than that, though. They feed off of children's fear.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like gas for them. Clearly, Black Rabbi didn't care about children, or he would have wifed up his pregnant girlfriend, right?
Yeah, it's true. He turned the conversation completely. And we took a moment to acknowledge how vile people are. But then again, this guy's a Trump supporter too.
You know what you're wrong, Warning? To them, they're not children. They're not human.
No, they are. They are children. They target children. They target children.
They
wouldn't have snipers. You were arguing this point the other day about a sniper.
No,
he had bullets in a child's head.
You're not listening to
me. They target children. No, I'm hearing you, but you're not going to downplay what it is. They target children specifically. So
please, when you speak about children and Zionists attacking children, it is children that they're after. They don't care about adults or anything like that. It's the children, obviously, or else they wouldn't arrest children for throwing rocks.
Okay, but you don't. What I was trying to explain is that they don't view them as human children. They view them
What
as
you're
less.
trying to explain is something that it's not, and they are targeting children. That's fine that you believe what you believe, but what I've seen and what I've heard and what I've been researching lately is they're targeting children specifically. Why? Because they're innocent. They have no sin, right? Oh, the sin is throwing a rock? Yeah, right. They want to steal that innocence. They want to harvest their fear. They're doing satanic rituals with innocent children. And according to Oprah, letting Oprah, do Oprah's thing, there was this problem way back in the 80s, and people were not talking about it, and it was silenced. And it's interesting how quickly things get silenced, and people get paid to keep their mouth shut. It's really important that we acknowledge that Zionists are targeting children. So thank you, Emerose, for saying that they don't see them as children, but they do. They target them. They have a big target on their back, and snipers are actually shooting them in the head. You argued this point. Matter of fact, how do you feel about that, B-Rabbit, Mr. Black Rabbi? How do you feel about that woman going on Oprah and talking about how Jewish people were sacrificing children and eating them? And how do you feel about the Epstein files that talks about children being ate with cream cheese? How do you feel about that?
You officially put yourself into the crazy. You're a crazy person just saying these things.
Yeah, we're only crazy until someone actually shows proof of it, right? Go search the Epstein files yourself.
So you kind of people who support this movement, right? And it's easy to blame Jews, pick on the minority, the smallest.
You know what? You don't want to gaslight me. You're not going to do that. Because the funny thing is that you try to twist people's words to make yourself look good when all you've done is denounced your own country, America, right, where you're from, your American blood in your veins, and now you're over there trying to act holier than thou, holier than your own freaking community. So let me ask you a question, since you won't answer that question, which all Zionists do. Who do you choose? Martin Luther King or Malcolm X?
Netanyahu.
Yeah, exactly.
Netanyahu is probably one of the greatest leaders of this generation. World leaders, and he's saving more Muslim lives than any man probably ever to walk face of this earth. He's destroying all the enemies of Islam.
People like you are gonna have hell to pay when you talk about your Messiah comes, right? It's interesting because when the karma comes, we'll see who's left. And if it's not in this realm, it'll be when you die, and you'll face your maker. You will face your maker, and you will be weighed by the salt that you have endured for other people's tears. And the more you talk, the more you sound ridiculous. And it's disgusting. People like you are allowed to have this platform.
No witchcraft. Please stop it. No witchcraft. Bottom line is Israel is saving.
Okay, you said all that. At what cost, though? At what cost? You're just okay with children dying? You're okay with a genocide?
so that what, your Messiah can come back and what, everyone else perishes because you're better than everybody else? Miss me with your down your nose judging people. You're sick, you're demonic, and I pray for you because you will have hell to pay. Trust me, you will have hell to pay.
Thank you for praying for me. I appreciate that. The point is saying if you believe in God and you believe in peace on earth, you'll be demanding that Hamas is removed from.
The funny thing is you spew that propaganda, Hamas. You miss me with that bullshit. Okay? It's used as a manipulation for the people, and clearly you're delusional and manipulated for who you are and what you stand for, and every word out of your dick. You're fake, you're delusional, and you're crazy. You're just crazy, Black Rabbi. You really are. Be Rabbit in its finest glory. The fact that you're okay with your own child growing up without a father, right? Yeah. So much for your family values, right?
Why are you attacking me personally?
Attacking you. Oh, suddenly you feel attacked because we're talking about your sin, right? Is he without sin shall cast the first stone? You know what? Your narrative is getting weaker and weaker the more you talk and the more people are aware of what's real. Because these Epstein files that are coming out, it won't be long. It won't be long. There will be a revolution here in America. And there will be a revolution that pulls the rug out from underneath you. And then the Zionists that are controlling all this and puppeteering all this, what is that for the innocent Jewish people that actually believe in what they believe in? Because there is a difference. There is a huge difference. Because I've met with a woman with a tattoo on her arm that is Jewish, and she doesn't agree with anything that's going on. So I'd like to hear you. You speak for her too? You speak for her? Right. You speak for her. And the funny thing is she talks about people of color who are Jewish and how it's interesting to her that they believe the narrative because we've talked about you. She's heard about you. And she thinks that it's funny to her because in their belief, what you're talking about, you're crazy. You're crazy, Black Rabbi. You really are. And the fact that you believe your own narrative just makes it even more dangerous. And there it is, the plug, because it's all about money to you people, right? All you care about is money and real estate. And the fact that you yourself are talking about living in Gaza with your family.
I'm going to bring peace.
Bring peace.
Yeah.
What does peace even mean to you? What does peace even mean to you? Oh, okay, there it is. Circling back. So you chose up. You chose up. That's okay. It's all about the money. But guess what? Money can't buy you into heaven, bro. You can't buy your way into heaven. You can't manipulate God. So think about that when you go to bed. Think about the fact that you can't manipulate God when you pass over and when you die. You will be rolling over in your grave because the funny thing is you think you know everything and you think you're right, but you'll be weighed, bro. Salt and tears. You'll be weighed.
Like I said, we're going to fix this issue. We just need to get rid of Hamas. They need to disarm.
Stop the propaganda. Stop the bullshit. Stop the lies. Talk about what it really is. It's about real estate and resources. Nobody cares about your I bring peace. Whatever, bro.
Bro, listen, we need to disarm Israel. You're crazy?
That's never going to happen. So figure out another strategy.
Yeah, so why are they saying they're gonna honor Hamas? And they will never do that. They can't even do that.
A lot more people are going to die.
What?
A lot more people are going to die.
Yeah, but they will win the war.
Well, the solution is disarming Israel.
Hold on for it.
Yeah, you might win this battle, but we will win the war. Black Russians.
There's going to be a lot of Hamas people that are going to die every day.
Hamas is not people. Hamas is more than just that. We're all Hamas. We're all.
You go to Gaza,
your kids as well.
Yeah, you're from Iraq, but the point is the same.
You don't have to divide us. We're all one.
You live in a fantasy. You wish you were Palestinian.
I wish I was in Palestine to come and kick your balls. You don't have balls, sorry.
Why to be violent?
Shut the fuck up, Black Rapture.
We're speaking about violence, you're crazy.
No, but she's talking about violence towards me. I'm like a pure angel.
A pure angel?
Yeah.
You're a computer agent.
Anyways, the point is the same. If you want peace in that region, tell Hamas to disarm. That's all you gotta do.
No, I'm not.
And all violence stops immediately.
You know, no, listen. Tell that if disarm immediately.
Alright, so more people are gonna die, I guess, unfortunately.
Yeah, people is gonna die. On both sides, though.
In the past 2 years, they killed, 71,000 people, if not more. But believe me, just in 2025, we've had 60,000 newborn babies. Just in Gaza, so.
Okay, so there you go.
Don't worry.
Yeah, keep slaughtering the children.
So coming out, folks, I know I look like a cross.
Headed to the polls today for Ohio's March primary at the Cedar Ridge.
You have the choice to stop killing people.
Allow me to introduce the Future Vote 3000. It's the first.
You said 71,000 people died.
You killed, not died. We're killed.
No, you said, guess what? 60,000 babies were
Yeah.
Steve, I'm worried about
2025.
This is how sick your culture is.
No, this is how we survive. We're resistant. We survive. We survive.
You want your children to die, so you have.
No, we don't want our children to die. But if you want to kill our children, we're gonna have more children.
Okay, well, this is your simple Arab logic, and I get it. And just know, the most unsophisticated American is more smart than your Hawaiian people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You guys are barbarous. You want to see your children die?
No, you're killing our children. You want to see our children die. You say our children are not innocent. You say children are Hamas.
You train to be terrorists.
No, we're not training anyone to be terrorists. We're training everyone to be resistant.
And to hate Jews and to hate America, and you call it resistance.
Just a second. I don't know if Amir is here. Raya, I cannot invite you again. I've already invited you multiple times. Let me see.
He's also best friend.
Hold on. Let me. Everyone not needed. Okay, you can try to come up now. See if you can. Raya. It's the app because I turned off hand raising. You can just come up.
She's not that smart, man. She's hard for her with technology. She's an older woman.
Yeah, I'm 33. I'm like half your age. Black Rapture.
No, you're not half my age.
I'm half your age.
I would never date a girl your age. Just so you know.
I would never date a stupid person like you. You're a moron. You're a clown. I would never date a clown like you. And I'm married. Don't worry.
You have gray hairs. He's sick of you. He's clearly sick.
I have gray hair?
Yeah.
That's pathetic. Even if I had gray hair, what's wrong with having gray hair? Your mom has gray hair. I'm not old. Did you see my gray hair?
You know why Black Rabbi look in the mirror in the morning?
He'd be scared.
Yeah, he gets very scary.
Yeah.
You're too ugly, dude. Rabbi, you're too ugly. You really are ugly. You know you're ugly, right?
Hey, but Black Rabbi, hey, how you doing, Fire? Amir, doing good. Black Rabbi, here's my question. What was the point of the provocation towards the Palestinians when the people that you're representing don't even like those Jewish motherfuckers do not like black people? Okay. And obviously, they have those black people over there in fucking nuclear plants and shit, bro. Like anything beyond the River Jordan, they're doing them pretty dirty, right? But for whatever reason, it just seems like you're identifying with the people that's oppressing your people. Can you explain to me why?
Bro, understand at the end of the day, you need to repent in front of God for speaking 66 about the Jewish people. You need to repent immediately.
So coming out, folks, I know I look like a cross between a newborn and a retired biker. It's the only combo that comes with its own sunscreen. I was recording a video in the shower earlier because that's where all great decisions happen, and someone messaged me. So coming out, folks, I know I look like a cross between a newborn and a retired biker. It's the only combo that comes with its own sunscreen. I was recording a video in the shower earlier because that's where all great decisions happen, and someone... Allow me to introduce the Future Vote 3000. It's the first voting machine with a built-in calculator, radio, and yes, a calculator. Slide the ballot, pull the lever.
Headed to the polls today for Ohio's March primary at the Cedar Ridge Community Center. Volunteers are making sure things run smoothly. Among them, 2 neighbors who say serving as election judges is their way of giving back. Our job is to check ID. Headed to the polls today.
Coming out, folks, I know I look like...
Hey, I'll start at 200 for the old voting machine.
250.
Just 300 even.
I'm out. That's right here. Got 20 right here.
Speaks with us with so. I mean, he may have lobby issues.
Unicorn is in the game.
Has a recording that may might come out. So we're not talking to you, Black Rabbit. Thank you. Back to you, Fido, my sweet princess. Let's not talk to this scumbag. So that's what's happened. He's actually very, very, down. Just completely downtrodden. He has nothing going for himself. So every time a female speaks, it triggered him. Either he wishes he was us, because he's got so feminine. I think he does.
Yeah.
Do you wish that you were us? You poor thing.
He has an imaginary girlfriend.
An imaginary child. Oh my god. I'm dying laughing right now, sorry. Anyways, moving on.
Pathetic black rap shit.
Yeah, he is. Really is. Pathetic. So-called rap.
Look, Rabbi. Look. I don't need to repent for shit. Because...
Why do you so uncomfortable that you're in the toilet?
Because I'm eating. But anyways, look, listen.
You told the toilet, bro. This is disgusting.
No, that's your word, not mine. But listen, I don't need to repent for shit. Because I didn't do it. Repent for what? Speaking about a bunch of fake ass items that are over there around me. So I'm repent for shit. So they're not holy. I mean, they're doing all kinds of vile shit over there. Gay parades at Tel Aviv, and that's supposed to be holy, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, I know. Like, so that we've already been knowing they got released in a little fight. They're sitting up here sacrificing and drinking the blood of babies and doing all kinds of rituals. The same shit that they found. Back in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. No, actually last year, if I'm not mistaken. So them finding them in the sewers and the tunnels and shit, all throughout the 5 boroughs of New York, right? With underground tunnels and fucking bloody ass baby carriages. I don't give a fuck about these goddamn people. These people are devils, bro. What the fuck do I gotta repent for? They themselves, real rabbis I've encountered will tell you that they're not real Jews. They'll literally say that they're not real Jews. They know that they're perpetrating a fraud. So if that's the case, if that's the case, then I don't need to fucking repent of anything that I say that is inflammatory towards them, because they say a lot of inflammatory shit that's not based on any substance. So for you to sit up here and tell me to repent, and by the way, you didn't answer my question because you took the question to sit up here and insult me, ironically. But to answer your question, I don't need to repent for shit. When Christ returns, do you think what they're doing over there in Israel, on the land, defiling the land, do you really believe that Christ is coming to save those people? I hope you understand IA Atlas or whatever, like when that thing comes down, because most likely that might be the Lord in that ship. Those people have hell to pay, you know. So, and if you want to sit up here and be a bitch for them, then guess what? You're gonna go down with them. So
Fuck you, Mordecai.
That's the problem with this Sharif Hassan character. He's got a beautiful name, like Sharif Hassan, right? But this idiot had to convert to whatever religion. That's fine, he could have converted, but at least it would have been, respectful to the other party, the people that are living on that land. I think, you know what I think? When you moved over there, you didn't know what you were getting yourself involved in. Right? And slowly, you guys started to get indoctrinated, right, with this bullshit. That they told you, oh, it's a homeland for Jews, and it's a safe land, and it's a safe place for the Jews, and they can arrive here, they can live here. And yet it goes against your scripture, but you support, you support the integration, you support the apartheid system that Israel's running off, right? And you support pretty much all this bullshit, right? And it just doesn't make sense. I don't get it, man. People like you, pieces of shit. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's just garbage piece of shit.
You haven't noticed, since he moved out there, he looks really depressed. He's gained even more weight. He looks fat and sloppy. He literally looks like he's melting. His eyes are black. They're barbecue. He doesn't sleep there. You can just tell he's going to hell over there. And he thinks he's going to be accepted. Listen here, tell me, Mommy. What the fuck is fat ass doing?
You alright, that rabbi character? Are you okay?
Did you go through his picture? Did you see the picture of him laying on the floor?
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. We are born at a given moment in a given place, and like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and of the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything else. Carl Gustav Jung. How the mind can torture itself in its quest to understand the travels of the soul from life through death to life again. Tormented, the mystic asks, what is the purpose of it all? Why was I born? From whence have I come? And to where will I go when I have shed my frail earthly form? The answers prove elusive. Instead of certainty, the mystic finds only speculation and surmise. Baffled, he struggles to recover memories of a life before birth, in the hopes that these might shed light on what transpires after death. Here again he is stymied, for like all others who move from one rebirth to the next, the mystic has first to dally in the land of the dead. There he was forced to slake his thirst from the river of forgetfulness, dissolving all memories of his previous lives before he was free to stumble blindly towards his next incarnation. This cleansing of the past goes unnoticed by most people. However, something deep within the mystic is left unsettled. He finds that his thoughts and dreams are disturbed, as if by glimpses of some long-forsaken ambition, a memory of which hovers just unseen on the very edge of his vision. In truth, the mystic does not draw as deeply from the river of forgetfulness as his less contemplative fellows, and some distant memory goads him into joining that age-old quest for meaning. The ancient Greeks realized that active self-reflection was something integral to understanding the mysteries of birth, life, and death, which would allow a person to find his appropriate place in the internal processes of the gods. Life is shrouded in mystery. This is the fundamental fact which confronts us. We live in a cave with our backs to the light, and as Plato said, our knowledge is nothing more than the shadows which play upon its walls. The Greeks became preoccupied with this inner light, cast shadows into our reality. They summed up their quest for it with the axiom, know thyself. Inscribed in the temple of Apollo at Delphi, they believed that mankind could never fully comprehend or know the human spirit. So this axiom actually suggests learning about and controlling personal behavior in the here and now, so that a person might rise to understand his or her fate or incarnation, and in effect find unity with the gods. Similar deliberations on matters of birth, life, death, and reincarnation have taken place in most other societies and cultures. In India, the ideas solidified and became the foundation upon which the various forms of yoga are based. The Sanskrit word yoga is derived from the word yoj, which means to control, to unite. And thus the word yoga is often translated as simply meaning the art of union. Carl Gustav Jung, 1875 to 1961, the founder of modern analytical psychology, acknowledged the importance of studying yoga, but he also cautioned that the practice may not be suitable for the Western mind. He believed the yogic tendency to seek spiritual transcendence by ignoring the material side of the world was misguided, and that the purpose of incarnation was actually to gain a more intimate understanding of existence, as he wrote. There are many different kinds of yoga, and Europeans often become hypnotized by it, but it is essentially Eastern. No European has the necessary patience and it is not right for him. The more we study yoga, the more we realize how far it is from us. A European can only imitate it, and what he acquires by this is of no real interest. Jung continued, in the course of the centuries, the West will produce its own yoga. Although I am not completely in accord with Jung's assessment that Europeans have no patience, and disagree with the assertion that we get nothing of any interest out of doing this type of practice, he did make a valid point when he proposed that a new approach to the art of union is necessary for our Western archetype. He seems to suggest that psychology could play that role, but to me there is a difficulty here. In an echo of yoga, we find modern psychology preoccupied with bringing the unconscious mind to conscious awareness, whilst either downplaying the role of the body or treating it merely as a cumbersome appendage must be mastered. To me, the core premise of Western magic is that we incarnate into our body in order to gain an experience, not transcend it, and that we must examine the whole process equally. The holistic approach is surely far healthier than a fragmented one, and it is indeed the direction in which psychology has been creeping for some time. Besides being a Jungian psychologist, Dane Rudyard, 1895 to 1985, was one of the most thoughtful practitioners of modern astrology. Reflecting on such matters, he observed that ancient Hindu yoga was based on this realization of the meaning and power of the breath, and so also in another sense was astrology. Astrology was the means to relate the first moment of the individualized freedom, the first breath, to the eternal cosmic process. Astrology was therefore, and can be today, a method to take the individual out of his isolation and to incorporate him into the eternal process. It is my intention to offer a fresh approach to the subject of union through the study of astrology. As mortals, we have been given clues as to how to manipulate our lower ego, so that we may surrender self without losing the overall ego, which is the driving factor we require to appreciate the experience for which we incarnated. Astrology blends together mind, body, and our reality, revealing that each is an integral part of the other. And in so doing, it underscores the relationship between it yoga refers to as the Anja and the Muladhara Kakaras, as being a concept that Carl Jung was starting to explore as far back as 1932. This will be discussed later in the book.
It sees that they can be together with it.
Would I be as poor as someone living on a kibbutz?
Probably not. That's really important.
We're trying to help you right now.
Oh, well, why aren't you married since you're having supposedly a baby outside of wedlock? Why aren't you married, Rabbi?
Tell me, you're working, you're doing something in your life, or your syllabus from the morning till the night.
Okay, I do work. You know those little tomatoes you put in olives? You get them in olives? I stuff tomatoes and olives. I'm an olive stuffer.
You're a farmer?
No. I work in the factory. You put the tomatoes in the olives.
For a month?
And then put the olives in the jar.
Where is your factory? Where is it?
Not my factory.
Where is my factory you're working? Where is it?
It's in Florida.
Florida,
Look, how about the woman that you're supposed to get pregnant?
Bring Annie back on now. She's a nice.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like 500, like
Almost. Don't you think it's a work for tennis to get Black Rabbi married since he's having a baby with a woman that he's not married to?
Shut
the fuck up.
Hey, Joe, why don't you shut the fuck up? Why don't you shut the fuck up, Joe?
It's not of your business.
Wait, it's your business to get me
I just say one thing to be really quick on the topic? GP. I don't know how long you're paying attention to the dialogue. You said that I was the problem to give this motherfucker attention. That I wasn't the first one to give him attention. I came in when there was a dialogue going on. When Max and Vic were trying to question him to get answers out of him because he was making awful claims. So you blame it on me, and I forgive you, sir. I forgive you, sir, but like you weren't reading the room.
No, you ain't gotta. Yeah, you don't have to read the room at this point.
Okay.
No, this dipshit.
No, he's a piece of shit. He comes in to create contention for everyone. He doesn't like
I don't know who this motherfucker is, but guess what? You about to get smoked. I'm sorry, Sig. My brother. Yeah, this motherfucker about to get it up. Oh.
Yeah, we brought up Israel and shit. That's why. Alright.
Who the fuck cares about some geopolitics? It's about geopolitics.
Like nobody gives a shit about Israel anymore. Like they're their own country. Figure out your own fucking problems. Like seriously, I just hate the fact that
we was just talking about Washington and California and shit.
Yes, I got a comment I point you made earlier.
Okay,
about basically Christianity being, extremely tolerant, which is baffles me. I've been talking about for the last few days. Anthony Jeselnik is one of my favorite comedians right now. It's pretty funny. But I noticed his last 3 specials, he shitted on Christians heavily. So not just Christians, also pedophilia too. He made child abuse jokes and child rape jokes. And listen, I'm all for dark humor and comedy. I'm just being consistent. I'm cool. I'm okay with it because I understand it's just jokes. But what I don't like is the inconsistency of society. He can't talk about women. He can't talk about transgenders. He reached the surface just a little bit, but nowhere as he does with Christianity and children. So it's just one of the things that stand out that we have a highly sensitive society to everything else except Christianity, which is how we got here in the first place. And I'll end on this. I love the culture of American Christianity because it allows us to be what we are. However, it has got so intolerant to the point where it's damn near fading away because people are allowing themselves to be a racist, just like white people. So I think that shit needs to change, and Christians need to have a backbone stand up for their own religion. Go ahead.
Yeah, amen, bro. Yeah, I agree, man. Like I love my fellow Christians, man. Like I said, most tolerant religious group I've come across, man. But yeah, y'all gotta start standing up for yourselves, man. Y'all literally letting yourselves get shit on by these other fucking religions.
Right. So then when I'm doing that in your room and shitting on this man, why am I getting treated like shit then?
Because you're shitting on a man. When you shit on a man, you're literally shitting on yourself. This is a barber shop. Somebody's got to clean it up.
Nah, because you got a piece of shit that is fucking being a piece of shit, man. That's open season. That's open season. Anybody can shit on.
Have you ever taken a shit and puked at the same time?
Anthony Jeselnik, he got a new one on Netflix. Matter of fact, all his last 3 was on Netflix.
I never heard of that person, so
he's really funny.
Okay.
Yeah, he has the dark humor where he says his jokes doesn't come from a certain angle, so all his jokes are really offensive. That's his style. But like I say, he doesn't touch certain groups. He doesn't really touch race much. Of course, women and definitely the LGBT community.
Point of order, moderator. You said a moment ago that people don't give a shit about Israel. Oh, put me in your queue. Thank you very low.
Let me see what she said. We say
Bro, did you see this dude's PTR? And guess what? Alright,
what's up, man?
Yo, don't kick these out, man. Don't kick Congress down. I mean, ain't being disrespectful. He has to be.
Who the fuck said that shot? That shit was quick.
Stab him back up, Congressman.
Did you see this?
What's going on?
didn't know who that was.
Hi, Bruce.
The secret I know, Congressman.
I ain't seen you in a minute,
I shot this shit.
Are you doing okay, Bruce?
Oh, yeah.
Nice to hear you.
Doing some big stuff.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Carrie Ann.
Yeah, I'll be respectful. Just put me in your queue.
What's going on here? And pulling the boys out of the yard, man. Into it. I'm trying to system. Carrie Ann.
No, Ann's a cutie. Ann's shit.
She's a cute. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, thank you, Bruce.
Listen, all kinds of bullshit happens in the barbershop. It's next to the liquor store. And people come into that motherfucking barbershop trying to cause problems all the time.
No, no, the liquor store's been closed for what?
Now every good barbershop got a rack of fine vodka, fine brown liqueur, some Hennessy, some Courvoisier on the rocks when I get my hair cut. Line it up! I gotta find a black barbershop to line it up. Can't find a barbershop to line up shit unless it's black. We need a real black barbershop. Hello? Hello? I was just gonna ask a question. You said people don't give a shit about Israel, but the truth, you can use anything as the center of your cause. So the politics of Israel and Jerusalem, it's in the Bible, and people love the Bible. There are Christian psychotics out there that can't let go of the great story. So I'm just saying, it's always going to come up no matter what. It's like a zit. You're like, oh, God, I got an outbreak of Israel on my face. And it's going to happen because people still got zits because they don't know how to take care of their skin in that motherfucking barbershop. So I'm just saying, when you got to get it shaved, you got to use an aftershave. And you got to keep that skin clean. If you don't keep that shit clean, your face is going to break out like a Jerusalem or like an Israel. I'm just saying. It's always going to happen. Hello?
And what did you join? I mean, where is this?
Yeah, what the fuck?
You ain't never been in a motherfucking black barbershop? You never had to get your shit lined and clean? You never had a Shabbos or a wedding you gotta get cleaned up for? Looking your best to the tens? Hello?
I leave for like an hour. This nigga got motherfucker why really nigga? Like why y'all just trolling? Y'all trolling?
Were you trolling?
Nah, man, I can't even get a cleanup, man. I just need to get lined up. $20 with a tip, right? Hello? Did your prices change? No. You angry.
You know what, Congressman? You should
Leave me alone. I'm happy. Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry. Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry. I can't have no conversation with you. You angry.
Listen. Y'all ran KP out. This is crazy. This is unbelievable, man. My boy KP took one for the team, Wallace. What are we gonna do, bro?
Wait, what happened?
This is crazy.
I literally just missed it.
Oh, and you passed out. Don't worry. I saved you. Yeah, I played Captain Save a Hold. I saved your ass.
I knew my daughter came home from school. She was telling me about school.
From the onslaught of trolls dying to breed you. Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
You have that type of energy, apparently.
What kind?
Bring the boys out to the yard.
Huh? How?
I told you, you passed out. You missed it. It's over. That's it. KP took the fall.
Okay, my brother said it was me.
Yeah.
No,
So,
really.
somebody will catch you up.
Uh-oh. So that was the topic of conversation.
Okay, Rabbana Shalom. A little more astrology Kabbalah for you. At this point, I should make clear that this book is not about predicting the future or consulting the stars in order to see what the gods might have in store for us. To me, the rigidity of traditional astrology does not present an individual with the possibility of self-discovery or growth, whereby, to quote Jung, we can acknowledge oneself for what one by nature is, in contrast to that which one would like to be. Still, this does not negate the bulk of what astrologers have written. Rather, I am simply trying to inform the wary traveler, whose life is but a sojourn in this strange land, that there are many divergent teachings which hold specific pieces to the puzzle of self-exploration. No single art contains it all, modern astrology included. We know that humanity unconsciously taps into a vast collective unconscious or reservoir of all the knowledge and experiences of our species. This information is disseminated and interpreted in a multitude of ways, depending upon the philosophy, science, culture, language, history, location, and even climate of the particular people who are attempting to create a foundation for their gods and religions. Ironically, irrespective of where they may be situated, most cultures are saying the same thing, if from a different point of view. It is easy to determine that whilst in one situation, a particular belief might be twisted into something negative by local circumstance, in a different context, the same problematic conviction will be expounded with clarity and grace. Astrological teachings are also rooted in the collective unconscious of humanity and dependent upon the school of thought to which the astrologer adheres, and are also filled with the accrued contradictions of centuries of interpretations. It is not my intention either to question or to defend the beliefs of the ancient cultures that portrayed the stars and planets as actual gods, who ruled over the various processes of nature, as a mundane king might rule over his subjects. My sympathies in that regard are firmly with Aleister Crowley, 1875 to 1947, who, when pondering the possible influences of the gods in occult matters, observed, "It is immaterial whether these exist or not. By doing certain things, certain results will follow." Students are most earnestly warned against attributing objective reality or philosophic validity to any of them. I believe strongly that this rule of thumb should be applied not only to magic, but also to astrology, and suspect that Jung too would concur. Of course, Jung clearly did not consider planetary forces to be actual living entities. He wrote that astrology, like the collective unconscious with which psychology is concerned, consists of symbolic configurations. The planets are the gods, symbols of the power of the unconscious. In other words, he saw the gods of ancient astrological mythologies representing influences behind archetypes, originating in our collective unconscious. To explain, Jung wrote, "The collective unconscious appears to consist of mythological motifs, primordial images, for which reason the myths of all nations are its real exponents. In fact, the whole of mythology could be taken as a sort of projection of the collective unconscious. We can see this most clearly if we look at the heavenly constellations, whose originally chaotic forms are organized through the projection of images. This explains the influence of the stars, as asserted by astrologers. These influences are nothing but unconscious, introspective perceptions of the collective unconscious. Even though the names might change and the myths may differ slightly, Jung firmly believed that the archetypal principles remain the same on account of their universality. In the course of this book, I plan to draw upon numerous ancient myths and beliefs in the hope some of might shed a light of understanding on the foundations of the rather difficult topic of astrology. In the discussions of astrology, members of the scientific community often deride the art and deny the possibility of a planet or other celestial object having any effect upon the life pattern of an individual. Some astrologers, on the other hand, maintain that you cannot scientifically analyze the invisible astral pull which celestial objects have upon us because they are too subtle. In this instance, the scientific community is probably closer to the truth. Planets have little or no influence upon us, although many astrologers, not really knowing the fundamentals of their own art, like to babble a seemingly unprovable defense. To clarify, let me remind the reader that, for example, when a magician or Kabbalist discusses the sphere of Geburah and the tree of life, which is ruled by the planet Mars, tacitly acknowledge that he is not referring to the actual planet in the heavens, but rather the quality of Mars is found within ourselves. It is clear from Carl Jung's theories on archetypes that he too grasped this concept firmly. Aleister Crowley has given us a profound piece of wisdom concerning the next step to the correct comprehension of astrology when he wrote, "A proper understanding of the planets, and indeed of the universe itself, is only to be obtained by a knowledge of the doctrine of correspondence between the microcosm and the macrocosm." To appreciate what he suggests, we must return to one of the more unlikely of sources, the ancient mystical tradition known as Kabbalah. One of its most well-known symbols is the Atzchim, or the Tree of Life. It is identical to the Tree of Knowledge, of both good and evil. By eating its fruit, we can obtain gnosis, or hidden knowledge of the universe, and more importantly, ourselves. This symbol represents everything, both above and below, both externally and internally. In modern times, it has become a very favorable filing system for the expectations of magicians. At first, Judaic law did not have a specific diagram of the Tree of Life. Early Kabbalists placed all spiritual references like the 10 spheres or Sephiroth on the backside image of the giant heavenly man whom they referred to as Adam Kadmon. Originally, there were no paths uniting these spheres. This backside image of Adam Kadmon not only referred to God whose face was thought so powerful that no mortal could behold it and live, but was also the primordial man, or the image behind the germ of all creation. A second or identical image was drawn upon the lesser Adam, or the first human being created in the image of God. The ancient Greeks referred to these two concepts in a more fluid, undefined fashion as the microcosm and macrocosm. The term macrocosm is from the Greek phrase makros kosmos, a greater world. This can be read as referring to the Tree of Life as a symbol of our universe. The heavens above and the entirety of God's kingdom. It is the objective universe, and those things outside our body, and in a sense, it is the primordial Adam. The word microcosm is from the Greek mikros kosmos, or little world, which can be interpreted as referring to the Tree of Life symbolically found in each one of us. This tree not only reflects our mundane body and all its functions, but is also a map of our human consciousness and spirituality. This is the image of the lesser Adam, Both trees are identical or mirror images of each other. It is said that God used the exact same blueprint to create everything from the most exalted to the most insignificant, and that to study any part thereof on one tree will reveal simply by analogy an identical fundamental principle on the other tree. In other words, what is found on one tree must be found on the other, and to know one tree is to know both. Thus, the fundamental principle of all magic, as above, so below. Realizing this, astrologers must stop referring to actual heavenly objects as the source of influence, rather than universal movements that are a reflection of what is occurring internally within our own universe or around our inner sun. Dane Rudyard is of similar opinion and further comments. It is not that the planets influence directly any particular person by flashing a special kind of array which will make the person happy or cause him to break his leg. The cycles of the planets and their relationship represent human reality in an ordered state and in reference to the greater whole, which we know as the solar system. Men are lesser wholes within this greater whole. Men can only find peace and lasting integration as they relate themselves in consciousness to the greater whole. In other words, a true astrologer sees universal movements, knowing that we were made in the image of God, would understand that any and all movements of celestial objects are mimicked within our subtle anatomy or psyche. It is equally important to realize that even if you are a lowly turtle functioning off the lowest Kabbalistic sphere of Malkuth, or Earth or human body, the entire tree of life is still found within yourself, and it must manifest all of its qualities in varying degrees every day in a continual struggle called life. It arguably, as shown by our astrology chart, not every part of the tree can manifest through this shell that we call the human body. Contrary to what some magical fraternities might have you believe, everyone does not have the same capabilities to traverse the internal tree, sphere by sphere. The importance of our birth chart is that it indicates both our strong points and the pitfalls that await us upon the tree of life. It shows us the first step. It is required in the voyage of self-discovery, and it teaches us an important lesson as to the role our body plays in determining our life and our self-discoveries.
Olga, Met, and Moran, welcome to the room, as well as Anan, our favorite person who always pops into the room. Anan. I don't understand how that happens, that there's so many people called Anan. Anyways, we're less than a minute away from discussing what's a very important issue. The question du jour is Iran looking for war? And in my opening salvo just seconds from now, at the top of the hour, I will explain why I chose this as our topic. Elle, welcome to the room. And we are now at the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. Today's topic is Iran looking for war? Now, why would I ask that? Well, as we all know, the United States has moved to, the president calls them armadas of naval assets into the Middle East. They're in position to, if necessary, hey Scott, welcome to the stage, if necessary, to attack Iran, or if the president feels it's necessary, might be a better way of putting it, And this has caused for Iran to take it very seriously. They've said that if the United States were to attack, there would be a regional war that they would I guess, start. Whether these are comments that are worthy of our attention or whether it's just blustering by the regime, I have no way of knowing their capabilities. I suspect they would have difficulty expanding beyond the defense of their own borders and, of course, using it as an opportunity or excuse to fire more missiles into Israel, which I presume they would do. And Israel is taking that threat seriously as well, preparing communities for the possibility not only of missiles coming from Iran, but attacks coming from proxies, both from the north and from the south, because Hamas is still alive. Hezbollah is still alive. They are both weakened tremendously. And not just because of the efforts of the IDF, but the United States as well. But the threat still remains, and it's an asymmetric threat, and so it can't always be quantified in a manner that regular warfare might be. But on Friday, the Iranians and the Americans are actually going to negotiate, and this is what the president is hoping for. He's hoping that by moving all these military assets into the region, it brings Iran to the table and to its knees. And I don't know exactly what he wants to get out of this. I don't think he's going to get a regime change out of it. He might be successful in getting them to stop the massacre of civilians, or at least agree to. But you would think that if all the above is accurate, what I just articulated, and I believe that it is, obviously if I didn't believe it I wouldn't say it, but I'm pretty sure that what I said is an accurate assessment of where we are today. The last thing that you would expect Iran to do on the precipice of this extraordinary meeting coming up in Turkey. By the way, they tried to get the location changed to, I think they wanted to go to, I forget which one of the Emirates, but they wanted to get, what's that? Oman. That's what I thought. Of Oman. Right. And I think that they felt maybe home field advantage if they did that. I don't know. But what the hell are they doing if, in fact, they're trying to avoid the president carrying out a threat against them? Because they shot a drone at one of our aircraft carriers. And they also went after a U.S. flagged oil tanker. So let me just read the top of one of the stories about the United States shooting down an Iranian drone approaching an aircraft carrier. Others have it now, but this is the first writing of it from Reuters. And the story begins: the U.S. military on Tuesday shot down an Iranian drone that aggressively approached the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea, the U.S. military said in an incident first reported by Reuters. Wasn't that nice that you tell us that you first reported it? The incident came as diplomats sought to arrange nuclear talks between Iran and the United States, and U.S. President Donald Trump warned that U.S. warships heading towards Iran, bad things would probably happen if a deal could not be reached. That's the beginning of that article. I could go on, but I don't think there's any need to. You get the point. The other one, this one comes from Euronews. I don't often get an opportunity to quote Euronews. So there were a lot of articles on this. I decided to grab Euronews. The headline is, U.S. flag tanker challenged by Iranian gunboats in Strait of Hormuz. And the story says, A U.S. flagged tanker was approached and challenged by Iranian gunboats in the Strait of Hormuz on Tuesday before continuing on its journey, a British maritime security firm said. Stena Imperative was approached by 3 pair of small armed boats belonging to Iran's Revolutionary Guards while transiting the Strait of Hormuz, approximately 30 kilometers north of Oman, according to Vanguard Tech. The vessel is now being escorted by a U.S. warship, the company said. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations, which gathers reports on threats to shipping, reported the incident and said authorities were investigating. Several small armed vessels attempted to contact the tanker via VHF radio, but it ignored the request to stop and continued on its planned route. According to the UK MTO, the agency did not specify the nationalities of the boats involved in the incident. Now, that's because a boat's ownership, a ship's ownership, and how it is flagged can differ in terms of nationality. But it was a U.S. flagged oil tanker, and any oil tanker threatened by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz, even if no shots were fired, is an indicator, I think, on their part that they could, if they wanted to, close down the Strait of Hormuz, which is an implied threat that's always in place and one that's of great concern to international shipping, beyond what most people really understand the ramifications of. It is imperative, not just for the United States, but frankly for the world, that the Strait of Hormuz remains open to international shipping without being impeded by the Iranians. Now, we know that the president is often playing both good cop and bad cop at the same time. And we know that this is his negotiating tactic. We've seen it how many times in the past. And we see it with the tariffs, where he throws these big tariffs and then the country targeted capitulates and they pull the tariffs back. And he gets derisively called Taco Man for doing that because he keeps changing his mind. But it's not really that he's changing his mind, I don't think. It's his tactic. But here's the thing. I think this guy being the President of the United States, is willing to actually take the action that he is threatening if the use of the threat as a negotiating tool is unsuccessful. So why would you poke the bear in the manner in which the Iranians are? Why would you do that? It's one thing to do certain things and say certain things like these blustering pronouncements that, will go after the United States and will attack the United States on the homeland and will eradicate Israel and there'll be a regional war and all of this stuff. It's another thing to actually take action. And the Strait of Hormuz situation wasn't actually taking physical action against the oil tanker, but it was a provocation. And it comes at the same time that the drone attack was attempted. It may have just been one drone, and they may have been just sending one drone to once again send a signal to the United States, hey, we got a lot of these. And we know that they have a lot of them because they are the main supplier of the drones that are eviscerating Ukraine. And by the way, this past overnight in Ukraine, it was the largest drone attack this year. So, this is Putin using military might for negotiating purposes as well to bring them to their knees at a time when the United States, the same guy who is going to Turkey, Witkoff, to negotiate with the Iranians, well, today and yesterday, or today and tomorrow, I guess it is actually, he's negotiating, trying to find a peace in Ukraine. And so, but anyway, in my mind, it's almost suicidal, because imagine had they been actually successful, which they weren't. That drone was shot down. They launched a fighter jet and blew it out of the sky, and they have all kinds of countermeasures and all kinds of detection abilities on these carrier ships. But imagine had they been, God forbid, successful. Knowing this president, he's not going to just say, oh, well, it wasn't all that bad. No. Oh, no, it was just one drone. No. I don't think so. I think he would have immediately ordered an unleashing of some kind of an attack. And by the way, it would not be proportional. You know how the Israelis, when they come under attack from Hamas, and then they respond, oh my God, that response isn't proportional. I guarantee you that the response would not be proportional. Because that's not how you fight a war, and that's not how you defend yourself, not by a proportional response. If you have the ability to inflict much greater damage on the enemy than they have inflicted on you, that's what you do. And you don't care about all these social justice warriors who take to the streets to march against the action that you've taken. One other thing, we can expand the discussion, and that is, if in fact the United States launches a military attack on Iran, and it's by no means guaranteed, but if it were to happen, to what end? Who would the targets be? Would the intent be for regime change? Are they ready to move Pahlavi in, theoretically, to form an interim government? Would there be civil order to ensure that such an interim government could seat itself? Would the attack be designed to stop the massacre of the protesters? Well, would it stop the massacre of the protesters? When you launch a military action, you're supposed to have a goal in mind. Now, I know that the United States has a terrible history of changing the mission, as we did in Iraq. How many times? I think we changed it 3 times, or I think there were 4 different missions, or we changed it twice. There were 3 different missions. We just kept changing what our excuse was for that war. I understand that. But what is to be gained, and I'm not saying that something couldn't be gained, maybe it would be to finish off what he started vis-a-vis the nuclear capabilities of Iran. That would be a good thing. Okay, but what the hell are they doing by poking the president? I think that's a big mistake, but maybe everybody here doesn't agree with that assessment, so we'll hear what y'all have to say. I'll start calling people in the order in which I see them on the stage. Why did we lose some people? Because did I talk too long? Because I think there were a couple people from Iran that we lost, and we want to hear from them. So we'll start with Scott, and I think Alan, if he is able, will follow Scott. Hopefully Alan will be able. Go ahead, Scott, followed by...
I would be fine with Alan going first, actually, if you want to.
Alan, how is your schedule there at work? Do you have time to grab the mic?
Yes, Gary. How are you, sir? Hope all is well.
Thank you. I'm very well, thank you.
So far as Iranian view individual, nothing changed. It's still the killing and bits of the news comes out and it's all sad video. And I don't think so. They're gonna do anything immediate. This cat and mouse game, it's this dude, that dude, and then negotiation. There's negotiation every time I hear it. It looks like there's somebody sticking a knife in my heart. Who are you gonna sit down and talk to? They're ranting, and Khamenei comes in and says, I don't care what the President of the United States say. And there's a speaker on the phone, on the podium, they says, we didn't kill these people. Trump killed it. Israel killed it. And Netanyahu killed all these people. That's what they keep telling the people. And they know they're lying. They don't. No Iranian takes them things. The only thing that's good outside, I see there's a tremendous 100,000 demonstration happened in Toronto. Saturday was like 65 to 75,000. They gathered in Plano, Texas, and they are doing the same thing. They try to tell the rest of the people around the world what these guys do. And I think it's not that they don't know you have to be blind and deaf not to know what this regime is doing to innocent people. They don't care. It just, you see these 23, 22, they start killing the doctor and the nurses. They treat these wounded. They went to the hospital. This news I heard this morning. This was from the person finally I got a hold of, and he lives in the city of Ahvaz. I was wondering about him because one of the cities a few nights ago got hit. There was 9 places got hit in Iran, and one of them was Ahvaz, and I was worried about him. Finally, he get hold of me in the WhatsApp, and he says, yes, Alan, that was his neighbor. And she's 23 years old, and she was wounded in the hospital, and they went there, they killed her in the hospital. These are the things happening on the street, every corner of Iran. And while you hear negotiation about this and that, Turkish, of course they don't. They need to keep taking the free gas. Russia, they want this regime because they milking them to the highest extent. China is taking the oil last 10, 15 years that after the deal they gave them $25 billion to take 25 years of production of fish and the oil from the south of Iran. So these are the things happening, but news is very heartbreaking, Gary. It's unbelievable. It makes you, tears comes to your eyes left and right. Back to you, sir.
So I went to my specific question. What are they doing by sending a drone after a U.S. aircraft carrier? Are they really willing to take it to the precipice of an actual war, a direct war with the United States? You would think it would be in the regime's best interest to avoid a war with the United States.
Of course it is, but what they do is they put themselves in the corner. Regime of Iran, as much as they say things, they put themselves in the corner. They cannot back up. They cannot afford. They know they cannot handle. But that's what doesn't stop them, just to show off to the, inside Iran, we still have muscle. We still can go fight the great Satan and the Zionism and so forth and so on. That's what you hear. And that's what they try. And even though they know no Iranian buy it, they just messing around. They just wants to say, like if the United States hit Iran, it's going to be original war. What kind of original war? What are you going to do? I mean, even Qatar, which is supporting them, even Turkey is supporting them. follow the guy, get a chance, and then cheat you. That's it. That's what this regime does. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, Alan. To me, it just seems that they're playing a very, very dangerous game. Scott, followed by Howard.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'm going to have anything to steal away from Howard today, because I don't think I have anything that intelligent to say. But, I mean, I do wonder, I'm with you. I think this is mysterious, right? I mean, I think it is a sort of, but Alan said something that's very interesting, right? That maybe there's this desire to try to convince the people the regime is so strong, to try to convince on a global stage the regime is so strong. And by projecting a little bit of power, this feels it might seem that it will convince the population that. Also, sometimes the people that are under an oppressive regime get more sympathetic to the regime when they're facing an outside attack. It's like there's a nationalizing, a unifying force that sometimes that maybe they're banking on that. Maybe they're thinking that, okay, if we get the great Satan to attack us, it'll rally the people in support of the regimes. I mean, I think that's very unlikely, but I mean, that's one of the few things I can think that has some rational, that would offer some rationale behind what seems to me, like you're saying, Daria, largely suicidal action. There you go. That's up.
Scott, remember, if it was a few years ago, yes, but they lost that. No, it don't matter what they do, they don't get the tiny support of the public. They don't do it. And, yes, this morning the news came in, it was 43 of the top guys, they just run away from Iran. So this news is all negative.
Other than to send a message maybe to the United States that we can reach out and touch you if we really want to. That's the only other thing that I can kind of fathom. So before just to underscore what Alan just said, before the internet was shut down, the people I was in contact with in Iran, almost all of them, it's not a huge number of people, it's very anecdotal, but say that they would welcome an attack from the United States if it meant getting rid of this regime. If it meant getting rid of the regime. Even knowing that there would be collateral damage potentially to the civilian population. That's how desperate they are. And that is a change from Alan and I going back 20 years. These debates that were going on in our previous platform, Pal Talk, there was very strong.
that innocent people and civilians will be casualties. So that's just a question that pops in my mind, Gary, about what is going on and the fact that I'm not hearing enough of activity or even rhetoric coming on the international stage.
Well, when you say the international stage, are you talking about the world community, or are you talking
world
about
community, or like even the UN? I mean, where's the UN
right?
on this?
Right. That's a good question. If your question was about public outrage, we already know the answer to that. The social justice warriors of the world are very, very selective in their condemnation of what they consider to be human rights violations or improprieties around the world. Very selective, very hypocritical. And